أستاذ مديد اديني دقيقة الظاهر أستاذ دكتورة كيك عايزني في مكالمة بيجي راجع في دقائق. دكتورة كيك عايزني في مكالمة بيجي راجع في دقائق.
Welcome to South Sudan Eagle Media, guys. We're having a show today. The topic that we are discussing. Welcome to the show. The topic that we are discussing today is about cattle in Equatorial. So we are live in Clubhouse. For those of you in Facebook, Twitter, and Clubhouse. Please start share the video, and I will be while I'm waiting for the guests to come in. Let me little bit play music. Okay. Okay. You ready to come back? Okay, Sister Sweet, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. ممكن تشغل music. I'm trying to connect with دكتورة كيك عشان يوصل. يا واصل.
Okay.
These are out of this world. Get it, Gary? It's an Aldi thing. celebrate. Julio, Kalina celebrate. Salvaja, she missed all of the love. I'm not that in the corner. Salvaja, the play for a big girl. None of the name of the corner. You put out the phone to me, love. Yeah, Shabbat, Kalitakunja. He out there, honey, I give him a link. I mean, he out there, boy, I give him a link. I'm so good, Matanamobe. I'm so good, we Matanamobe. I shall not celebrate. Julio, Kalina celebrate. I shall not celebrate. Julio, Kalina celebrate.
Okay, Ustaz Madid.
Ayok.
Hi, ضيوفنا جو. 1 second. مرحبا بكم everybody. سلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أخواني وأخواتي الأعزاء، مرحبا بكم في غرفتنا المتواضعة. نتمنى أن نكون على حسن ظنكم. اليوم حنتناول واحد من القضايا التي تشكل عدم الاستقرار في جنوب السودان، ألا وهي قضية الرعاة والمزارعين في إقليم الاستوائية. المتحدثين اليوم حيكونوا أستاذ كوش as a concerned citizen of South Sudan. Ustaz Madid طبعا he's here, one of the speakers too, and as well we thank him because he's going to share in Clubhouse live. And also we have Dengdit Ayok from UCC, وبعدين أستاذ دكتور أكيج من ريال اسبيلم. طبعا هنا احنا as up here we're trying to share the information. يعني هنتناول القضية من كعنصر جنوبي، وما هنتحايد مع أي مجموعة من المجتمعاتين هم مشتبكين في الصراع الجسيم. فإحنا هنا بس دايرين نناول ولا نملك الحقائق للمجتمع الجنوبي، وإن شاء الله يعني في نهاية الغرفة نصل لبعض من الحلول. فأنا برحب بكم. شكرا لكم خالص أستاذ دينجديت، أستاذ دكتورة كيك ومديد وكوش. أنا بدي أستاذ قبل ما أمشي لدكتورة كيك، أنا بدي المايك لأستاذ دينجديت. أستاذ دينجديت، ويلكم.
السلام عليكم الأخت وين ما كرة طربي، تحية لك وتحية كذلك للأستاذ أبراهام مدين مجاك، وتحية كذلك لدكتور أكيج والأخ كوج. وسعيد إنه نحن نكون مع بعض الليلة ونتكلم في قضايا بتهم البلد بتاعنا، وخصوصا قضية بتاعت الرعاة والمزارعين في شرق الاستوائية. فأنا سعيد أن أكون موجود هنا وأستمع وأتعلم، وكمان أقول الحاجة أنا عارفه حول الأوضاع في الاستوائية، أوضاع بتاعت المزارعين والرعاة هناك. فده يمكن كلمة البداية أنا بقدر أقوله في البداية، وثانك يو.
معلش، أنا كنت قاعدة أشارك الغرفة فأخذت معي ثواني عشان أنا أقدر أفتح المايك. أنا هدي فرصة الأول لدكتور أكيج. دكتور أكيج، مرحب بك. يعني بنقدر وجودك الليلة هنا في منصة حقنا، وشكرا لوقتك. بنديك المايك وانت تفضل. دكتورة كيج، انت معانا؟
الو، سامعني؟
اي سامعينك. اي تفضل.
اوكي. المايك بتاعي كان زي ثانك يو فيري ماتش الاخت يوين والاخوه المشاركين في المنبر والحضور الكريم. سعيد جدا أشارككم اليوم في الموضوع في كلاب هاوس روم عن الموضوع بتاع الرعاة والمزارعين في إيسترن إكواتوريا. داير أبدأ بهيستوريكال باك جراوند، إنه الناس ديل في جنوب السودان عندهم تاريخ طويل جدا. يمكن ما عارفوا، لكن العارفوا بيرجع لزمن بعيد، يعني وقت بتاعت لوليك لادو لما كان سلطان. whenever حصل مشاكل، يعني natural catastrophes في منطقة بتاعت بور، الناس كان برحلوا لمنطقة شرق استوائية أو لسنترال إكواتوريا، لمناطق بتاعت باري وبتاعت منداري. العارفوا إنه قبال الناس ترحل بالبهايم بتاعتهم، هما كان بيزوروا المنطقة عشان يتلقوا يتكلموا مع المسؤولين بتاعت المنطقة about their desire to come to see them and stay with them for some time. وقت بيكون محدود. الناس بتتناقش بتتفق. Okay, you are welcome, but when you come, please respect our traditions, respect our feelings, respect this and that and that and that. This would happen, and the people come back before they come to move with the cattle. نفس الكتل owners الهيدس الباستراليست الرعاة في منطقة بور عندهم مزارع برضو، so they know المشاكل اللي ممكن تحصل و they already know how لو حصل مشكلة بتحل كيف. they respect إنه يعني لو ما في alternative لمزرعة بتاع زول then ده حياته كله. ف they didn't want to interfere with it. And so the relations were so good. People would come and stay, and at the end of their stay, whatever happened was resolved amicably. زي ما كان نتفق على قبال الجاية بتاع ناس ديل, and they go back home. بعد مرات بودعوهم يعني بيساعدوهم في رحول بتاعتهم. So this is what I used to know from the 50s, I was told, ولحد the 70s. And the migration used to happen mainly when there is floods في منطقة بور. When there are floods في منطقة بور, الناس بترحل ل higher ground in search of good pastures للبقر. بعد مرات لما تحصل جفاف برضو الناس بترحل لأنه الهاير جراوند بيكون في خيران ومناطق where there will still be water whether it is dry season or not. This is what used to happen. Now, from time to time يعني في أي بلد بتحصل مشاكل. So there will be people who will make mistakes and do not want to be accountable for their mistakes. But the goodwill from the host communities, whether in Eastern Equatoria or in Central Equatoria, was there. ناس خلقوا very good relationship between tribes, between individuals. People intermarried, and so the relations were so good. لكن بعد مرات بتحصل مشاكل and conflict occurred زي ما كان بيحصل في مناطق بتاع بور ذاته. So it was not a question بتاعت conflict between ethnicities, لكن conflict between individuals that engulf other members بتاع communities بتاعتهم. Until 1982, it was quite normal. Unfortunately, from 1982, politics came in. Politics came in. Some of the رعاة القادوا في المناطق لما تحصل انتخابات بيسجلوهم as residents in that area وبصوتوا. So they created some kind of misunderstanding. They influence and politics in Mantika, and politics came in. So a kind of a conflicting situation was created, which was not favorable to the Rua. ما كان من المزارعين لكن leaders بتاعتهم political leaders who felt that their rights now were being influenced by visitors from other areas, said these people must go. But this is where problems arose, and this is where conflict started. It was resolved amicably. الناس قبلوا رجعوا لمناطقهم, and they continued to live normally. During the conflict, during the SPLM, SPLA war with the Sudan, between the SPLM and the Sudan government, a number of things happened, and it became completely difficult for the people in Bor area to continue staying there. So they had to migrate to far places, Lahadi, Western Equatoria. And when they went to Western Equatoria, they makan beju grip le Euro. Beju le Rumbek, Bemshu, le Tonj, Imken Beselu le Gogrial. Like in this time, Mashu le Western Equatoria. And they settled there. Problems which used to happen in Eastern Equatoria were more pronounced in these areas, and the conflict intensified. But there was no way to solve it until after the comprehensive peace agreement was reached. After that, the government of South Sudan, the government of Southern Sudan, at that time decided that these pastoralists must be evacuated. يرجعوهم للمناطق بتاعتهم. This time, they were not using or they were not keeping sticks زي ما كان وهروب زي ما كان بيمسكوه earlier. This time bigger وقت بتاعت AKM و machine guns. But when there is a conflict, it was more devastating, causing problems to the whole population. The people of South Sudan, lives were being lost from both sides, unfortunately, without reason. And they were regretted. The pastoralists were made to move back to their area. This time, a disease which was killing cattle mainly in Bor County, and not affecting so many other counties, not affecting Duk, not affecting Twitch East counties, was found. And the people say they cannot live there because their livelihood is based mainly on الكتل. فبعض منهم, or most of them, decided to return not because they wanted conflict, lakin simply because they were concerned about their properties. The cows are their main means of livelihood. So if they die, they cannot survive. So they decided to move back to Equatoria. This time, going not only to Eastern Equatoria and far, يعني ما كان بيمشوا لحد مناطق بتاع نيمولي زمان. لكن this time they went the مناطق بتاع نيمولي, they crossed the Nile and went to Tija Kajokeji and other areas. And definitely, where there are cattle and where there are farms, a conflict is bound to arise. And this created another rift between the pastoralists and the herders. It became more intensified in Eastern Equatoria, more than in Central Equatoria or other places. But the communities decided to resolve them amicably, yet they were recurring. Yani, the cattle would continue to go to the farms. Unfortunately, and it was not acceptable to the farmers from Eastern Equatoria or from anywhere. Even if those farmers were from Bor, they would not have accepted, as they don't accept it at home. There was bound to be a high tension between them. The government attempted to resolve it by taking the people back, lakin without providing the medicines for the cattle or the vaccines to prevent the disease. So it became an ongoing issue and problem, and continues to go. Continues to tear round and round. To make it short, last year, the government decided to ask the population to go back home. And they went. And fortunately, they were met with floods. Some did not go because they go to, they visit the area to see whether it can be good for the cattle or not. And when they find it not favorable, they don't move. Whatever method you used to persuade them, still they don't go. Mamashu. And everybody became frustrated. The government and the host population in Eastern Equatoria, and they themselves, the cattle herders, the pastoralists. A conflict was bound to erupt because of this. They were seen as refusing to apply, to implement whatever agreement was made. Now, what happened? This time, a similar situation is happening. Last Thursday, some soldiers who have been assigned to protect and to secure the route between Juba and Bor and maybe beyond, where the road construction is ongoing. So they are to protect the company that is constructing the highway between Juba and Bor and beyond. Some of their members decided to be stealing cattle from a camp along at the bank of the River Nile. And pretended لأنه الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان فيه من كل القبائل. To try and portray إنه يمكن ده بيكون من قبائل معينين. The people spoke languages. Many people speak, if they stay in one area, they learn to speak the language in that area. So some people spoke languages من المنطقة. And so the cattle headers near Mangala assumed that these were either Mundari, because they were speaking Bari language, or Bari. The cattle were taken. They were made to cross the river. A fight occurred at the camp. 5 people were killed, 9 wounded. The cattle rusted. The headers followed their cattle. Some were recovered, others were not, but later transpired to be not civilians, but members of our armed forces, of the national armed forces, that have been assigned to protect the company constructing the road between Juba and Bor. In the same way, on Saturday, while the same forces were patrolling the road, and the cattle headers have decided, they have agreed to the recommendation between communities and the government that they have to move away from Central Equatoria and Eastern Equatoria. They have to go back to Bor, and they have accepted. They went to visit, and they found that there are sufficient areas where the cattle can survive. There are cattle that are there now. And so they have decided to move back to the area. And if in the end they find that it is not yet conducive, then they will think of other ways which we will come to in the end. But what happens again? The same soldiers that had taken the cattle from the bank of the Nile and were patrolling the road decide to shoot cattle moving from Juba going towards Bor. they move along the road because this is the safest way they can move. They decide to shoot. Now, the issue becomes, is it the peasants, the people of Eastern Equatoria and Central Equatoria who do not want the cattle to move, that are preventing them from moving now away? They are not. And these are soldiers in touches, in uniform, with their equipment, in broad daylight. So it makes people think that whatever is happening appears to be instigated by some elements within the political leaders, within the government. Why do you shoot cattle that are moving on the road, going to an area where they are supposed to be kept, resolving a problem between communities in an amicable way? Why do you shoot them? Is it the only thing that is happening? If you go recently, we have seen similar problems among populations in the Sholo Kingdom. We have seen this, and the Shilluk are a very peaceful community. I have lived among them as a student, as a pupil, and as an adult, as an SPLA officer, as a responsible South Sudanese. I have seen this, how they live and how they treat people, and yet they are being killed. The Nuer in Upper Nile are also very good people, and yet they have been pitted against each other. Yani, these are not people coming from other communities coming to fight or kill the Nuer, but Nuers are made to fight the Nuer. Is it normal? Normally, the Nuers do not fight Nuers. But if they are made to be fighting each other, somebody, some hand, unforeseen hand somewhere, a hidden hand, is pushing them to do that. We have seen this recently in northern Barghazal, in Gogrial area, between the Ngok Dinka and the Twitch Dinka of Gogrial. They have been fighting. And these are people who have similar relations, like the Boer and the Mundari and the Bari and the other communities of Eastern Equatoria. They intermarry. And so there are relationships between them. There are friendships. And yet, with modern arms, they've been made to be killing themselves. So I think the issue between the pastoralists and the peasants in Eastern Equatoria is not coming from the pastoralists or from the citizens, but somebody somewhere is pushing the two to fight for whatever benefit. So, what is the solution? The solution is for the pastoralists from Bor to go back to their area. They have accepted. This is how unity can be acquired in South Sudan. We need each other. We need this land. We need the peasants in this land to till our land so that we can come back when we are in need. And it can host us. For the cattle have a place where they can stay safely now in Bor. If in the end the disease crops up again, we hope the floods must have helped to treat it, because I'm told that the disease that kills the cattle can be cured because the ticks that carry it, that are an intermediate host, get carried away, get killed by floods or when it is heated. So the recent floods must have reduced the presence of the parasites in the area. So it is safe. And there is sufficient grazing migrating as they used to do in the past to lakes and intermingle with their tribesmen, or proceed to Arab and do not create interethnic differences. So that should be the way we look at it. But it is good, it will be advisable for the invincible hand of government officials to be taken away from this. And so that is the little recommendation. But if there are points that I've left out, so as not to cheat others who have to intervene, I'll be ready to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you دكتور أكيتش للتفسير الهيستوري وبعدين طبيعة المشكلة في المناطق بتاع إكواتوريا بين المجتمعتين. شكرا لك. أكيد هنرجع لك بعد شوية. هسي هننتقل لأستاذ دينجديت لأنه برضو عنده إضافة في الحتة ده. وبعدين بعد ما المتحدثين يخلصوا ممكن بعد ذلك إحنا هنفتح اليد عشان لو في زول عنده سؤال يجي يشاركنا. شكرا أستاذ دينجديت، أنا بديك الفرصة. أستاذ دengdit سامعنا؟ Yes, اتفضل.
Are you getting me this way now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The moderators, Madam Win Makura Thorbe, Mr. Abraham Medin Majak of Lagos State Media, my fellow panelists, Ambassador Dr. Akec Khoc, and Mr. Coach David, ladies and gentlemen in the room, and those of you listening to us on Facebook Live. I need not pause to express how delighted I am to be here today and to address this topic on the relations of pastoralists and peasants in Equatoria. My presentations or my words will go, and I would like to give you the outlines. I will touch, number one, I will touch on the migrations of pastoralists from Jonglei State, particularly from Bor to East to Equatorial region in general. And then number two, reason behind their migrations. Reason behind the migrations of pastoralists to Equatoria. Number three, differences between pastoralists and peasants. Number four, politicization and complications of the relations between the pastoralists and peasants. Number four, and the last one, the problem and practical solution to the problem. So these are of my words. I hope my voice is clear and everybody is getting what I'm saying.
Yes, you're clear, Ustaz Dengdit.
That's amazing. I thought I should do it because Ambassador Akec started in Arabic and then he completed it in English. So let me do it in English, and if need be, we will part in Arabic so that the message is conveyed. We start with number one, and I will not dwell on it so much because Dr. Akec has given us like a full background of the historical relations between the peasants and the pastoralists in Equatoria, or between the people from Bor community and the people from Equatorial region. And that is very good. We are all aware that the peasants from Jonglei State, particularly from Bor community, they migrate seasonally to areas of Equatoria. A long time ago, they used to be in areas around Juba, areas like Mangala, areas like Bilinyang, and in the 1970s and 1980s, places like Thongping today in Juba were actually cattle camps, plus other areas around. And so there were reasons why they used to migrate. And I want you to notice that I said they used to migrate seasonally, from season to season, to go there. One of the reasons why they migrate to those areas is to find better pastures for their cattle. So you could take this one as one of the reasons. And Equatoria, as the land, the nature of the land or the landscape there is great. And therefore, the pastoralists or the cattle headers found better pastures for their cattle there. So this is one of the reasons why they used to migrate seasonally to Equatoria. It was of finding better pastures for their cattle. Number two, it was the issue of trying to create social relations between the two people of Boer community and the people in Greater Equatoria at that time. And so, in the words of Dr. Akec, we have all learned that social ties were created and that there were intermarriages between the two communities, and the relationships were cordial and they were friendly until later developments came and they got involved. Number two, people also left their own areas for security reasons, and they poured into the region in big numbers, especially after the political differences between the SPLM leaders, particularly in 1991, when the movement is split into two, and a greater insecurity engulfed the region of Upper Nile, and many people became victims in Upper Nile, and in particular in Boer areas. So many people migrated from Boer towards Equatoria. And there were two types of people. Some of those people were peasants, and some of them were ordinary people who were trying to avoid insecurity in the area and find a safe haven in Equatoria region. And so if you go back to history, in 1990s, many people went to Equatoria, and as a result, they settled there. So these are two additional reasons that I can add to the previous reasons which were mentioned by our first speaker, Ambassador Dr. Akec. Now, this will take us to the next steps. After the pastoralists move from Boer district to Central Equatoria, what we call Central Equatoria today, and to Eastern Equatoria, as well as Western Equatoria at some times, there were differences between the pastoralists and the peasants. The differences were that these people have their cattle keepers, and the people that constitute the local community, whether in Juba or in places like Torit and Capoeira and other places, the local people are peasants, which means they are, they farmers. So they have their farms, and with the presence of the animals in the area, there were complaints that the animals were damaging their own farms, and that their agricultural production was under threat. And as Dr. Akec mentions, these slight differences that are manageable, and they are actually managed by the elders and the local dignitaries. When there are farmers whose cattle are destroying crops and farms and putting a threat to the agricultural produce, the elders from the two communities can sit down and talk to the cattle keepers in order to convince them to keep their cattle far away from areas of production, agricultural productions. And so in the past, you can see that it was manageable The elders from the two communities used to sit down and manage it by talking to one another, and then the elders can go and direct the youth accordingly, and then they would stay away from the farms, and also respect the local communities, respect their children, their women, respect their customs and traditions. Because when you are being housed by the owner of the house, you have to abide by the regulations and the laws that the owner of the house put forth as guidelines that shall guide you. So this was the nature of the differences between the pastoralists or the cattle headers and the peasant in the area. But now with the political differences among the political class in Juba, these slight differences that were manageable were politicized. And when they got politicized, they also became complicated. And the relations between the pastoralists and the peasants have actually been politicized and complicated over years. If you go back to 1970s, during the time Abel Alier was the president of Southern Sudan, all the way to 1980s and all the way to 1980s, you find the same problems. But today, the level of politicization and complications of the relation between the people of the two communities is exceedingly great. Why do I say this? Because the country is put under great political polarization today by the political class. And so you find that the relations between the peasants and the pastoralists are exceedingly complicated as a result of politicization. And as a reader, I was in Khartoum during the 6 years interim period of the CPA implementation. And I was keenly reading newspapers on the daily basis. And so when I was reading the newspapers, I saw the process of politicization of the relation between the pastoralists and the peasants. People who were intellectuals and prominent politicians were writing in the newspapers addressing the relations between the pastoralists from Boer community and the peasants in the local communities of Equatorial. And one of the things that were said was that these people are destroying the farms and they pose a threat against the agricultural productions in the area. And therefore they have to leave the area. That was one of the things which was said. Another thing which was said is that these people were there and they are not respecting local norms and values. That what was said as number two. Number three, it was also said that these people are not there for their cattle. They are actually land grabbers. The issue of land grabbing was brought forth. Another thing which was said, it was said that these peasants who are there were talking that they are the liberators who liberated the local communities from the Jalaba or the Khartoum domination during the years of the liberation struggle of South Sudan. And so over years, the relation between the peasants and the pastoralists from Boer community and those in the local areas of Equatoria was greatly politicized. and it was gradually move away from being a social relations that is between the peasants and the pastoralists, and which was governed by mutual understanding among their elders. It was taken out of this context, completely taken out of this context, and a political content was put in place. And so people got polarized, and then hatred came in. And as hatred came in, we hear loud today saying that they don't want the cattle headers, greater Equatorial region, and they are now calling for the cattle headers to completely move away from Equatoria and go back to their original traditional land. This is the situation today. Furthermore, the situation is not just what I have said, but books have been written, and foreigners have come in with their agenda, the political agenda of creating a feud between the people of South Sudan so that they hate themselves and kill themselves. And so as we talk today, people are saying that the existence of the pastoralists in Equatorial region is an invasion of the land of Equatoria. They also say that the existence of pastoralists in Equatoria is a gradual demographic change, and that over years these people will replace the local communities, and they will be the dominant force, and they will be the inhabitants in those areas. This is how it is politicized, and this is how the relations between the peasants and the pastoralists is interpreted today in the political context. And so this has generated a lot of debates, a lot of disputes, and it has generated what I may call hate speech today. In addition to the political differences that are in the government among the political class, all these differences that are in the government among the political class are connected to this issue. And therefore, the existence of pastoralists in Equatorial region today is not seen as something normal. In the past, people used to understand it as a matter of freedom of the same people existing in the same geographical location and in the same country, that they should have a freedom to move to wherever they like to go to in the country freely. But this is no longer the concept today. And so you can see how the relationships between the pastoralists from Boer community and the peasants from the local communities in Greater Equatorial region is politicized and exceedingly complicated, to the point that South Sudanese are not accepting themselves today as we talk here. After the politicization and complications of these relations, what is the next thing? The next thing is now people are fighting themselves. And so this one leads us to the issue of insecurity. The pastoralists who are in Greater Equatoria and those who are taking care of their cattle there are being attacked. From time to time, they are being attacked and they are killed in numbers. Women are attacked, women that are in those local areas, they are attacked and they are killed. And men are also attacked and killed. At the same time, these pastoralists have also their own guns. They move with their guns in the area. And according to the information I have, they move with their guns in order to protect themselves from any imminent attack against them as they exist in those areas. And people go as far as asking questions such as, where do these people get their guns? And why are they moving around with their guns? And then the hands are pointed back to the government or to the political class, as Dr. Akec correctly put it, that the political class are behind the armament of the pastoralists in order to protect themselves. And so a great problem is created between the pastoralists and the peasants. From time to time, there are clashes and people are killed in big numbers. You will all remember that this year, in the month of April, people were killed. Pastoralists were attacked in Magu County of Eastern Equatorial State, and a big number of people were killed. I still keep their pictures until now. And the people behind the killing were believed to be people coming from Buma, from Greater Pibor administrative area. And a number of more than 1,000 cattle, heads of cattle, were believed to have been robbed, taken away by the attackers. And we saw some videos that time. Recently, you have seen what happened in areas like Lokiliri. It was believed to be a clash between peasants and the local communities. I mean, between the pastoralists and the local communities. If you go back, you will find that the governor of Eastern Equatorial State, after the incidents that happened in Melijo, places like Mugali, you find that the governor of Eastern Equatorial State issued a statement in which he said that they have asked the community leaders from Bor area several times to talk to the cattle headers that comes from Bor so that they can take their cattle and move back to them. And that all their attempts have failed. He said it in that press release. I still keep. The other thing he said, he accused the cattle herders from Bor community to have their problems from Jonglei State to Eastern Equatorial State. And so, in another word, he was like saying that cattle that are moved from Bor to areas of Central Equatoria all the way to Eastern Equatoria are being used as a weapon, and that the cattle have become a source of insecurity and danger to the local populations. And so, this is the complication of the matter today, and this is the problem that we are facing today. Dr. Akec also mentioned that there was a fight on Thursday, 15 December 2022, last Thursday. In the area of Mangala, there was a fight. And most of you might have seen the pictures of the cattle that were shot by the security forces. And so the relations between the pastoralists and the peasants in the local communities of Equatoria got politicized and became complicated. It resulted into insecurity. It was not supposed to be a matter of death. It was not supposed to be a matter of hatred. It was not supposed to be a matter of demographic change in Greater Equatoria. It was not supposed to be a matter of others coming to the land of others to gradually chase them away and invade the land. It was actually a matter of people who were looking for better pastures, and it used to be done through mutual understanding between the elders of the two communities. And so this is the situation we have reached today, ladies and gentlemen in the room, and it is very sad because many lives have been lost and lives continue to be lost. Now, we have to come up with the solutions, because we have learned the reason why these people go to Equatoria, and we have also learned the differences that happened and how they used to be managed, and then the politicization and complications of the relations, and then the problem which is created over years, which has resulted into the present insecurity. And so talking about insecurity here means that we are talking about a problem. The question now is, what is the solution? Because whenever there is a problem, you must come up with the solution, because the solution will make life easy for all those who are involved into the problem. Because those who are involved into the problem now are the pastoralists and the peasants, and the political class playing a greater role in creating a problem between them, or fueling the problem between them. So the solution is that cattle headers from from Bor area have to move away from the areas of Eastern Equatorial State, from the areas of Western Equatorial State, from the areas of Central Equatorial State. You all remember that the President of the Republic in 2013 issued a presidential order ordering all cattle herders to take their cattle back to their original areas. But later on, people came back to talk about the same issue of the existence of cattle in Greater Equatoria. A press release have been made informing the public that the cattle herders were now leaving the areas of Eastern Equatoria and they are going back to Bor area. Nevertheless, days goes by and then we again hear that there were clashes between cattle herders and the local communities. But I believe that this problem does not only involve the pastoralists and the peasants. It involved the politicians. It also involved the rebels who are active in the region, because we are all aware that there is rebellion in the region. And so the rebel forces that are existing in the region and who are active in the region kill the civilian from time to time. And so you can see how complicated the matter is. And therefore, to save lives and to save the property, we say that the cattle headers need to go back to Bor areas. If there are challenges against their cattle in Bor area, then I will come to the agreement with Dr. Akec when he said that they can go to other areas such as Lake State. By the way, they can go to places like Equatorial County or Lake State. They can go there and they can find more greener pastures, and they can rear their cattle and grass their cattle in those areas. They can even go to the areas of Church in Yorul East County. They can go even into the heart of a Garland. They can go as far as to Khoc, Tony, Arab State. There are pastures there. Settle there and they can grass their cattle and they can live happily. We are saying this because we are trying to find a way out from the complications that have been created in Equatorial region against the cattle headers. And so the cattle headers should not be in Greater Equatorial region because their existence in Equatorial region means that they will be annihilated if they continue to be there. And so as we speak here, this is what we think should be the solution. This is what we think should be the solution so that this problem is solved once and for good, so that there are no any more complaints. And so this is the solution to the problem. But when you look very closely to the nature of the problem is very much complicated. It involved the political class. It involved the rebels. It involved issues of tribalisms. It involves issues of hatred. It involves issues, historical issues that go back to the 1980s. Things such as Kokoro. These issues have got a connection with the topic that we are addressing today. And so the matter is very much complicated. So the solution is that these people have to move away so that we save life and we save property. This is what I can say, and I think I will stop here so that we give chance also to others to have a say. Thank you very much.
شكرا لك شديد أستاذ دينجديت للتوضيح الكامل وإضافات لل الهيستوريكال اللي كان قالوا الدكتورة كيج. حسي يعني بقينا عندنا صورة أوضح للمشاكل اللي حاصلة في المناطق دي. ما هنتأخر وهندي الفرصة لأخونا أستاذ كوش. أستاذ كوش أنت لو موجود المايك is yours.
Thank you, Sister Sweet and Dr. Akec, Ustaz Dengdit, and Ustaz Madid, and the audience for this opportunity. عشان نقعد معكم في this room to discuss مشاكل رئيسية أو أساسية اللي a lot of our communities and even the country is going through. أنا في البداية دار أوضح that the room have incorrectly used the word peasant instead of farmers, because if you go to the dictionary, peasants and farmers, those are totally two different individuals. A farmer is a person who own and manage a farm. On the other hand, الزول اللي بيقول له peasant ده زول الفارم بيجيبه ده زول فقير ما عنده أي land, he doesn't own a land, ويعني بيجي يكون زي laborer يجي يشتغل في المزارع بتاعت الفارمر. So we sincerely apologize to any zol that for this incorrect terminology that we have been using for the word peasant. So I urge الناس الpanelists هنا not to use word peasant, خليه use word farmers. لأنه ده المزارعين So الissue بين مزارعين والرعاة is not peasants. ما ناس المزارعين بيرفعوا عليهم وناس فقيرين وناس those are the lowest class in terms of hierarchy بتاعت الفارمing. So we know that nature بتاعت pastoralists وfarmers هو different. دكتور واستاذ دنجت يتطرقوا على differences. But the other difference I wanted to emphasize is the nature بتاعت الزول pastoralist is aggressive by nature. لأنه كان شفت الزول pastoralist من ما صغير ولد عمره 6-7 سنة بودوه عشان يمشي يرعى يشيل له 50 هيد بتاع بقر ويمشي يودوم هناك في أسد زول بقر وزنه أكبر من الولد ده ب 500 مرة, and that child have to be aggressive enough to lead and to bring that cattle ويجيبه all day. So you develop this person who is tough, who is aggressive by nature. كان جبت زول ده في مدينة, he's still going to have some aggressiveness. المزارع on the other hand زول بيديل مع نبات وبزراعة, so لازم يكون فيه النية in taking care of نبات عشان يقدر يثمر, وزول صبور, وزول بي have to work from day to night. They both work hard, لكن this nature, and this is the سبب بتاع conflict. لأنه لما to put this person and this person in one area هيكون في مشاكل. مشاكل بتاع pastoralism is not only موجود في between pastoralists بتاع دنكابور Equatorial farmers. This issues is worldwide. You know, in African continent, we know that the Fulani هم ناس pastoralists وقبيلة بتاع الحوسة في نيجيريا هم ديل مزارعين. مشاكل زي ده بيحصل وناس بيقتلوا نفوسهم بطريقة بشعة شديد. So this issue is not a new thing, and there is always a way to go around it. في السودان بتلقى ناس بقارة وفي قبائل الرعاة وفي قبائل الزراعيين. So it's a bad mix لما they're trying to put these two people at the same time without putting boundaries, ولازم without يربط الحدود بيناتهم. في اتجاه بتاعت if you القبائل النيلية especially قبيلة الدنكا. My mom is from Denka and I تربيت مع خيلاني, and هناك الأبقار بيربون في محل اسمه وود, وده وود المراعي بعيد. ده الشباب الأولاد بتاع الشباب بيمشوا وبيقعدوا مع الأبقار هناك في المراعي. محل ده بيكون فوق موية وبيكون فيه أخصاب وبيجوا. لكن في محل سكنية الناس بيقعدوا فوقه بيكون قاعد براو, وده المحل ده النساوين بيزرعوا فوقه وبيكون في بيوت, والشباب ده بيروتate. They will go to wood, when they come back, they come and they so there is a delineation between محل الأبقار بيخطوا فوقه ومحل السكنية ده في القبائل النيلية. So this issue لما كان جاء في Equatorial, these boundaries have not been observed. The protocol have not been observed, زي ما الناس تاع جنوب السودان they like to say. So pastoralists كان لما جو في اتجاه بتاع Equatorial, there is a lot of issues. في مشاكل كتير, بقر بيمشي وبيمشي ياكل مزارع بتاع زول, وزول ده this is ده حياة بتاعه كله في الزراعة ده. You have to wait for another season. So وكان في مشاكل بيحصل. Whatever who started it, and there is some conflicts there, and لازم يكون في solutions. I myself, my dad is Mundari, my mom is Agar Jiang. The issues that my uncles that Mundari, they used to have a lot of mashakils, barrier. I think it's been mentioned earlier that Mundari, Nas Bari, Nas Fajulu, there is a lot of conflicts. Lano Mundari Bimshu, Abgar Beta Bimshu, Vitanin Abgar Bimshu, You could not control some of those. لأنه في جنة صغير عمره 7 سنة ولا 8 سنة is the one who's taking care of 50, 100 cows. You know, so those kids when they يمشي يلعبوا ولا يمشي يعملوا شنو أبقى بيمشي وبيمشي ياكل لك مزرعة بتاعت واحد من أهلنا الباري ويكون في مشاكل. So the governor بتاعت Central Equatorial كان Clement, former governor, and he was being put in a hard spot, and he had to take a decision. بإنه لازم نازل منداري, you are my people, but you have to go back to your area. لأنه مشاكل تبقى كتير and we couldn't handle. وكان مشاكل when they got out of control. Two communities بيقعدوا together. The intellectuals, ناس communities وناس الكبار يقعدوا عشان يحاولوا المشكلة. ما بغطوا حاجات زي ما بغطوا. And even ناس في diaspora. There is many incidents when cattle pastoralists بتاعت المنداري when they displaced some of the barrier area وقتلوا ناس في مشاكل حصل وcontribute money ونرسلوا لهم هناك عشان to go help the victims and being displaced by our people from the Mundari sides. As a way to say we're apologizing, these things shouldn't be happening, and we're making sure that it doesn't happen again. And those things have contributed to show greatly that yes, مشاكل بيحصل, لكن there is a way to solve things amicably. My Dr. Akec have referenced earlier. So the door بتاعت الintellectuals والناس community leaders, they have a role to play. انت كان قاعد تغطي لناس للpastoralists, you're making things worse. But when you have to advocating بلازم, if you could not really live together, then there is another solution have to be مشكلة جزيرة لازم يحلوها جزريا. So I wanted to emphasize last thing that there is a lot of areas. I live in the US. For some areas here in the US, I could not be able to go there and live there. لأنه for some people there are racist by nature, وفي ناس they don't want to see somebody زي الشكل ده. So it is my responsibility. It's a place أنا مشيت فوق where I see people are hostile. It's my responsibility to go out and leave those places. So if Nas, if the area you are not welcome as a guest, it is really is your best interest as the person who come there. تشيل belonging بتاعك وتمشي في محل and you are welcome. أرض الله واسع. You know, you go there and you find. I understand the argument, you know, yes, the country has been liberated and we're supposed to live anywhere they wanted to live. This is the ideal societies. We need to take the togot في أي محل, you could be able to flourish and make your business. But we are in an extraordinary time, whereas everything is being tribalized. مشكلة بسيطة بيشيلوا. There is some politicians from both sides are using this issue with our cattle herder for their own political gain. I admit that. There is people بتجاب تا Equatorial بيولوا موضوع بتاع cattle herder ليل ونهار for their own political gain. The same thing tied from the side بتاع pastoralists. There is some people لازم قاعدين يغطوا. And those things we have to call a spade a spade. Otherwise إننا بنغش في نفوسنا we just kick the can along the road. So in my conclusions, this issue with that pastoralism is a very critical issue. لازم إننا كناس intellectual from both communities. لازم we have to dialogues. We have to know that referring to those people with their proper indigenous names, and if you are not welcome in an area, it is really your responsibility to go and find somewhere else. لحد ما situation يكون well وبعد كده الناس المزارعين والfarmers يقدروا يقعدوا. The last thing I wanted to emphasize to some of the solutions, it's modernizing the way that cattle is being kept. You know, هسه بنشيل بقر يخلوه عيال صغار يمشوا يقعدوا يلفوا. بقر بيمشي في يوم 20 miles. انت كان شفت الابقار هنا، ابقار عندنا هناك بقر جسمه عظامه كله طالع برا. انت بتشوف السلسله الفقاريه بتشوف everything is inside there. اوكي، كان حلبوه ما بيجيب لك ولا 1 liter. Why? Because the cattle have to be going from place to place to place to place to look for food. This thing that if you are a pastoralist, you have to be incentivized to own land. تكون عندك فدادين تربي فوق أبقار بتاعك, and then agriculture have to be modernized عشان يكون في البرسيم والجراس ذاته have to be grown. حتى البقر يكون قاعد في محله. بقر يكون قاعد في محله. هنا في امريكا هنا بتلقى بقر يا اخي في محلات الساخنه زي ولايه اريزونا عندهم ابقار انت كميه you would not even believe. البقر بيكون قاعد في هوش خاتين له المويه الرزاز اللي هنا في الرزاز اللي بينزل عليه ده بيكون في مروحه عشان يطرد الضبان والامراض ده, وبيكون في حاجه زي الرزاز اللي بيرز له مويه, وبالطرف كده بيكون في اكل بتاعه راسمين له, وباليمين هنا بيكون في مويه. البقر بس بيمد داير يشرب مويه بس بيمد خطوتين, داير يشرب مويه خطوتين, داير ياكل ده بخطوتين. تلقى بقر يعني في صحه ما شاء الله you will not even to believe. So this is the way that we really want our people to. If you are a pastoralist, you need to own a land. You need to put those cattle in an area عشان يقدر ياكلوا هنا ومويه هنا يكون عنده هوش. You are farmers. You need to be able to develop agriculture in a modern way. So even that انت المزارع تزرع برسيم للpastoralist. So really, I will not really prolong, but my main thing really, we do not need to cover. We need to call. If somebody is making a mistake, we need to call it out. This is the way that bring community harmony between people. This is know that you guys, yes, those people they عملوا mistakes, لكن you guys are trying your best to solve the problems. So أنا ما بطول كتير, but this is just my brief contribution. Thank you.
شكرا لك أستاذ كوش, وشكرا للحلول اللي أنت طرحتها. أنا همشي لأستاذ مديد. أستاذ مديد عندك حاجة إضافة داير تقوله؟
Yeah, I want to play a video clip that Dr. Akec mentioned before about those cattle has been shot last Thursday. So I received a video clip, so I want to play that, and then I'm gonna ask Dr. Akec and Ustaz Dengdit as one or two questions.
Young man, you are the Pajamo. Young man, you are the Pajamo.
Let me begin myself.
Akin jala authority. Awan get it. Awan get charge it. Kami orang ada kene mi ada kene.
Tu lo pia ta den ba jo lo ba.
The echo sound is not there, so let me play that one again. Okay, now.
Yung man yung miyo ka kwa jamo yo ko man.
Khoc upurai.
Akin jala authority. Awan get it. Awan get charge it. Kami orang ada kene mi ada kene.
Tu lo pia ta den ba jo lo ba.
Okay, that is the. Okay, let me remove this out here. Yes. Okay, good. So I removed the other audio. Okay, so you guys hear the clips that is happened on Thursday, I believe, that cattle has been killed. So I have a question. You know, Dr. Akec, you mentioned before that the issues of cattle is coming from it's not between farmers and cattle keepers, but there is a political around it. And I see in social media still last year or a few years ago until today in social media, I see a lot of people are campaigning about these issues going on in East Equatoria, about cattle keepers there. And mostly, as we know very well that the issues going on between cattle has been fueled up here in especially people who are supporters of opposition, especially we people in diaspora mostly. And I see a lot of comment here, people are commenting negatively about this. What is a solution for these people who are doing this negative campaign? Because for the past few years, I've been the issues happened in Western Barkazal, I believe 3 years ago. The same thing what's going on right now in the Eastern Equatoria. That was a big campaign. So right now, these issues in Western and Central Equatoria, because how can the farmers and cattle keepers can live, coexist together so that they cannot know any issue between these two communities. And also too, this is not like it happened like in 2022. The Inkabor community, who are cattle keepers and farmers in Western and Central Equatoria, they have been living together, never seen. Why is different now? Because these issues just start when South Sudan got that independent. We have our own country now. It became a political issues that the farmers in Equatoria or people in the opposition, special opposition, they are making this case has a priority that to be a political agenda. So what is your response to these people, the voices within opposition? Because if we see what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing in social media, more of hatred speech is coming from people who are in diaspora and they are opposition. And people back home, and we know that people who are in the village or the cattle keepers, they don't have access to the media, but people here in Western world and on any part of East Africa, they are sending the messages on the ground and supporting the conflict going on between cattle keepers and farmers. Even the video that you see, I hear a lot of voices of these people during in club out here talk about, okay, you guys go ahead and kill cattle, go and shoot cattle, you see. And that's what happened. And you see that. Before you mentioned about people who have, they are soldiers who shoot these cattle, who shot them. So these soldiers belong to, because I don't want to put you in hard seat because I know your position in this, but I want to clarify this because this is an issue. Because when we talk about the cattle and cattle keepers and farmers, it comes to Equatorial and Dengdit. So is it these soldiers shoot these cattle and kill 5? Are these soldiers belong to the Dinka community or Equatorial community? That's the question go to you, Dr. Akec. Thank you.
Brother Madid, thank you all the speakers who spoke after me, including Brother Dengdit and Brother Khoc. To come to the answer, Brother Madid, I think I said it at the beginning or toward the end of my talk that the soldiers who who shot the cattle belong to the government of South Sudan. So whether they are Dinkas, whether they are Bari, whether they are from anywhere, they belong to our regular forces. And they were using government equipment like cars, thatchers, and the guns. The guns they use are not individual weapons, not Kalashnikov. They are machine gun for shooting down a plane with a dababa.
والعربية الثقيلة. So in that capacity, whether they were all Dinka or not, I will not qualify them as Dinkas. أنا بقول الأساكر بتاعت جيش جنوب السودان. Wherever they came from, without any distinction, they are South Sudan People's Defense Forces. Whatever they did, لو كان بتوجه من قيادة بتاعته ولا بدون توجيه بترجع برضو لمسؤوليات الحكومة. Unfortunately, يعني these soldiers are not rebels, so they do not belong to any of the opposition groups. They are people, they are soldiers belonging to the government of South Sudan, assigned to protect the contractors who are building or constructing the road between Juba and Bor. And whether they are Dinkas or they are not Dinkas, to me, is immaterial, because they did not come to act against the cattle because they are Dinka. And whether they are from where, I do not see any reason why حكومة قرر إنه ناس بور. يعني أنا بوافق مع برادر كوتش إنه لو أنت شاعر أنت ما مرغوب في المنطقة دي, like anywhere here in the US where we are, you don't have to live there. You have to go and live where you can be respected. This is why the people who have lived and seen the level of disagreement
to live in harmony without conflict. So I don't know whether this answers your question. Lakin, I do not know whether they were all Dinka. They had non-Dinka among them. But the forces bita Yom al-Khamis who went to attack the cattle camp, they spoke in Bari. But whether they were Bari or they were not Bari, I do not know. Fortunately, Al cattle camp which was attacked included some Mundarib pastoralists. Rabtin Bakar Btatum Maadenka. These are because this is the way we live. There are people who are friendly, and so they come and they get access to land through their friends and colleagues. So it was clear people had people speaking in Bari that night. But whether they are buried or they are not buried, it has become clear these were the same soldiers who shot the cattle in front along the road. And so I cannot say with absolute certainty, del imkin denka, imkin ma denka, ulo denka, wala ma denka, I don't know what it means. Lakin, the jesh bita hakuma و قبضوهم جيش تاني بتاع حكومة جا and arrested them, and they are under arrest في Juba. So that is the little answer I can give. أنا ما أعرف لو بجاوب على سؤالك ولا ما بجاوب. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Dr. Akec. You answered my question. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Akec.
Will give the chance to a good leader. And let us be respectful, please. Thank you.
I'm a little bit busy. If you pass me and give it to somebody else, then I will come maybe after.
Okay. Then we'll move to Daniel Kier.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yes, I'm trying to. I watched that video yesterday. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I watched the video. It's very disturbing, but this is not the first time. This issue continues to occur every time when when the dry season come and these cattle keepers move. And I believe they are there because of the flood, but the flood ended about a year ago. So I was just wondering why they haven't returned and what can be done to help them, assist them to return, if that is a possibility. Um, and I've just heard from the previous speaker that this act was done by government forces. So why? So if anyone has information that can share with us, that will be appreciated. And then I just once we get the whole picture, maybe we can all brainstorm and figure out what can be done to help, because this keep happening. People dies, and now even animals are being killed, which is, I mean, if you're angry with that person, why not just take the cattle? Why kill them? So I'll continue to listen, and once we get more information, maybe we can all brainstorm and see what can be done to assist. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ustaz Daniel. That question will go to Dr. Akec or Ustaz Dengdit. I believe they already answered that. We don't have much information on that. We saw the video. It's so disturbing, so sad. The level we got into as brothers and sisters. Looks like this is just something that is not expected to ever happen in South Sudan. We don't know. Anyway, I will give the mic to my brother Charles.
Yeah, hello. Charles Sama Sodre.
Hi, Samen. Tafadhal.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, all of you admins and the contributors, and also to the listeners who are down there. First of all, yes, I'm here residing in the United States, and I don't have any party. I'm not the opposition. I'm not the government supporters, but I'm citizens. But regarding of what happened there, and I think Dr. Akec also mentioned a good point, but he left some other stuff on it. Dr. Akec, there is 2 videos, by the way. There's 2 videos, and even in that video, if you listen carefully, in the video Madid played, one guy said that alwel in Tongmonjang actually yongo mil kai kwa, you know, yongo ke kiraji ja lawyer. You hear that? In that video. The video I have also, the same thing. There was talking that other people say let them shoot them, and the other people say no, let's just leave them. These are our brothers. We don't want to shoot them. You know, let us be realistic here. For me, like I'm the son of the area, Boer area. Yeah, it is not good for us, violent, to have our cattle in that area. We are not happy of it, you know, because that's not our land. It is not our ancestor land. But there is some obstacle and a lot of politics on it, and make our people to be in that side of area. But what happened today? What happened from Wednesday night to Thursday? There's no rebel hand on this. There's no rebel hand. It is a government. Government are doing this, and if you want to connect it, listen to the message of President Kiir in Turkey. President Kiir said this, and the video is there. President Kiir said, yes, all the cow left, and they come back again. And then he said, Dinka, they are not the same in culture. Every Dinka have his own culture. And he just cut it there. So if you're analyzing that word alone, it will tell you something. If you analyze that word, it tells you something. There's a lot of meaning of it. So those who shoot this, these people were being given orders. And by the way, they captured even one Denka. And I will not tell you from where. One soldier was captured at Dr. K among those guys. There's one Denka on it. And it is confirmed it is from the government, the Denka. So, you know, Hakuma got a love game. Game with Hakuma, it becomes clear that the citizen has to fight themselves. You know, they want to bring tension, then the communities from in the both south here to fight with Mundari and barriers and Kakwa, Nyangware, you know, in that area, Lahari and Lakora area. You see? There's something going on in Akwana, you know, and we are all watching. Look in Bilinyang, Dr. K, you have 5,000 Mundari alone in Bilinyang. 5,000. They were brought there. What they are doing, we don't know. Are they protecting the road? People don't know exactly what their mission. Okay? Are they what? Are they part of the forces? You don't know. When it comes to the language, yes, people are Boer and Bari, they speak the language. Some Boer, they speak Bari, they speak Mundari. The same thing Mundari, they speak Bari and they speak Denka. That, people know that. A lot of people know that one. But the good thing now, there is people who have been captured and they're in Juba. Among of them is Denka. And that Denka is from the government. So now the question will go back, who give the orders? They are sworn in and they are our force. Who give the orders to those guys? Because these people, Mafi rebellion Fogo, Mafi rebel. Yeah, Mafi rebel Fogo, but Al Wadam ordered them. Is it national security? Is it the tiger? Is it the security of the Salva Kiir Mayadi? Or is other politics within the government? For the Mafi rebel Fogo, man, and Lakbudo Ajat, there's no any rebellion. God, but Thomas mind to yet Fogo. Yeah, this came out from the Juba. And the whole entire citizen now, they know exactly where the problem came in. But we need to know who give the order. And I think we will not get the answer. Even those guys that are captured, they will be taken to the prisoner. But mark my word, by the next week, they will disappear. and the case will turn different. And I just came, Dr. Akec, to back you up. Yeah, that's what I just add for this. I'm done from this here.
Okay, shukran lek, Ustaz Charles.
Yes, I'm ready. If you could give me a chance.
All right, go ahead.
طبعا انا ما بشيل طبعا انا بقيت في شغل, and my word will go directly. Brother Charles, if you have a video that incident happened, if you could forward it to me. I have not had a shot. I didn't get the video. الكلمة بتاعنا بكون directly to Bor community, particularly Bor South القاعدين في area بتاعت Equatorial. Please come back home. المشاكل الحاصل حاصل. You still have your fellow Bor South are in their place and nobody attacking them. يعني النهار assassin بتاع Jonglei will not attack into them again. Lanazol mobilizing them that kill you is in Juba. It is in Salva Kiir's hand. If Salva Kiir will allow him to come and mobilize, that would be his problem. Al-Mem, the ordinary Nuerutai Jonglei have no problem with you, as we have been living side by side since God put us there. Return to your area, and if you have an issue, because I know some part of Bor area, Greater Bor area, is polluted lowland area. You can even move into this side of Greater Akoba and Greater Pangak, which is a highland a little bit better than the lowland area. So you will be served in your cattle. Nobody will touch you. This is a message to Greater Bor. It's the time to leave that area. Based on what I heard also from the leader of Greater Bor community. Politician from Juba also urging the constitution to go back. Because next year or the year, after next year, that's the year we're going to have election. They are calculating if their constitution are not returning back to their area, they will lose their seat. And they are working very hard pushing them to go back to the area. Because you can see right now, Jonglei is secure. Even Morley, they used to have problems with this new deputy governor and current governor, are able to reconcile the community. They are living peacefully. As some of you might saw the video when governor of Jonglei went to Paipur, the kids that were kidnapped from Jonglei were returned peacefully. That's just the deal. Jonglei right now is peaceful for now, unless things, resume again, I hope. Because we have one element, we have one problem as the people of Jonglei. We identify our problem and we find a cure. So that disease that has been killing us is being blocked, and he doesn't have a room to put his butt in Jonglei again. So encouraging people of Jonglei to go back to their area, particularly the community of Bor South. Because in the Greater Bor, you have 3 counties. 2 counties did not move. They are still in their area. Duke and Dukes are a part of Greater Bor, the way Jonglei is divided. And those 2 areas, nobody even leave. So it's just only Bor South County. I'm appealing to them. And I also did talk to their leader that here in the United States. That is the time for them to return. And our community assure to them that nothing like what had happened will happen again. So this is the assurance that I can tell them. I have not seen the video. I'm not going to comment on it until I see it. And thank you.
Thank you, good leader. Are you on Facebook with the name Peter Bellew?
Hold on, let me. Yes. Let me see if I can send you.
I send you the video.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, you want to say something?
Oh, no. Go ahead. If you send it, I will look at. Go ahead. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Shukran lek, Ustaz good leader. And we'll give the mic next to Manon. Ustaz Manon, tfaddal.
Okay, thank you, sweet mom. And also I thank the brother Medit, the mediators, Dr. Akec, Ambassador Akec, and then Deng Ayok did, and Kush, and the rest of the people in the panel. I was follow-up listening, but I'm actually engaging in different functions. And I'm interested actually to listening more. I have the time to participate. So the issue of cattle herders in Equatorial region. And I haven't seen it with me, so I can see the video. But my question is for the last comment that made by Dr. Akec, that it seemed like the government force are the one who are attacking the cattle camp. And the rebel have now associated the issue of shooting by cattle herder that actually 5 people or 6 people has killed in Langara, including some people that get injured. And that actually was the local community were not happy about that incident. And we don't know how that was handled. We heard that the shift of the Sultan, الناس اللي كان ضربوا المواطنين ديل في السوق مسكوا ودوا جوبا. And we don't know what happened from there. This is a story that we heard last month. Victims are citizens of Equatorial, local citizens. And now the story turned to become a government who's shooting the people in Cattle Camp. What is the motivation of government forces? And then the government forces come and capture those people. How can we connect all this dots and explain it to somebody like South Sudanese citizen who want a peaceful community and coexistence with our community? We know cattle herders and farmers, they can live side by side. And even those who are cattle herders from our community in Bor, they are farmers. You know, they are farmers, and the only complaint that we give herding is that they are destroying crops from the local community, and they are armed themselves with weapons. And also there's evidence showing, like last month shooting of 5 people that have been killed in Lankara by cattle herders. And today it is army who attacking the cattle camp. It is the same army who come and capture those who are attacking. How that explains itself? For somebody need to understand exactly, what is going on based on explanation of a Pastoral Akec. Thank you.
Thank you, Ustaz Manon. And if you went to your messages in Facebook, I sent you the link. I also send it to multiple people downstairs. Anyway, thank you for coming up here and share your opinion on this important discussion. However, we'll move to my brother Fortunato.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, moderators, guest speakers, and audience. The topic is pastoralists and peasants in Eastern Equatoria. I don't know exactly the topic. It is mentioning Eastern Equatoria, and if it is the issue of Dinkabor, you have to ask yourself, how many times Equatorians, MPs, local leaders have been telling the Dinka to move the cows out of Equatorial region? How many? How many years? And they keep on killing our people. They came to our place as a refugees, being welcome. and now they turn against our own citizen of Equatorial. Everything was already closed. No negotiation with the Dinka board. No negotiation with any Dinkas. They must leave Equatorial's land from Eastern Equatoria to Central, whatever in Western Equatoria. We don't need any propaganda here, there, and there. Governor of Central Equatoria, what did he do? A month ago or two, he issued a 72 hours for Tinkapur to move. What did they do? You have to blame your own leaders. Our MPs from Eastern Equatoria spoke very well that Tinkapur, we don't want any excuses that the flood is this. You need to fix your own mess. If you have a problem in your own region over there, you have to fix it. Don't come to Equatoria. Go to Dinka land in Lake States or whatever, anywhere. You're not needed in Equatorial land because you brought the destruction to Equatoria. In the capital city, those people, capital city must be relocated as soon as possible. And John Grant remain must be removed out of that land of Equatoria. We don't want this bad spirit into our land. You know, Dinkas are already there, enemies of Equatorians. No matter whether you go, I have friends, all this, we speak to the people on the ground. They can be in the office. Nobody met eye to eye in the office. These are Equatorians. Kora or not, you cannot go to somebody's land and you try to bring your guns. Who armed the Dinka board? Rebecca Nyadeng. We hated this. She went to Nimule without the awareness of Lobong, and she thought nobody knew what went wrong. She took the gun to the Dinka refugees, IDPs, cattle keepers. Those are terrorists. We call terrorists terrorizing our people. We cannot run here and there. There is no peace with the Dinkas in Equatorial land. No. You go to your own land and fix your own problem over there, and then you stay in your own land. You cannot come and talk about pastoralists. We need people, the local leaders, that they had meeting with the refugees. The chapter is already closed. We don't want no negotiation, nothing. Dinka must go. Dinka Board militias must go. Specifically, Dinka Board. They are the one who make the Equatorial hit all Dinkas. Who are these? They are Dinka Board. Nobody cares whether you are Dinka from where. You are the enemies of Equatorial. Because of the Dinka Board, what they've been doing. And they are doing this because of the Kir is in power, supplying guns, all these. When your killer is gone, thankfully, everybody will arm. You either force you have to go by force or we have to kill ourselves. Nothing else. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you for Tenanto. We open this room so we can talk on these issues and to come up with solutions. Also, I don't know if Dr. Akec mentioned this, but there is an agreement right now on the floor among the Jengbor community to actually move out from Equatorians' land. Where they would go to, it would not be anywhere near the Equatorians' land. So we do stand with you, and we agree that just like many said in this room, if you're not welcome somewhere, you should just pack up and leave. And that should just be as simple as that. So that's why we open this room. We want to bring solution. all these insecurities and violence that are happening in these areas are not acceptable. And then if the only solution is for those people to move out, then they should really just do that. And that's why we open this room. We want to tell our brothers, please move out of those areas so we won't lose life from both sides. So thank you. And I'll give the mic to my brother CPI. And also CPI.
Comrade Manon, I send it to you. You can look to your Facebook. I did forward the video to you.
All right. If anybody have a connection or is friend with CPI in Facebook, please send it to him because I wasn't able. He gave me a link. I mean, he gave me a name that I couldn't find in Facebook, so I wasn't able to send it to him. So I'm sorry, CPI, but hopefully someone else will send it to you. Also, it's your turn, so I'll give you the mic.
Thank you very much, sweet mama. Of course, Madit, moderator Sina, Kush or Akec, good leader Daniel and Charles and Angelo, and then Dengdit. Salam Tawun Kulu, all our neighbors here, and all our citizens of Equatoria. This is General Charles Pearson. I'm the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. I'm Equatorian, proud to be Equatorian, fighting for Equatorial nation and independence. I think it is a right time now. Is a right person here, Akec. I don't know whether they Akec will raise Dinka Borde or they Akec Tani. Yeah, sweet mama.
Raise Dinkabur. I don't think so. Who raised Dinkabur? Who like him?
Former ambassador in US, yeah, brother Charles.
He's in real SPLM.
Oh,
he's a former ambassador in the United States.
Yes.
Okay. Da Akec abo minajere mafi tu Akec fi John Akec of here.
Da
John Akec
da sum John Akec min virtual.
Okay. Lakin Akec de kaman min bor. Right?
Yes.
Shukran ya Deng. Ya Akec. There's to know what is making people very hard to move in land Equatoria. What does it make it very hard for you to leave Equatorial land? Despite the request, all that politely, peacefully, and through verbal talks, what make you, the Dinka, not to leave Equatorial land?
Soal bitakala so aku.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah, I think he's done. Yes.
Okay. I thank you very much, my brother. Well, I'm not a leader with Dinka Bor. I am from Bor. I'm a citizen of South Sudan, born in Bor. I think I'm a leader in South Sudan. And I have lived with great leaders from South Sudan, from so many different places, including the late Uncle Oduo, whom I knew a long time ago, and with whom I lived in Ethiopia. So I'm not against anybody telling anybody to leave his or her land. If I were in the area, I would have moved. Lakin I'm not every Dinkabor. So that is my first and simple answer. I totally agree with you. The suggestion which was made by Brother Kuch before, that لو انت في محل وما دايرينك في المحل ده يا اخي براح انت قوم امشي. So الكلام ده وقال لي من زمان وقال لي so many other leaders, because we want to build a united, peaceful society in South Sudan, where we each embrace each other. دايرين نعيشوا أخوان زي ما كنا بنقعد أخوان. لكن المشاكل الحصل اليوم ده we see them. Why? We don't know. But we have known how conflicts are managed by people sitting down together, finding what is the cause of the conflict, and resolving it in a friendly manner, without anger, without spilling over the children or the properties. I cannot answer why, if there are Dinkabor who are still in Eastern Equatoria, why they are there. I know there are, lakini I don't know the reasons why they have not left. I agree in my previous capacity as a government official, whatever the government has decided to do, I need to implement it. So if the government has decided that the Dinkabor must leave from Eastern Equatoria, from Central Equatoria, from Western Equatoria, and go back to Jonglei, I will implement it. I would have implemented it. I want to implement it. أنا قلت كلامي قبل in the beginning that it is clear the people must leave from Equatoria. And so all are agreed that they are moving. It is also clear from the clip bita Bagara Durubuda fi Tariq Umbari Umasabit that the Dinkas are moving with their cattle and they are going back to Bor. So why they did not move? But they have now decided to move. So we should all celebrate. Alhamdulillah, they are living in peace. But unfortunately, yani, it is not the people, I don't know, from either Eastern Equatoria or Central Equatoria, who are blocking their move. They want to move, but somebody within the government is stopping them, is interrupting their movement, is killing their properties. My brother, thank you for announcing. I stand with you. I want every South Sudanese to be free wherever he or she is born, and to be happy, to live happily. That is all that I want to do. Not because I'm a former ambassador, lakin as a human being, this is what I have been doing. If you have colleagues that you know, they will tell you a little bit about my background during the stages when we were in school together. I'm not for any kind of conflict. I want to live for peace and in a peaceful way with respect to each and everybody's right. Thank you. I don't know why people have not left, but they are leaving now. So I think we should all be happy and celebrate because we all want peace. But also, when the people are leaving, I do not want anybody to interrupt them. Lanu, if you attack them while they are leaving, they will not leave again, and the problem will continue. So there will be death of South Sudanese, whether they come from Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, from Equatoria, or from Jonglei. We don't want to lose any life. We are always very sorry to lose a life of any South Sudanese, لمرض أو by anything, when it is not for our freedom. Malaysia will lose it for freedom, it is a honor. They are kalam bitai, but I'm also the Akec. I'm also one of the Akec. There are many Akec maybe, but I'm one of the Akec who is a former ambassador of South Sudan to the United States. But there were two Akec. There was Akec, there is Akec. So, shukran. I hope your question is answered.
May I add something?
Analyst bonus, Daniel.
I just want to add one point.
Dinka is Dinka. Cattle keepers are Dinka. Those who are supporting the cattle keepers are Dinka. So what are you asking me here? So, Ayok, Ambassador, Equatoria is not part of South Sudan. Equatoria is for a land for Equatoria. Are you aware that the Dinka are killing Equatoria in their own land? And forcing them to go to exile? That's my second question.
Okay. أنا هخلي دكتورة كيجي جاوب, but I just want to ask you, CPI, can you keep your questions and maybe contribute on the topic above here? You know, we don't want to make it, between you and Dr. Cage, but the question have to be within the topic. Thank you.
It's within the topic. We are talking about the pastoralists, right?
Yes. Okay, Dr. Cage, اتفضل.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much again, my brother. No, I'm not aware that Equatoria is an independent territory out of South Sudan. I know of South Sudan, which includes 3 different states formerly known as Equatoria, but they are now Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, or Quebec, and Western Equatoria. And I know that they are parts of South Sudan. I don't know if there is anybody killing specific people from these areas. What I know, what I hear is that some people killed South Sudanese. And they are called unknown gunmen. So, and they are not specific, because I want to tell you, my brother, that so many people from Dinkabur also died. They have been killed by unknown gunmen. We don't know whether they were killed by some people by South Sudanese, from Equatorial, from Upper Nile, from Bahr Ghazal, from anywhere. They have died in South Sudan. We don't know who killed them. So I will not single out that only people from Equatoria are killed by Dinkas. That I have no definition for that. So I regret the loss of life of any South Sudanese that I know of. And if there is a way for me to prevent it, I'll prevent it. I'm working for the creation of a unified government where South Sudanese, of the whole South Sudan, where all South Sudanese, regardless of where they come from, whether they come from Equatoria, from Upper Nile, Bahr Ghazal, they live together in harmony, they like each other, and they work for the welfare and development of South Sudan. And a South Sudan where I and you will be proud to live and to be called a South Sudanese. So that is what I know. But if there is an Equatorial which is not part of South Sudan, I do not know of it yet. I will have to learn that in the geography. Unfortunately, I may not be studying geography again. Lakin, I will need to learn that. So thank you very much. But, you know, I want to advise you that if you have some issue with the Dinka, do not make it between me and you. I do not represent the Dinka here, unfortunately. I have come as an individual South Sudanese member who likes South Sudan and who's working for the welfare of South Sudan. I do not represent the Dinka. Yes, I am born, or I have been born in Dinka land, from Dinka Bor. If there are problems, I want to help in solving problems related to Dinka Bor area, so that as part of a solution to all the problems in South Sudan. Thank you very much. I hope that answers your question to the audience.
Thank you. Just in respect to what Sister Sweet Mama said, I'm not gonna, maybe I'll ask you a last question, and then I will make my comment. Akec, I don't want, you are from Bor. The reason why I asked this because
Sweet Mama, the moderators.
Angela, can you mute your phone?
How much?
Can you wait a second?
Please,
No,
Angela.
I just have a question. How much?
Oga kaka jike moy penyene. De na ran tinu de la kuma. Kuma la wo bay. Lwel wela mangala. Wakin dinga da yi wala mangala. E kere ga yu kai no menga yi wala mangala. Ena jol ku ben de nyang je man ke waja ben. Go ko moy ga bi. E kare ne le ro yen le ro mangala ke o moy ko ya jani ke na kar ba ti jini akuma na ngora ne ke moy ke o ka yung chi o wo na chi o ku e ka ba le ka che o che na chi yine le ne yilo mangala ke je le ke che ya ne le yi wo ka ke cha ga yu cha no ma to le yine ke le ni akuma le yilo mangala yen ke cha de wo moy pe ni ma ne yen ke ji ba ne na de ke ne ngo yin ngo ke ba ne to ja je to lo yu wo ke ke mo ka ni ke ka ti a de ke ne ke ngo ni ke ba ne wo ke ne ne ke ni na kuma ku ji loy ka ji nu da ji ru ne ne da ji to uno ka to ke le ke cha ta an ja fol ba le ya kuma ta an fol ke ni ka an gara ne wa ka a ji an ta ka ja me ko ja jam ku le yo mo yi de ji ke ji le an gara ne wa ka o ka ga ta ba kwal a ga ta la pe ji le e nya je ne ti yin ke la ya no ka la ke ga ba ki ba ta ke ka li wo ga na ka la ka le wunya ida mala nya ne ke ya to pin ki wuri ya nya ne ti ba to ngani anja mala akuma wa tare pan yin ba ke ka tara yi luchan
What make you for all these years very hard for you to move out of Equatorial? You know, behalf of Equatoria, or you're talking about your family? Which one are you talking about? Your family here, or you are talking about Equatoria? That's the question you should be asking yourself.
I think, moderator, I think CPI will not, so let us move tonight, please.
Equatoria is not even a tribe to be used as an equal to the Dinka. If you want to talk, you should talk about Israeli or Letukaya, Charlotte. Then. And moderators, my apology for just being in here, but you guys know this guy here. He's mentally drained. He's not mentally fit to discuss the.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
sweet
you.
mama, for
All
that
right.
intervention. Let me just make my remark. You
Okay,
know,
can you make it in 3 minutes because we've
yeah,
been here for like a while now.
it's okay. Pastoralists and peasants in Eastern Equatoria. In Eastern Equatoria. First and foremost, I want to let you know that Dr. Akec, Equatoria is Equatorial land. It's our land being colonized by the Dinka. And of that, we need everybody out of that. We have not yet started fighting. The war has not yet started. For us who are taking a peaceful, like you say, you want a peaceful resolution. Akec, I'm the former representative to Canada of the IO during Riek Machar SPLM IO. Okay, and I'm also a former SPLM officer. So when we talk about the cattle, the pastoralists, how many times these Equatorians ask you to leave the Equatorial lands? You people don't listen. And now even you are manipulating the shooting of these cows is being done by the Dinka so that to implicate Equatorians. Like you say, oh, they're talking Bari. So now you're accusing the Bari. You are trying to, so that, you go, your people go and kill the Bari so that you are able to take the land. That's all the manipulation you wanted to do here. This is, you are just like Murfain, Arakul Laham, Tani, Ujama Safikas Matatani Almaakolo. So you are demoning Bari as the attackers of the cows because they speak Bari. And what proved that they are even Bari? Now, you say that some of these people have been arrested. Ituma Bayarfa Detito, Hambele Charles then was here. And he said this is why Jews in Dinka. What make you difficult to mention this person's name here? A criminal.
Okay, sum up CPI because
Yeah.
yes,
And you people have been killing
30
our
seconds.
people, human beings. You are killing human beings. Now you are crying of cows. Yahi? God have mercy on you guys. But my solution to you guys, and I'm telling you this, go peacefully. The 4 cows, the cows, and the 2 leg cows, 2 must also leave Equatoria. Yahi inda kumahal tahon. Jongole is the biggest land in the colonial South Sudan. It has even the most dry areas now. Magalikulu occupied by land, by water. All of us you study geography. I study geography. Okay? So you cannot say that, the Dinka poor are living because, there is no any dry land. Then almost all the people of Jongole could move out to Equatoria, including the Murle, including the Nuer, including other tribes. But you have your hidden intentions to occupy Equatorial land. Not even now hidden, but it's an open one. The government supply your Dinka Bor people with arms, reinforce them with military equipment, arm them, give them ammunition to come and kill Equatorians in the Equatorial land. But we are telling you, the time is zeroing out. The time is zeroing out. The time when we react is a time when you know that, what we have been talking here is true. But why you want to kill one another? Why you don't listen? You want us to fight like the way we fought with Sudan? Are you gonna win? With you Selata or the cool, you cannot win. You'll never win anywhere in Equatoria. If we launch the war, you'll never win it.
I mean,
All right, CPI, thank you, my brother. We'll come back to you. I think you made your point clear, and we don't want to just be here all day. But thank you for coming up and share your points and questions. We will get back later to Dr. Kate to answer you, but for now, I'm going to move the line because we have many people up here. I will give the mic to Brother Angelo.
Thank you,
And
sweet mama.
let's keep it respectful and around 5 minutes. Thanks.
Yes, I will try my best. Thank you. That's why I asked you how much time you give to one person, to one speaker. But thank you, sweet mama. Thank you, Coach. Dr. Akec, good leader, Daniel, CPI, Dengdit Ayok, Shruet, I think that I said the name right, Denkamis, Madit, Tet, I think it's Teti, and Jurtoy. The topic is very good topic, and that's why actually I was working and then I stopped working in order to contribute. And thank to Dr. Cage, actually tried its best to explain, even though some people are not satisfied. But in order to bring a solution to the issue of cattle in Eastern Equatoria, I think I will disagree with some people suggestion that the solution is for Dinka Bor to leave the area. I will disagree. That's not how you bring the solution. If you do that, you are dividing. Actually, you are dividing the people of South Sudan. If you tell anyone to go back to where he was born, then you are dividing, and then you are not creating the unity among the people. The solution, if I'm a member of the parliament, I will introduce the law and regulation. The law that if somebody cattle go and damage somebody farm, then I will send the team to evaluate what the damage, and then I will make the cattle keeper to pay for the damage that is cattle cost. Also, I will designate the area where the cattle can grass and burn the and designate the area, and some areas the cattle will not be allowed to go through. Create the path for the cattle. If you do that, then you actually creating fairness. You creating the law. Also, I will put the law in place. If the cattle raiders or cattle hedgers go and attack the civilian, then now I will hold them accountable. And also, if the civilian go and attack the cattle keepers, then I have to hold them accountable. If civilian think that cattle damage their farm, then they have to report to the law, to the authorities, not to take the law into their hands. That's what you do for the one country. Equatoria is a South Sudan. South Sudan is from the three regions: Equatoria, Barakazal, and Upper Nile. That's Equatoria, and there is no one to claim that Equatorial people are his people. I can claim that Equatorial people are my people, and if you don't want it or you don't like it, it's your own problem. Equatoria are my people, and I'm a Dinka, just like CPI or Charles Taheli claim that Equatorial are his people, and he's from Taheli tribe or Latuko. So this is how we're gonna bring the stable South Sudan, my brothers. You know, and sweet mama, let me know when I reach my time, please. You know, in the whole world, you don't please people. You don't please everybody in order to create the unity. Everybody that create the spoil that people see is going to spoil the unity of the country, it has to be ignored. And that's why I'm here. Actually, some people that say that Equatoria is a dependent state.
You have
They need to be
1 minute left. Sorry.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. They need to be ignored. South Sudanese people should ignore them and should not bring them to say their opinion in their platform. Let them on their own, because we are building the nation. We are not pleasing people that are seen to actually cause chaos and disunity in our country. So my last word is Dinkabor are South Sudanese and they are staying in Equatorial region, and if they are welcome to stay there. If their cutters damage the farm, then they will be held accountable for allowing their cattle to damage the farm. But the solution is not to tell them to go back to their to where they came from. That's not the solution. And I will rest my case from there. Thank you, Sweet Mama.
Sweet Mama or moderators, can I have an interjection for a second?
No, I think we need to move the line CPI. So a lot of people want to speak.
Okay, Madit.
Sweet Mama, go ahead. Who's next? Okay, the next one.
Wal is next. I'm sorry. Was I muted the whole time? Yes. I
Yes.
just want to say that I don't know if you guys heard me, but I was saying we will be moving people down because we have many people up here and we want to give chances to others. And yeah. So the next would be Wal.
Yes, so thank you so much, Sweet Mama Ayok. Thank you so much for also bringing me up. I had a chance, and also Dr. Akec, I greet you, and thank you so much also for being with us here. I took a chance to look at the video. I received the video from Sweet Mama as well as from Abraham Adit. Thank you so much also for that. The video is very, very disturbing.
Give me a second, Brother Wilson, to cut you off. I just want to clarify. I see some negative comment on on the comment side. For those of you who are doing those comments, please, we will delete your comment and we warn you. If you do it again, I have a right to remove you from the room. Please be respectful.
Yes. So, yes, thank you so much, yes, I saw the video, and what I saw, I did not see no cows in any farm. What I saw the cows being driven. Lano fi habil al birbur. One of the cows that got shut down had the rope on its neck. And normally, for the Dinka people and the Nuer and perhaps Mundari, when you put the ropes on the neck of the cow, it means that you are moving. So that alone is a clear evidence that indeed these people were moving. Also, in their talking, they were moving. Because I also see them carrying some bags. They were moving. And now I don't understand here, while these people seem to be implementing the orders for them to move back, why are they ambushed on the road and kill and attack? Gabel, CPI would come up here, what is making it very difficult for Dinkabor to move? CPI, this is one of the things that makes it very difficult. You are told to leave, and then when you are leaving, you get ambushed. Then how are you going to leave? This, I think, in my opinion, the Dinka Boer people are being squeezed
They're being told to leave, and yet nobody wants them to leave. And then now they are being subjugated to the Khoc campaign. To me, this is a pre-plan for a genocide of a certain community, because when you kill what a family depend on, what are they going to depend on? What are they going to eat? Those of you who were in the room when I came in here, I came with a different profile, and you might have seen now I changed my profile. CPI, that is the old man from Bor, one of the old men who got beaten up and had his cows killed. Now you take away what he has a professions in it. All he knows, what all that man knows, is how to keep a cow. That's how he makes his living. In the same way, maybe you CPI and the rest of you here, you might be engineers, you might be doctors, you might be professors, you might be officers in the army. That means you do have some sort of income, and you have a skill to get a job. But now, if we begin to go and attack these people here, we kill what they know how to make a living of. Like this old man you see in the picture here. He is not a doctor. He is not a pilot. He's not a soldier. He's not a computer engineer. He's just a cow keeper. All he knows is to feed the cow and milk it, and that's how he make a living. But nana intellectuals, especially those of us who are in the West, if we come here and then this man here, that man you see in that picture there, however he makes his living bothers you while you are in Canada. And you think that what he make a living of should be destroyed. Where are you going to employ him? Even though we don't want Dinka in Equatoria, I want to let you know that Juba is in Equatoria. And if all Dinka who are cattle keepers don't have cows, don't have any other ways to make a living, where do you think they will go? This old man that you see here, if he doesn't have cows that keep him in the jungles, where do you think he will go? He will come to Juba. And that Juba, you don't even want people in it, will be overcrowded. So by anybody making any conspiracy to kill their cows, you are not making situation any better. As a matter of fact, what you're doing, you are telling all the Dinka, come to Juba. Because if I lose my cows and that's all that I know how to make a living, where am I going to go? خلاص انا بمشي جوبا ان شاء الله نبقى نعمل شوكولاته هناك في جوبا. المهم انا بكابس معك في جوبا هناك. And I don't think that is what you want to see happening. You don't want to see that. So we need to be careful here about what we call for. What I saw was very barbaric. It was very barbaric. I know it had nothing to do with the Equatorians as a community. يعني حقيقة ده لازم يقولوا. And I know it had nothing to do with the rebels. I think it has a lot to do with the government. لأن الشارع ده where these people يعني كبري ده is being patrolled by the government troops. حتى لو جاء حصل إنه those soldiers who killed these cows, they happen to be from Equatoria, is still Zola Ladam Silare is the government. And the government led the people of South Sudan in this regard. And I'm glad that the government took initiative to arrest the culprits. Yes, Not all crimes can be prevented, but the criminal should not roam free. And the fact that the government took them into custody, that is very, very irresponsible. These people, since they have agreed to leave, I don't see why they are ambushed on the road and killed. So whoever, even the government, maybe the people of Equatoria, maybe you need to change your focus and maybe focus on the government then. لأن الموضوع, in the way I see it, according to that video, bigger man has body under مشكلة. It looks like the poor people have agreed to leave. But why is the government allowing the soldiers to go and attack the cows on the way back home? Why is that? The people like you, CPI, maybe today you need to adjust yourself and maybe shift your focus onto this government here. What's going on here? But anyway, the government will say yes, some bad guys did it and we arrest them. So what else can we say? Still, government is bear the responsibility, because why is the government allowing the crooked soldiers in our uniform to use our bullets, our car, our guns to violate the laws of South Sudan? That's very bad. I think the government have a lot of work to do. All of these tribally minded individuals should not actually wear our uniform, because whoever did this here, there's all kinds of into tribal motives behind his joining our military, and those people needed to be weeded out. A good government, a good soldier would have escorted the Dinka Boer back to Jonglei instead of shooting and killing the cows. That is what I would do as a good soldier. I would protect these people and make sure that I implement the orders of the government, the orders that ask Dinka Boer people to leave. Even though, in a real sense or legally, the Dinka Boer are, in this case, being treated like second-class citizens. Lanu, who am I to tell who where to live in my country? Who am I to dictate where Dinka Boer people should or shouldn't? Lakin, because it has created a lot of headache, we make a decision based on the doctrine of necessity. We compromise that right until later on, perhaps when we all come to understand that we are South Sudanese before we become the tribal. But in a real sense, in this case here, Dinka Boer people had been treated like second-class citizens. And I guess maybe that's why nobody seemed to mind about their lives. That's very bad. That's very bad. Our government needs to do more than this. I don't like it. I saw that video. I didn't like it. Sweet ma'am, you can take the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ustaz Dengdit, Ustaz Kush, Ustaz Dr. Akec, Ustaz Madid, does any one of you want to make any interjection before I can actually give 3 minutes again to CPI and then move the line?
Yes, I would like to say something.
Okay.
Thank you for the chance.
Okay, and also before you say anything, can you refresh the room so the new people would grasp on what we're talking about? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, we are talking about the cattle herders and farmers in Eastern Equatoria, as it is in the topic up there. But we talked about it in Equatoria as a whole. We gave a historical background of the social ties between the Boer Dinka community and the local communities in Equatoria, and that there used to be seasonal relocation from Boer into Equatoria by the cattle herders through mutual understanding between their community leaders, and then they were allowed to stay in Equatoria and graze their cattle on the basis that they would respect the members of the local community and abide by the norms and social values in the region, and at the same time keep their cattle away from agricultural production location or farms. And then we also talked about the reason why these people leave their ancestral land in Bor and relocate into Equatoria region. And then we also talked about the differences that had emerged between the cattle herders and members of the local communities in Equatorial region. And then we talked about the roles of the politicians in politicizing and complicating the well-established relations between the Dinka Boer people and the communities of Equatoria. And then we talked about the details of the problems and the practical solution to the problem. So this is what we are talking about. Now, coming back to my own point that I want to say is as follows. We are here talking about the problem. And I like one thing when I am speaking. I like to go into the details. I like to talk about the problems without shying away to mention some sensitive things in the problem itself. I do this in a belief that when we are sitting down to discuss a problem, we need to detail it in its entirety without shying away from saying some of the things that are deemed to be sensitive. And so when I was talking about the fact that the cattle herders are killed in Equatoria or they are attacked, I didn't mean to take side with the Dinka Boer community. I was talking about this matter as something that is factual, something that is taking place on the ground. At the same time, I also mentioned that the cattle herders also killed the local people. And I gave some examples. And I talk about this problem that is giving all of us a. And I talked about the role of the politicians in what they are doing, about the rebels, although some of us here came and they said what is happening between the cattle herders and the local community has no connection with the rebels. I want to say one thing concerning this. Maybe what happened yesterday has no connection with the rebels, but there are other separate incidents in relation to cattle herders that involve rebels. This one should not be denied. Yes, what happened yesterday, the government is behind it, and there are a lot of reports that talked about that. And so, believing in the principle that when we are discussing a problem, we need to detail it all and we don't need to shy away in mentioning some aspects of the problem is good, because the problem involves two sides, and you have to say that this one side has done this wrong and the other side has also done this wrong. And so this is the problem, and the way forward is 1, 2, 3. I think this is what we did right here when we said that the Boer Dinka cattle herders should move away from Equatoria to other areas where they can graze their cattle. We didn't mean to actually divide the people of South Sudan. But that is the solution, because the more they continue to stay there, the more this one cause problems between the local communities. There are incidents of insecurity, incidents of fighting, killing happening. And whenever these things happen, we get hurt and our social ties are damaged. And then hatred, the proportion of hatred can increase. And when it increases, we cannot tolerate ourselves. And whenever the proportion of hatred increases, then you can see people now mobilizing themselves. You can see people calling for action. You can see people making fundraising in order to collect money to go and buy arms, and then they can go and butcher themselves. That's why we said these people have to move away, leave the local people in peace until some other time when they will reach common ground, so that peace is preserved in the area. And I think we should not misunderstand ourselves, and we should not misquote ourselves when we are speaking. So this is the presentation I wanted to make for those who spoke after us. And so thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, sweet mama.
Thank you, Ustaz Dengdit, for clarification and also for refreshing the room for our new guests. Thank you for that. Also, I'll go back to Ustaz CPI, because I know you did have some points that you want to put across. Can you please just put them in like 3 minutes only? If you're here, Ustaz.
Thank you.
CPI.
Yes, thank you. I have to unlock my screen. Thank you, sweet mama.
Don't worry about it.
First, I want to just reply to Deng. Deng, you are not helping your Dinkabor. By you trying to impose the Dinka to live in Equatoria is not gonna help us. Why don't you go back and go to your place so that we will live in a good neighborhood? A good neighbor. Like even in the Bible say, love your neighbors, you love yourself. But there's no good.
Madera Gata Ustaz CPI, but when did Ustaz Dengdit say that Denka should stay in Equatorian land?
That is Angelo Deng, not Dengdit.
Oh, okay.
Okay? That's Angelo Deng. Okay? I will come to Dengdit later on. So, and Equatoria is already Equatoria. What division are you talking about here? We Equatorians, we belong to the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. We are not South Sudanese. We are not South Sudanese at all.
Can you drop this guy? Can you drop him?
You cannot drop me from Equatoria too. You are Mayon. So
I don't care. Don't tell us nonsense here.
Hey, Mayon, please do not interrupt. Thank you. Continue, CPI.
Thank you, sweet mama. You are really sweet. You know how to cool the situation. So to Wall, I don't know. Wall say Wall orwa or Jeretani or of telephone. I don't know. But yakwana. They are to bellet abugar gidoru abugar giro budu fi tehet. Fi yom tan bagar bidoru or budu tehet. This question I wanted to ask a Wall. Gal this abugar kan fi memoria. Wo contradict himself gal bagarade kan robutu tehet. So ya tewa fi memoria. Mutu robutu biar te kotori na.
لا خلينا أستاذ معلش. Look, he said that الحبل وكده يخطوه في رقب البقر معناته البقر هيكون on the go يعني البقر ماشي ما قاعد تحت يعني وكده يخطوا الحبل في رقب البقر. I don't know how to
Okay. O
yeah.
bagara de kan even ina kan bagara de kutu manato silu bara min kasab de mogura kulu ges ma bagara de sika de ato makabi bena galis naze fi sharia durubu fi sharia tarabat ma sharia wasi ya nina ma ya sukirin. So well, please, the solution is peaceful solution is take your cows back to Dinka land. Easy. That's the easiest. Yakwana shakla lisa mabada. Lisa not yet. Ukambiga shakla jabada badin tu bugulu shunu. Itu mgaba kalam taita kasumade. Lakin kambiga nas bigger. Like the way they are killing our people every day. Now you are crying about just babugar. What about human being tanalgi katuluda? Would say day hakuma yamula hajadetum is good that you say by yourself. And always we tell you this. It is the government who kill people on Nimule Road. It's the government who kill people. But you guys say no. Now you know yourself that it is the government that kill the people and that they kill the cows. Go next, Ajay. Line move. Let Dengdit come on. I want to make this very clear. Equatorial has no agreement with the Dinka to live in Equatorial land, to occupy Equatorial land, and to force Equatorians to in exile. There's no any agreement like that. There's no any agreement that make that we can be protected by the Dinka. There's no agreement at all. So please, I give you respect, but now I withdraw my respect from you. Because you don't look even a little, you look just like the propaganda was all want to manipulate facts. Thank you.
Okay. أستاذ دينجي ده نرد قبل ما نحرك
Yes, I want to tell him briefly that I did not talk about any agreement between the communities in Equatoria and the Dinka. I did not talk about such things. And so what Brother CPI is saying is something that is completely different. So this is the point of clarification.
All right. Yeah. أستاذ CPI طبعا قبل أستاذ دينجيت كان بيتكلم بيقول إنه الجماعة دي أصلا كان متعاشرين قبل 80s يعني قبل الحرب بتاعت SPLM مع شماليين يعني هم كانوا متعايشين وكانوا متفاهمين إنه الرعاة من دنكابور يعني في season sometime they come around and they stayed there and they have peaceful coexistence that time. But after the 1980s up, everything become politicized. So that's what he said. Anyway, we'll move the line. Let me refresh my screen and see who's next. I think Shred.
Yes.
All right, trouble.
Yeah, thank you, sweet mama. I just want to greet Ambassador Akec, Dr. Akec.
معلش يا جماعة سويت ما تنسيني because أنا دايرة أمشي الشغل. Please don't forget about me. I'm here. Thank you. Continue.
Yes, I see you, my sister.
Thank you. First time I met Dr. Akec in North Carolina, and we held a certain meeting, and I'm glad that I have seen him here. Even though we disrespect him, but he's one of the ambassadors that were representing us in Washington, D.C. before. Thank you for coming. The issue of the Nkabo cattle in Eastern Equatoria, or wherever Equatoria they are, it's become a headache, actually. And that's why CPI has been advocating about the evacuation of the cattle from Equatoria, which is actually the whole region. And I know CPI came from a certain community that we actually know. But we are people of South Sudan, Based on the constitution, you can live anywhere, wherever you may be. And our people from Dingabo, they keep cattle actually. Even though they live in Nairobi, they can have a cattle. Even most of the Dinka, they know how to keep cattle. You can keep them in Nairobi, you can keep them anywhere else. Even in the United States, you can keep them. But according to the law, that they cannot destroy the farms of a certain community or the indigenous community. And that law is everywhere. Even in your own place, you can keep your cattle apart from where they can even destroy somebody's farm. It does not give you the license to just go there and kill people, or you just go and kill the cattle that are destroying the farm. So I know South Sudan become an institution that have its own constitution, and each and every state has a constitution, and each tribe, they have customary laws. So people can be held accountable. It is very simple. But they have right too to protect the cattle from sheep. Government is being accused, oh, these people are being armed and all this. Yes, even in the United States, you can have your gun, or even in Canada, to protect yourself from somebody else that you don't even know. So the issue of advocating killing the innocent civilian in the whole Equatorial region because they are living there, I don't know what is the heart of these people. Yeah, most of the time, majority of Dingabo left already, and some of them they are on the process to leave. But it is not in the verse of the interest to leave Equatoria, because they belong to this country, and Equatoria is part of us. We have been living there for a long time before we have an independent country. So I don't know. We have so many Equatorians that are living everywhere. Even in my region, they are living there. And there are no a single room that I create in order for this Equatorian to be shut away from my region. So I don't know what kind of heart is this. Even the terrorists, they don't even think like that. How come you just shoot down the cattle? Tame animal. You have so many wild animals in Equatoria. You have so many wild animals that's supposed to be shot. And instead, you go and kill
You
the
have
cattle.
1 minute to conclude, Shred.
I'm going to conclude. You allow CPI to talk too much. I don't know where you come from. So these are human beings. These are our people belong to South Sudan. I know they don't talk about the terrorists that are ambushing people from on the highway of Nimili. My friend, I don't know what kind of war that are you going to wage. That all the Dinka have to be moved from Equatoria so that you will launch attack. I don't know what kind of attack. Just bring that fighting on. We are waiting. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Ustaz Shred. I just want to say to the rest of our guests here that just came up here, we have to know one thing, that our people, or let's say the community of Bor down there in equatorial lands, are not like they should not be there. Okay, we went through a lot. The two communities went through a lot, such as, there is no more room for negotiation. There is no more room for any type of agreement. There is no any of that. So this is why we say that the community of Bor have to move out from those lands. Okay, we can just keep those opinions to ourselves, saying that anybody can live anywhere around the country. That is not the point today. Okay, because as you guys can see, there is so much violence just because of that, and we don't want anyone to die from the two communities. So better peacefully to leave those people alone, since they're not welcoming you. Today, you cannot be in someone's house forcing yourself. If someone came to your house and you don't want them there, it doesn't even matter if they're doing anything or not. If someone doesn't want you in their area, just get out. Okay, so we want to put that in mind, because for that small reason, so many people are dying and a lot of bad things are happening, and we want to keep little that we have for the future. Maybe one day, and I'm sure one day, if the country is better, I'm sure those two communities will be, living together again. This is just a very bad time for all the communities in South Sudan, because we have no government, we have no laws, we have no regulation, we have nothing. So better everybody just move back to where you came from, so we can sort things and maybe work to have peace. My sister, if Deng Khamis, if you can allow me to give the chance to Sister Teti. I think she's going to work, and also she's the only, not only two women up here, and men are been talking, and we always want to consider women, So let's give chance to Sister Teti, and then we'll get back to you, Ustaz Deng Khamis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mom, sorry, I'm gonna talk.
Excuse me?
Arabic? What is that?
You cut me several times. What is going on?
What?
You cut me several times, and I'm here for long. I want to go to work too.
Okay,
that's okay. Give her
Malaysia,
time.
Mama Jurtong.
No, let her talk. Give her a chance. Yeah, I will wait. Give her a chance. Thank you so much.
Ustaz Teti. Mama Jurtong, you can go, and I'm sorry.
Did you allow me or?
Yes.
Okay. Salam takum kulakum to moderators are guiding him. Ana ismi Jurtong. Jurtong ana wa ana bitta Junub Sudan. Wal capital city al Juba de dola bitana kulana. ناس القاعدين يقتلوا بعض ده وقاعدين يقتلوا أبقار ده للناس بتاعنا كلنا. ولو حاجة زي ده أصل ممكن نتكلموا بطريقة البودينا قدام نحن الجنوبين. ليه قاعد نقول كده؟ حربنا بزمن طويل وفقدنا الناس كتار. وبعد ما لقينا رفراندوم بتاعنا لازم نبنوا دولة بتاعنا مش نقتلوا الناس بتاعنا ونرجوا دولة ورا. كلام زي ده ما بيجي بالنسبة لي أنا. بطريقة قاعد نسمع أخوي CPI وقاعد يتكلم هنا. أنا ما فهمت حاجة فيه. لو ده نسمع ده موضوع بتاع الأبقار تاني قاعد نسمع كمان ده موضوع بتاع capital city is the land of Equatoria and it's belong to us and we don't need people to stay in the land of Equatoria. I see it's really total disagree with him, because if the farmers farm there and then Boer people they came with their cows, cattle to come and grass there and eat all the crop, that one should be solved in a good manner, not through killing people or through killing the cows. There is a season of people to farm, and there is a season is a dry season, so that the cow will go and grass somewhere far away from the farm. People should do that. But here is not a farming problem. If it is farming problem, we in Barkizal, we have people of Luanjang. They come from Luanjang to area of Rik. They come and grass there. When they come with their cows, and it is the season of people are farming. So they leave side for the farming and side for the cows. When that side finish calibrating, and then they move to the other side. And when this maize and sorghum reef, they will reef us very good that year that those people, they brought their cows. So there is a benefit from the urine of cows on the ground, on the heath. So if there is no hidden agenda there is nothing will bring people to fight and kill themselves. Those of cows, they should move their cows away when people are farming, not to come and eat the crop. But this one, the way I hear my brother CPI, is not a problem of the farming. It's a problem hidden agendas, which is not clear. But this problem is not gonna work. We have to talk in a good way that is gonna move people forward. Because when people were fighting Juba was not belong to Equatoria. It was belong to Southern Sudanese. That's why they left the gun and they went to bush to fight, to give a referendum, to bring the freedom. How many people died in the land of Equatoria? A lot of people died there because they need Equatorian and Dinka and whatever in Southern Sudan to live in a freedom that nobody's gonna die, nobody's gonna stay under abuse of Arab. استعمار بتاع العرب يا كان ناس قاعدين يشاكلوا وهسه قاعدين تقتلوا بعضكم تقول قال لان ده ما لان ناس يمشوا في ده بيقولوا شنو محل اللي كان دكتور جون قالوا ده قال ناس يرحلوا فوقه يكون كابيتال سيتي ده محل ده كان بيكون سكن لمحل ده ولا رامشيل ناس يرحلوا لرامشيل لكن كان عملوا زي ده يكون هنا capital city وده لسه يقعد ده يا محل resources بتاع business جوبا ده يكون مال business يا يجري فوقه وده ما كان لان بتاع زول واحد بيقولوا إكواتوريا ده لان بتاع الناس كله كان نقعدوا ببيز يا لومي بيز ده يا بودينا قدام لكن مقال بيقولوا كان الناس يقتلوا بعض ده ما في محلهم بمشي فوقه لو دارين يسالوا ناس ده ناس هنا ده ما باريا راسي لقبت خلاص نمن يسالونا رومبيك ما ناس توت ما ناس توت عشان جماعة ديل يشيلوا أبغار بتوعهم ما في بيز يا لومي بقر ده كان كله في مال ده ممكن يزوجوا بنية دور بنية كوتوري ده ممكن يجوزوا بأبغار كمان يشيلوا أبغار ده بقر ده كويس شديد لبن تاو حلو ده كويس عشان يقعد هنا كان جنة جنگا جاشال بنية تاكي كل يارس ب 200 بقر 500 بقر أبغار ده تشيله في السوق هناك جزرهم كله ولا تداتا تشيل لبن لجوبا ممكن تفتح لك دكان كبير ده those are resources ما ممكن يقتلوهم يا علي كنا قولوا بس ببيس عرب ده قاعد يتاق لنا شوف ناس جنوبين مكفلين دل قاعدين يقتلوا بعض لين يقتلوا بعض بكلام بتاع البقر أبغار دل بعد شوية بروح كله في نادي في بنك بروح كله في بنك نمن بكون بنك يلا يال بتاعنا ده يقول ولا هسه قاعدين تقتلوا يال ده قاعدين تقتلوا نسوان ما اللي تلقى نسوان فوق تاني عشان تجيبوا يالومي كنا قولوا ببي سي بي اي Equatorial ده den banat nudaf shadid banat badbuku dari narusum dari narusu banadel udari na godo fulan bita de Equatorial ma dari naktulu nas ma fi daya le qatl shan hasa nugulu nanu jenga kulu malani na fogu da naji tane fi juba naji naktulu nuzwande ma beji wala banada sukar wala yal sukar kan na godo bas be peace da haja ta lele da nugulu itu na junubin وانا بقعد في طرف هنا. انت ده تقول حاجه بتال يا جناي، كلام بتال ما كويس، ما كويس كله. هسه زي انت قاعد تقول لاخوك اكيد لازم تتكلم في مالدن. نينا بارم القانون فوق. انا قاعد في كندا، انت قاعد في استراليا، ده قاعد في امريكا، زي اكيد قاعد في امريكا. يلا قاعدين نفكروا بقول زي ده ما كويس. The fueling of the country, killing people is not good. This is crime. We must stop this. Let us live with peace. Like those cows, they are going back to their land where they come from, Bor. And it was not their choice to come to Equatorial. It was the river which was flooding the water. And the grass has become big now, 2 years, because the water was absorbing to the ground, and then the grass is coming up, and there is dangerous animals in that grass. It's not easy to move in because there is hippopotamus came out, the alligators and other wild animals. They will go and eat people alive. There's some animal that we never see them. They came out with that water. So give your brothers a chance to live with you. Don't kill your brother. Don't kill them. This land we fight as Sudanese. We are one people, one nation. We should not do this. Arab is watching us. World is watching us. We become criminal to people. Let us live with the peace and harmony, peace and unity. That will move us forward. Thank you so much, and God bless. Sweet mommy.
Thank you so much, Mama Jurtonj. Those are very nice words. I agree at most with you. The only time I'm not agreeing is, it's that right now, I don't think we have much in our hand to keep those two communities in one place. Like I mentioned before, all of us around the country, we're struggling. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's fighting for their life. Everybody have so much issues. And then adding to this, our leaders are instigating our communities against each other. So right now would be better and safe for all of us to just stay put in our local areas and until everything is resolved in a state level. So thank you so much, Mother Jurtoin, and hopefully we'll hear from you again. Sister Teti, do you want to go, or should I give the mic back to Ustaz Den Khamis, because I don't want him to wait too long?
Yeah, I will go because كلامي ما كتير، كلامي بسيط.
All right then, فضلي.
Yeah. ازيكم يا جماعة كلكم انتوا اللي قاعدين في الروم ده، بسلمكم كتير. يا ماما جفتون، شكرا، كلامك كان جميل جدا، متفقة معاكي كمان. معلش أنا بتكلم عربي.
تفضلي ماما.
كلام كده ما انا زي ما بعرف انجليزي قاعد نفسره بس.
يا جماعة طبعا احنا جنوبيين، لما بلدنا طلع أول مرة طلعنا من شمال السودان، احنا تحاربنا كل الزمن ده كله 21 سنة ولا هو أكتر من كده أساسا لو جينا بالتاريخ. افتكرنا بعد ما احنا نكونوا منفصلين من الشماليين، هم ياو كانوا الناس اللي كانوا جايين يستعمرونا واحنا بقينا عبيد في يدينا، وافتكرنا في بلدنا احنا هنكونوا مرتاحين. ما افتكرنا، وانا زي ما افتكرت لك في بلدنا احنا هنكونوا مستعبدين نفسنا برانا، احنا جنوبيين، احنا عملنا الانفصال، بقينا قاعدين في بلدنا، مشاكلنا ما قاعد ينتهي، جايين نكره نفسنا for no reason. احنا عندنا كراهيه غير عادي. عشان شنو؟ عشان قبليه. كل زول بيقول قبيله فلان وديل ناس فلان وديل ناس علان، عشان احنا ما عندنا وحده وطنيه، ما عندنا روح التسامح، ما عندنا كراهيه. كلكم اللي قاعدين هنا، في ناس هسه قبل كانوا قاعدين يتكلموا عندهم روح بتاع كراهيه مره واحد نهائيا. إيتكم كدين ارجعوا بلدكم. جاي تسوي شنو؟ اكواتوريا ده بلد بتاع اكواتوريا، ده بلد بتاع دينكا. بلد ده لما طلعوا اول حاجه ده ما كان في دينكا ولا نوير ولا شلوك ولا اكواتوريا، كان بلد ده بلد بتاعنا احنا كلنا، حاربنا فوق 21 سنه ولا 50 سنه. بعد كده لما البلد بتاعنا جه طلع المفروض نقعدوا يعني متوحدين وبنحب بعض. اوكي لو موضوع بتاع بقرات بتاع دينكابور ده، اول حاجه انا بقول المناخ كل غزل ناس دينكابور. لو كان ما فيضانات بور ده معناته شنو؟ ناس اللي بيعرفوا دينكا، بيعرفوا الأوروتان دينكا. بور ده محل ايه؟ بور ده محل بيجي فوقه فيضانات. لو نيجي فوقه فيضانات اوكي بقرات وناس ديل كله ما عندهم محل يقعدوا فوقه، لازم يمشوا. يعني انت لما يجيك مشكله في بلدك انت بتمشي لاقرب زول ليك، واقرب ناس لدينكابور ده هو يجي هنا في اكواتوريا. لو بقرات جاي ياكلوا حاجات بتاع اكواتوريا يلقوا مزرعه وياكلوه، ده مفروض يكون سيستم حكومه، ده مفروض يعمل سيستم في بلد ده. بلد خواجات اللي احنا قاعدين فوقه 99% اوقاف احنا هسه قاعدين في روم ده، في ناس ما قاعدين في جنوب السودان وانتوا عارفين السيستم. في بلد خواجه في عندهم ابقار، بقر ما بيكون ماشي حايم في الشارع، في مزارع بيسووه في سيستم، بقرات بيشيلوهم بتراكات وودوه في محل معينه. لو في حاجه معين حصل في اتجاه ده يشيلوا بقرات دي ويودوهم في محل ثاني عشان يمشوا يعيشوا هناك وياكلوا، عشان هم عندهم الاولويه، لانه الحيوان ذاته احسن مننا احنا الجنوبيين. الحيوان عنده حق، لانه ربنا لما خلق الحيوان اول، بعد كده احنا نمبر 2. واحنا عشان احنا جايين نتكلم هو ما جاي يتكلم، لو جاي يتكلم وحاسه كان ده موضوع ثاني منطقيا كده. لكن احنا عايزين نقعدوا مع بعض يشوفوا سيستم معين بحاجه اسمه بقرات بتاع دينكابور ده، وبيجوا ناس يقتلوا نفسهم. ليه ناس يصلوا لدرجه زي يا جماعه يا اخوانا؟ في شنو؟ احنا هسي دينكابور واكواتوريا احنا عندنا لون مختلف مع بعض، ما احنا لسه احنا سود كلنا كده، ما في زول تاني عنده حاجه تاني معين مختلف من زول التاني. كحيوانات اي حيوان تاني بيختلف من حيوان التاني، كلنا جنوبيين كلنا سود، كلنا بنتكلم لغه واحد، عربي انجليزي وروطانات حقنا هناك ده. لا نصكم كل زول بيعرف روطانه بتاع زول تاني ده. سؤال ما قادر اعرف يعني احنا وصلنا لدرجه الكراهيه ده ليش؟ شنو؟ عشان خاطر بقر ولا عشان خاطر شنو؟ اوكي ليه؟ اوكي لو احنا هسي قتلنا نفسنا وانتهينا، ده منو هيفضل في البلد ده عشان يشوف البلد؟ احنا هسي احنا قاعدين نوصلوا مسج سيء جدا لعيالنا. نصكم هسي كلكم انتوا كلكم عندكم عيال، انتوا هتقولوا شنو لعيالكم؟ واحدين اللي قاعدين برا زول بيقول ما بودي عيالي جنوب السودان عشان ده بلد وحش، ما في تعليم، ما في صحه، ما في اي حاجه في بلدنا. لكن ده الناس منو هيجوا بلدنا ده لقدام؟ ده لان احنا ديل اللي قاعدين برا. خليكم من حكومه، احنا ديل اللي قاعدين برا، واحنا اللي ممكن نودي بلدنا لقدام عشان عيالنا ديل هم المستقبل بتاعنا. احنا ما عندنا مستقبل ثاني، مستقبلنا انتهى كده. احنا بيرن اللي قاعدين في روم ده، احنا هسي قاعدين نسوي عشان خاطر منو؟ قاعدين نشاكل عشان خاطر منو؟ عشان خاطر عيالنا. عيالنا هسي احنا قاعدين نعلموهم العنصريه، قاعدين نعلموهم يعني ما تحبوا نفسكم كايتوا جنوبيين، في انت من كده وانت من كده. عيال ديل هينشوا هيكونوا زينا، وبلد ده ما هيمشي لقدام. البلد ده هيمشي لقطوعه زول تاني يشيل البلد ده من يدينا كده، واحنا قاعدين نعاينوا كده. لو ربنا خلانا عمرنا يكون طويل نعيشه لغايه الزمن ده. So please I'm begging you guys stop talking رساله بتاع كراهيه. كراهيه ده مرض. اي زول بيتكلم برساله بتاع كراهيه جاي يوريه هو مرضان، ده ما زول نصيح. شفت؟ ده نفسيات. انت بتكون عندك نفسيات، انت داير تسمم افكار ناس تانيين بافكار وحشه. ما تجيب رساله كويسه، رساله بتاع سلام عشان يعرفوك one day الراجل الزول المكروه راجل ولا مرة مكروهة ولا راجل مكروه، ولو مات ما في زول بيذكروا بالخير، يقولوا الحمد لله مات ريحنا من شره. لو انت زول كويس طيب قاعد تسوي حاجاتك الكويس كله بيجوا وربنا يباركك بالكلام ده. اوكي لو احنا هسي قمنا عملنا جوبا ده خلينا مشينا رمشيل يا هو العاصمة المرحوم جونجرة قالوا عشان احنا نقعدوا فوقه يكون عاصمة بتاعنا. اوكي ناس جوبا هيكونوا مرتاحين، ناس دين كفاتوا خلينا اللين بتاكل مشينا هناك مشينا قعدنا. ما في ناس جوبا تاني هيجي يقعدوا في رامشة في دينكا ولا في شلكا ولا في دوراوي هيقول كده انت ارجع محل ما انت جيت ارجع في اللين بتاعك. ده بلدنا احنا كلنا عندنا حق فوق، لكن you have to go by system. السيستم يا غالبنا عشان احنا لسه راجعين، احنا لسه ورا. we need time عشان احنا نغير
سيستر
السيستم
نديك
حقنا ده.
منت عشان تخلصي.
اوكي احنا we need time. انا خلاص خلصت. thank you love.
شكرا لك أستاذة تيتي. انت عارفة ان شاء الله انا غايتو عندي ايمان انه 10 years from now 20 years from now هنعاين باك وهنعرف انه كل اللي بيحصل حاليا ما كانت من ارادتنا. حتى الكراهية براها هتمشي will be dissolved. the grudges will all go away. بس عشان ما عندنا system، ما عندنا قانون، ما عندنا يعني مثلا لو كان في قانون أول حاجة كان الأمراض اللي في مناطق بتاع بوردا كان أصلا اتحلت، وكان هم ما هيضطروا يتركوا المناطق اللي هم فوقه ويلجأوا لمناطق بتاع إكواتوريا. فهي الحكاية كلها بس غياب غياب القانون. Otherwise all this should have not happened. And I'm sure all of my brothers South Sudanese 10 years from now هنكون بنتكلم بلغة بعيد من اللغة اللي احنا فيه حاليا. أستاذ خميس معلش أخذنا فرصتك وخليناك تنتظر طويل. أنا بديك المايك. اتفضل.
Oh, thank you, sweet mama. And I believe you are Chansey. My greeting to all moderators and Dr. Akec. I don't mind who want to talk first. If I have time, I can wait. If I don't, I have to exit and go deal with my business. So don't worry about that. It's okay. And I appreciate my sister that took over and tried to express themselves the way this condition that we are going through. Well, coming back to the topic, I was coming up here to ask Dr. Akec, and I'm going to reserve that question for now. And what I wanted to say, Comrade Dr. Akec, thank you for coming to the clubhouse. And be ready. Clubhouse is a different world. It's a world that people actually make up stuff. They won't say whatever they want to say. They will tell you the last word that they have in their back, in their brain. That's what they can tell you. The room is already been open in your name. It's running now, and it's not a surprise thing that we're going through in Clubhouse here. That's what I will tell you to encourage you. If you commit yourself, being like other intellectual of South Sudanese that are giving their self, putting their life on the front line to deal with the South Sudanese, the non-functioning brain, and those who have their life put together. It's not going to be a surprise. So Speaking on this case here, I will advise you, it's good when you come to Clubhouse and you are a well-known person like this, do your study before you come, because people twist everything around and they just try to use it against you to claim their letters. That's what I wanted to say. I already I sent my number on the back channel. You can check it later on. You can follow me back. This case of Cotton, it need more time. I want us to talk about it sometime. The problem, we talk about it in the wrong forums somehow, and that is the reason why there is no solution. Most of it. Since this year case started in February of this year, the last one was last month in November, where 5 people were killed in the area of central Equatoria there. And unknown people killed them. There were 5, but the government of central Equatoria went to the Carton camp and picked up their leaders, took them to jail. That case, I think, is certain. And I believe the only person that responded to that allegation was the governor of Jonglei State, because you cannot just accuse the environment without the evidence. That's what he said. Who knows? South Sudan, everyone is committing crime across the country, and you cannot identify somebody based on their religion or where they're coming from, what tribe they belong to, because the crime is being committed. What I seen in the video, those who shot the cows, they did not even leave the area. I heard somebody say that, oh, they are across the street on the other side. They are reloading the magazine. That's what I heard. Somebody said it in that video. What is the motive behind? Nobody knows. And I don't really generalize most of the cases sometimes, because people will be emotional and try to make their case out of anything. The crime, some soldiers took that initiative to gun down the carton for no reason we do not know. And if there's some of them are being handcuffed and they are being detained by the government, then that is a good case. The investigation will come out, and we will know what motivated them to do such a crime. Number 2, the people that the cattle were moving, and I seen they are carrying their bags. They were on the journey, and I will not say where they were heading to, because you cannot tell. There's nothing say in the video that they were heading somewhere in a certain location. And I seen it said Eastern Equatoria. I thought that incident happened in central Equatoria. I do not know the location exactly where it is, but this is what we are going through. It's being politicized, and people are just going over and over and over this case of cattle herders. It's very simple. Our people, they have right to live anywhere in the country. They are citizens of that country. But if they are not handling the cattle in a good manner, we cannot encourage them to keep doing so. But those cattle were moving, and there's no farm that you can see around the area and look like a construction site. You can see those heavy equipments. They were there, and now for us to come back and talk about it, I appreciate both of you who open the room and give yourself a time. Not all of us will take it the way you are expecting it, but we will learn from this. Some of us will take a note and try to figure out what had happened exactly. I think Madam Sweet Mama, I don't want to waste time taking that long because we do not have a judicial process that can handle this case in the clubhouse. It's just another usual case that we can talk about it like others that are on the front line now. People are being talking about it. So it's only to know what's up. The good thing about Clubhouse, we know we knew what's up. We know who is who and who can say what. The case of CPI, it's just it's your own as a moderator to deal with him because you know that this guy, you know him. I don't want to say anything about him, but I knew him before we come to Clubhouse on Facebook. And when people go right, he will go left. When people go left, he will always go right. So and insult, he never miss anybody to attack you. So don't take it serious. But you can control him. Controlling him is by taking him down if you don't listen. That's what I can say. And congratulations for the room. It's good to discuss the incident that happened. Whether we discuss it in what way, it don't matter. We are South Sudanese, and we have to determine our destiny. Where are we heading to? That's all. That's the important thing that we can do. If that incident happened, and you want to play your politics around it, it's the choice is yours. But remember, if it is not coming out like that, you will be wrong, and wrong is always judged against you, not somebody else. I will not say the government committed crime because the soldiers were not. They were not directed by anybody that we are well known that we know who was commanding them. But some individual among them, they took that initiative to commit it, that crime, whether they were a mix or they are from a certain group of people or tribe. I do not know, and I cannot make a judgment beside it. I will rest my case here. Thank you for the time. And if anybody have a question, you can ask me. I will be here. Otherwise, I am going to put my mic on mute
I
and
have a
I hear it
question
back
for
to you.
you. I have a question for you, if I'm allowed, moderators. I have a question for
Okay, go on.
Yes, Denkamis, my question to you is this. According to the voices that were heard in the video, those cattle keepers said they were government forces who shot them. And indeed, I can agree with them because that part of the road is not a place where the government or the rebels are active. And I don't think that we have rebels who can drive their cars on the main roads in South Sudan. And so that tells me that those who shot the cattle were indeed in government uniform. And I think there might be some of angry folks or some of the disgruntled Equatorian who went into our army, put on the uniform, and did what they had to do. My question to you is this, Deng Kamis. The SSPDF, which is the army of South Sudan, has all communities in it. Now, if our brothers
Ustaz, well,
beginning from our civilians, I know my network is giving a bad signal. But what I was trying to say is, if the Dinkabor boys who are in uniform see what had been done to their people, if they also take the law into their own hand and just choose any part of Equatorian that they can see and start shooting people, Wadina when? Where will that take us? And this question here, people like CPI, they need to consider this. It is not only the Equatorian who are in the uniform alone. Even the Dinkabor that you see their people being shot on the road, they have their own people in this army as well. And if they do the same thing to you, Equatorian, if they actually
instead of being national soldiers, and then they resort, and then they just find they go to Itahili, Charlie, or they go to Kiala or anywhere there, and they start shooting people. Will you celebrate in the way I see you guys doing now? Be careful what you wish. So Dinka miss. That's my question to you, man. What would be the reaction of the Dinka Bor sons who are in the army?
Can I answer the question, Sweet Mama?
Yes, go ahead. I'll give you 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Oh, okay, thank you. Comrade Warmor Anyar, thank you for the question. First of all, I'm not representing the community, but in my own understanding, if I'm one of those from that community, and my own understanding is when one person committed crime, could not be justified as a community or the government. I myself, I know, if they were military personnel that are in the uniform, they committed crime, and they are being handled by the government, then they will face what they have done. And I think the Boer community, those who are in the army, it's not their role to do such a thing, to respond based on the crime, the level of the crime that individuals have committed. They are army of the South Sudan, and some of them can, one of them can commit crime in a different location where they are stationed, and the government will not bring them back and say they are from Dinka Bor, so they can be heard. Dinka Bor will handle them. So for me, my own answer to you, I don't think there is any action that need to be taken. Only the case has to be reviewed, because they are not under directive of someone. We have not, nobody is being identified who that directed them. If they were directed by individual or anybody in the government, the high profile government or the army command, then the question will go back to the SPDF and questioning them why you directed soldiers to go and hunt down civilian cattle in the bush. What is the problem? Then they will come with the answers. But for myself, as as one of that community, I don't think we need anything to be done based on the level of crime that is committed. Some of us, if I happen to be in South Sudan and I'm in the army, serving in the army of South Sudan, I may end up being stationed in Bentiu, and I can commit crime there. What will happen? The government will take that crime as individual. It's me myself. I had nothing to do with my family. So those cattle, they were not even the whole in the Boer community that are cattle keepers that were in that location. There was just a few number of people that have their cattle, and they're taking care of them in that area. So to me, the question, the answer is simple. It had nothing to, the community will not do anything, but it have to be followed up with the government, how the government is going to handle the case. That's my answer to you.
Okay, thank you, Ustaz Bin Khamis. Also, Ustaz Medit, it's going somewhere. So the Facebook Live is going to end, and he's on the phone right now. Before I move to the next speaker, I would like to go back to Dr. Akec. We haven't heard from him for a while. Also, I'm sure there were like questions that was directed to him. تفضل دكتور أكيج.
Thank you very much, moderator, sweet mama, and greetings to all our brothers who came after our initial presentation. The question that was asked by CPI was a repeat of an earlier question. So I had answered it, and I would not want to continue answering it because it will generate another question and a series of questions. And it might turn the talk to be a debate between me and my brother CPI. I want to comment, maybe shortly answer the last two speakers, the question asked of Denkamis and the answer of Denkamis. It is true, it is very disappointing. The cattle, as rightly pointed out, were on the move. And Denkamis, this is not Eastern Equatoria. You rightly knew this is Central Equatoria. This is very close to Juba. This is Bilnyang, where these cattle have been killed, near Magre, very close to Magre. And so there is no room to think that this action was done by rebels. No, rebels do not move on cars. If they make any action, they don't stay at the location. They run away or they move away quickly. It is clear that these were government soldiers. Now, did they have any order to do that thing? Apparently not. They did not have any order because their order of duty is to secure the road and protect the contractors. That is their work. So the contractors were not at site and they were not in any danger. And they will not be in danger from cattle or by the cattle headers who are moving. They are going back to Bor area. Yes, whatever or whoever they were, they precisely represent the government, because whether they were drunk or they were not properly disciplined or they were hungry and wanted just something close to kill because they have the power, we don't know. So whatever procedure the government will do, the army will do to bring it to the public attention that this was a mistake and something has been done, they have been punished, remains to be seen. We have talked about various ways of taking cattle around, moving them by cars. That depends on the level of development, Yahuana. Even myself, as an SPLA officer, I have been moving on foot between very far, between Buma and Kodok. I moved on foot. A government soldier and a senior officer should not be moving on foot, should be moving by car. But then when we don't have those means of transport, the foot becomes the only available means of transport. So if you cannot fence your cattle they are likely to create problems. Our communities have always settled whatever mistakes their cattle do to the farms. We know that even in Borland, there are cattle that are close. There are cattle camps that are close to village within the villages, and the cattle move to the farms and eat crops. But there is a certain way to compensate the farmer for the loss. This has always been part of the agreement in the host community and the newcomers, the herders. So that has been employed and exhausted in so many places. Where there is no law and somebody decides to take the law to his or her hands, and you are now somebody complaining, and yet you are the one who enforced the law, you make the law, it cannot work both ways. So this has created so many problems. I believe that as some of the earlier speakers, particularly our ladies, said, this is the time where we are confused. But hopefully in the future, we'll come back to our senses and will create unity and a responsible government in South Sudan. Well, this is not the first time for me to come to Clubhouse, and I think I expected to have a heated debate, and so there is no problem. I am used to it, and I will continue to live by it, because this is how we can carry ourselves along, so that we don't leave nobody behind, and reduce the anger in anybody by explaining to them in a manner that will make him or her accept your argument. So Malaysia has been long, but that is the little I wanted to say for now. Back to you, moderator, sweet mama.
شكرا شديد دكتورة كيج. أستاذ دنجديت، عندك حاجة دار تقوله ولا مدد؟
Sweet Mama, I have
Yeah.
just one simple question. It won't take long. Are those government soldiers identified to be of a particular community or mix?
على حسب المعلومات الموجودة حاليا. We don't have an idea, but they said those people were speaking Bari, but طبعا باري هي لغة بيجمع كثير من العشائر والقبائل. we're not sure or specific with who were those people.
Yeah, I believe only about 3 tribes of Bari speakers could be closer to that area.
La,
Okay.
Malish, let me intervene. شويه.
ايوه تفضل دكتور.
معلومه اللي عندي from somebody who is following up the case is that they are from across South Sudan. So many tribes. So it's not one tribe. And the pretense to speak Bari was just a way to confuse and create conflict between the cattle headers and the Bari speaking community. But fortunately, there were some Bari speaking members of the community كان في منداري في زي كم يعني قالوا أنهم دين كمنداري كتوتي. So the confusion has been
Dr. Akec, mara dengan monjang cik dom tini ya, Dr. Akec, mara tini ya kan. Monjang atau tini ya.
Hey, Machabel from Gabail Kulu.
Okay, yes, acan bengi ya ni ya, monjang atau tini.
few dinka, few شنو كله. أنا ما سمعت نوراوي لكن few dinka, few Bari ولا Bari speaking وفيو others. few ناس من جونجلي برضو. لكن they did not act in an individual capacity. They did not act representing their communities. They acted because they were a unit with a jesh. That is all I can say. فالناس كله موجود يعني. So thank you.
Any particular reason, Garbo?
Uncle Akec is not Emmanuel Adel. He's not the governor of Juba. Emmanuel Adel.
Huh?
It's not Emmanuel.
Emmanuel?
Emmanuel Adel is not the cause the problem to kill the Dinga board there on the cattle camp.
Actually, governor of the state. This is a government soldiers from the government inside Juba. It's not a central governor.
Then, Kamis, do you have the video so that you could send it to me? Ramtai Deng.
Baden, look.
Yes, I do have a video. Yeah, I will send you a request on Facebook. Then I will send it your messages.
So soldiers are not under the governor anywhere. So sorry. Yani, whatever position of the governor is completely independent من الشغل بتاع الجيش. الجيش is a central unit بتاع central government. فالجبنة ممكن يكون عنده رأي، ممكن يكون عنده شنو، لكن ما بقدر. تذكر زمان لما جبنة كول منيان كان والي بتاعنا in Dongule, and he was asking the cattle camps to be sent to Dongule. He did not have the force to take them, but the Ministry of Defense gave a unit to take them through Central Equatorial. لما وصلوا الحدود ومشوا لجنجولة, they left again. The conditions were not favorable for their cows, so they left again and came back to Eastern Equatoria or Central Equatoria. Governor ما عنده أي سلطة عسكرية لأي جيش. So that would be the little I can say.
Okay, my follow-up question.
Manatu Mishla Ja Minagiada, Uncle Mishla Minagiada.
I think you are messing up. These soldiers, they were stationed in that area. They were guiding the construction. Some of them they they are stationed in that area. They are not from Bin Farm. I think you are mentioning up a little bit, Brother Job. Just let the room move. Give the moderators a chance. Let them move on, and then if there is any question that you want to ask, you can ask Comrade Akec later on. But let's not try to twist it around. It's going to cost us more time here, because everything that we try to find a different definition is going to be is going to run a different direction. So
All right,
please,
thank you,
brother.
thank you, brother
Okay, so
Deng Khamis. Yes, I think. Let me see, refresh my screen and see who's really coming next. I believe.
mine is a question.
It will be a call or a tell. If tell already is spoken, it will be a call. Lion man, you come after me, unless maybe you leave
I
and
think
come back.
I'm not
Jog, it's
speaking of
in.
all. I am asking a question that want to find information about this event. Please.
Okay,
It's a
make
quick
it quick.
question. It's a question. Dr. Akec, أنا بسلم عليك لكن question بتاعي I think you can know my voice but we can catch up later. So my question is actually we need a detailed information of the background of those people who made a shot. Those who are coming from Jonglei, those Dinkas, all of this tribe, we need accurate information. We need a comprehensive investigation, because if we just, like you said, there are people from Jonglei, which area from Jonglei, we need to know that, because the clubhouse will change the language later on and people are going to be drive crazy. So we need a specific background of this of those people who actually made this action. I didn't want to rush based on what I had in the other room earlier, but I would have concluded differently. But the way I had it, that they are from across the country, we just need a background. What are those background? Even those Dinkas, from where? And those people from Jonglei, from which tribe in Jonglei and from which communities in Jonglei specifically, because in clubhouse here, we don't, things are done with transparency.
Okay. You said it was 1 minute. 1 minute is over. We have so many people who haven't spoke yet. So I'll let
مودريتر
اتفضل.
ممكن اجاوب شويه كده؟
اتفضل.
My brother, يعني I do not want. I mean, the information I have is that there are Dinka. That is one, and there are Bari speakers, and there is from Jonglei a Murle. Does that answer your question? So that is the person, but then he did not act as a Murle. The Dinka, I don't know from where, did not act as a Dinka. The Bari speaker did not act as a Bari speaker. They acted as a unit with a jesh that has been given that assignment to protect the contractors on the road. But so I think, I hope we do not confuse. I hope we do not misunderstand each other. So that is what I said. Shall I be clear? I hope it is clearer now. Shukran.
Okay, shukran.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move the line. I believe, according to my screen, I see Brother Ayok.
السلام عليكم. انا صراحه انا كنت انا متابع كان البرنامج، وفي نفس الوقت انا كنت مشيت الايوه عشان اشجع ولدي من الجامعه. فانا السلام عليكم. لكن انا كنت تابعت الكلام بتاع الاخ ديفيد، وبعدين التنوير كان قدمه الاستاذ دينجديت ايوك وبعض مداخلات الناس. الحاجه انا عايز اقول لكم، الحادث حصل في الطريق بتاع بور جوبا. يعني في 4 حوادث. يعني في الحادث بتاع المراحل جاي من بلنيان وماشي الاتجاه بتاع المنقلة ويمشي لحد البور تعرض للضرب. في الحادث حصل برضه لما الرئيس بتاع الشباب بتاع المجتمع بتاع بور في بور والوفد الكونوه عشان يجي يشوف الحاصل شنو بالضبط، لما جو كمان تعرضوا للضرب. قتلوا فيها نفرين، هو سواق والشاب كان المرافق معه. ده الحادث. في حادث بتاع الباخره والرفاف الموتر بوت جاي من البور وماشي لجوبا. ديل تجار وديل ابناء ابناء نوير، يعني ابناء لو نوير. هم شباب من نوير وهم ماشيين يمشي يعملوا البيزنس بتاعهم هم بيشيل بضاعه من البور، بيشيل بضاعه من جوبا بدو بور، وبيجيبوا حاجات من بور بيجيبوا جوبا. لما وصلوا المنقله الجماعه ضربوهم، وكان قاعد في جنب الرفاز بتاعهم الصغير ده. قتلوا منهم 3 نفر و4 نفر كانوا مجروحين ووقعوا في البحر وما لقوهم لحد هسه. التوتال كلها بكون زي 7 نفر. و3 نفر ديل دفنوهم زاد في اتجاه بتاع المنقله. فالحادث ده اللي انتم شفتوه حادث مترابط. الحادث ده مترابط، يعني ده الكمين، ناس عملوا كمين تمام. يعني هم عملوا، في ناس عملوا كمين لطرف البحر، وفي ناس عملوا كمين للمراح بتاع اللي جاي من بيلنيان وتعرض لده، وناس عملوا كمين برضه للعربات الجايه من البور ماشي لما جاء الحادث. كل المؤشرات بتشير بين الناس اللي قاموا بالحجمات ديل. ده ما ريبل، ده ما متمردين. ده الافراد تابعين للجهاز الامني بالتحديد، لانه بعد ما الحادث بعد ما الحادث حصل بقى في تذمر، كان في تجمع بتاع عدد هائل من الشباب، وقرروا على اساس هم هيمشوا مواجهه مع السلطات بتاع الجيش الموجوده في المنطقه وهيضاربوا. في النهايه الغايه بتاع الجيش برر الموقف بتاعه، قال بكل وضوح، قال له يا اخي الناس اللي قاموا بالهجوم ده ما تابع للوحده بتاعي، يعني ما تابع لهم. يا اخي تشوف افراد الجهاز الامن، دي الافراد الجهاز الامن هم قايمين بالكلام ده يعني. فانا شايف الاخ ديك خميس بيحاول يبرر من الكلام ده يعني. الجماعه قبضوهم، في جماعه قبضوهم صح، في جماعه قبضوهم وناس شغال معهم التحقيقات. الكلام قاله الدكتور اكيك ده المعلومات الصحيحه. في ناس من جنجولي وبالتحديد ده من مرلي، ولكن الجماعه دي طبعا ما هنقول مرلي لانهم هم افراد تابعين للجهاز الامن. وفي الدينكا، والدينكا ده تابعين لافراد الجهاز الامن. ده الناس الموجوده، حتى لو في باريه ولا في تابعات ثانيه برضه تابعين للجهاز الامن. السؤال بطرح على نفسه هنا، الجماعه ديل قاموا بالحجمات دي باي اساس؟ هل في طابور داخل الحكومه بيخلق البلابل بين المواطنين ويفتن المجتمعات ويقول ويرمي المشاكل للقبائل الموجوده في المنطقه، ولا في شنو حاصل؟ بكل وضوح نحن بنطالب الحكومه يحقق في الموضوع، ونادي نعرف حقيقه الموضوع حاصل شنو. في كلام، في سؤال سالوا براذر وال وسال سؤال الاستاذ يا اخي انتم كمجتمع، كان سؤال سال الخميس وخميس ما ده اجابه للكلام ده. سال انتم كمجتمع بتاع البور انتم هتعملوا شنو؟ صراحه لما الحادث اللي حصل بعد يومين في 2 اعضاء من برلمان تابعين لولايه جنجولي مشوا ووقفوا للمعالجه الحادث. ولو رجعت الفيديو انت هتعرف الناس لما تكلموا هم كانوا ردات تعرف شنو. في نفس الوقت مجتمع الموجود في جوبا، هو مجتمع دابور موجود في جوبا، ان فيها مثقفين بتاعهم والمسؤولين حقهم حاولوا يتصلوا مع الادارات الجهاز الامني عشان يعرفوا حقيقه الموضوع شنو، لكن ما قدروا يقابلوا مدير الجهاز الامني هو سيدا كوركور عشان يقدر يعرفوا بالضبط هل الناس اللي قاموا بالكلام الناس فعلا ولا ما الناس. ما قدر يقابلوا. فبكل وضوح ما في اللفه ودوران. الحادث بتاع بلنيان ضربوا فوقه ابقار ديل ما متمردين، ما نجب الخلاص الوطني ولا باريا ولا منداري. ديل افراد تابعين للجهاز الامن وتابعين للحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان. فديل الحكومه بتاع جنوب السودان يحمل المسؤوليه ده. طالما في ناس داخل الحكومه وبيعملوا كمائن وبيخلقوا الفتن، ودل عندهم اسباب كان معين هم وراء الموضوع ده ما في الا فودوران، ده حاجه حقيقه ولا بد يقيف. وده ما اول مره الكلام ده يحصل، ما اول مره الكلام ده يحصل، حصل قبل كده في الجنغولي في المناطق بصراع بين بور ومرله، بين بور ومرله الكلام ده حصل برضه. في افراد الجهاز الامني في الصراعات اللي كان حاصل بين بور ومرله، في ناس قتلوهم وفي ناس قبضوا بطاقات بتاعهم وكان من الجهاز الامني وحاجه ده خلوها. ده ما اول مره الكلام ده يحصل، الكلام ده بيحصل اكثر من كده وكده وناس بيخلوها على كده. على كل حال الحوادث متعدده. الحادث بالضبط الناس ضربوا الناس بالباخره، قتلوا الناس الشباب كان جايين التجار جايين من طريق دابور ما من طريق النهر ده، ما قبضوهم وما يعرفوهم. هل فعلا يا جماعه تابعين للحكومه؟ هل هم تابعين لمثل المجتمع بتاع الباريه ولا هم المنداري؟ دل ما يعرفوهم. اما الناس ضربوا الشباب في العربي ده، الشباب يعرفوا الناس وقالوا يا جماعه دل بعد ما هم ضربوا واحد قال باللغه الدنقه بالواضح اشوف وجهك ده زول المجروح قال سمع الكلام ده وزول قال الكلام ده يعني. فده اللي حصل في طريق بتاع بور جوا ده ما فيه اللفه ودوران عشان الناس تقدر يلفوا ويدوروا ويقولوا يا اخي نحن ما عارفين هيك. طريق بتاع بور جوا طريق معمن، الشركه شغال في الشارع، في نفس الوقت في القوات الحكوميه متواجده هناك، في الاجهزه الامنيه موجوده. فالمتمردين بيجي من وين؟ المتمردين ده بيجوا من وين؟ ده سؤال بطرح نفسه هنا يعني. فده الكلام اللي كنت اوضحه وده الحقيقه الحاصل. والتحقيق في النهايه اذا في تحقيق مثلا في جنوب السودان التحقيق بيقود الكلام بيقود لحل النهايه. اما في المساله بتاع الموضوع بتاع الابقار بيقولوا يا اخي ناس بور ما دايرين يطلعوا برا من هناك وفي اختراعات جابهم. جنوب السودان ده ملك لكل المواطن، اي مواطن جنوب السودان عنده حق يسكن في اي محل وعايش يسكن فوقه. مساله بتاع الابقار والمزارعين ده السلطات المحليه ممكن يقدر يحل الكلام ده اذا في ويل، اذا في اراده من السلطات المحليه ممكن يقدر يحل المشكله بتاع المزارعين والرواع من خلال القوانين، من خلال يضعوا القوانين ويحددوا المواقع بتاع رواة البقر. لكن المشكله هو اكبر من موضوع بتاع البقر، موضوع اكبر من موضوع بتاع الرواع. ده الموضوع فيه سياسه بكل وضوح يعني، الموضوع ده فيه سياسه. لكن ده موضوع بتاع الرواع على اساس بقر بياكل المزارعين بياكلوا البقر، بيشيل ابقارهم ودول للمزرعه يمشي ياكلوا الزراعه بتاع زول، ولا مزارع قاعد يقتل بقر زول. ده المفروض يتم عبر القانون. وفي نفس الوقت السلطات المحليه الموجوده فوق المواطنين المفروض هم كمان يحددوا المسار بتاع المرايع زمان يكونوا قاعدين وين. لكن الموضوع ده اكبر من موضوع بتاع البقر العاديه بالناس اللي بيقولوا ده ما موضوع البقر. الموضوع ده وممكن نتكلم اكثر حتى المخاوف بتاع الاستوائيه مثلا، ليه هم خايفين مثلا بوجود بتاع الجماعه اللي قاعدين هناك. ممكن واحد يخش بالتفاصيل في الموضوع ده، لكن بس حاجه ده نعقده بين القضيه اكبر من قضيه ما موضوع البقر وبس، موضوع اكبر من كده. نمره اثنين الحادث حصل في بتاع بور وجوبا ده ما حادث على اساس نوجه فيها التهمه للمتمردين، بل نوجه التهمه للافراد جهاز الامن الوطني الموجود. شكرا جزيلا.
تفضل دكتورة كيج لو عندك كلمة داير تقوله.
لا ما داير اعاقب على الكلام بتاع استاذ جوب، ده كلام موزون وده المعلومه اللي عندي. بس ما كنت داير افسره لانه يعني it is not complete investigation. ده المعلومه البداية. This is the initial information that we have. Maybe tomorrow there will be more information that will come out. Even if we don't have a clubhouse room where we can discuss it, the information will come out. But this is practically what happened. It's unfortunate, 7 people, mainly Nuer, all of them, traders, got killed on the night. And nobody is accounted for their lives. لكن it is true إنه شباب كان جايين from Bor to help protect the cattle, recover the cattle. some of them were ambushed and shot at on the way. Some of them were killed. Bita Binyang, Yau, Taumbare. So since Thursday, there has been a series of killing. Yani maybe today ma simina haja. We hope يكون وقف to have finished by Saturday, and we will know more. But this is just the initial information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Akec.
I have
Kadang
a question
what Malay what
Go ahead, sir.
Okay,
Malay
خلاص.
ada
تفضل
ketin
ريشارد.
sweet
Charles.
mama
تفضل.
yeah then Dr. Akec uncle
Aywa.
can we I just can think about sugar da ko ba ja lu exit ko kadang for information quite enough in ran di in ko ba ja be parre ma biram ja ba di kribe na chilu al be janwe ni ka ba lay
Okay, thank you.
go ahead yola go.
Yes, I have
Yeah,
a
into
question
leje
for
then Dr. Akec question dia na unja ti chinga ga du nam ai chi yin ti directly a kar bana ran bere ne chanen where bani cha around the win person.
Yeah, okay. Like in information it can work in dia. So na ke ngadi ke di ka chan ki confusion ki be created. Shukran. So
Dictor Kejana Ayana Juba Twakajno, Tukabakari. Ayana Juba Twakajno.
أشوك صوتك ما واضح لكن خلينا نخلي alright
Uncle
شكرا.
okay, achunga ganyo abodi.
Anya.
Yeah.
Yelwel da camping.
قاعد يعرف نفسه هنا ده.
Okay. Achuk Abdul Karim Agan.
أيوة خلاص كويس. أنا شايف السكرين حسب السكرين هنا أستاذ جوك يهو كان مفروض يمشي جوك أكوي.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
And no, my sister Jock has been speaking. I don't know why you don't see us anything a shoot and then lying. We are up here and you are calling below us. I don't even know what you are telling you.
No. Jog is before you, but if he spoke, then I will give the mic to tell the truth.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Sweet, everybody, Dengdit, Ayok, and Uncle Akec. I was here early, but my internet was dropping me off because I'm in a bad place. They don't have a good connection, and I have to find the place I can stop and then to listen to that conversation. Actually, the issues is going on in Equatorial is really bothering us. We are the citizens of that community, which is like a Dingabor. Whatever in diaspora, whatever people they live there in back home. If it is the problem, try to switch to the different direction. The time I was here earlier, I was listening to the Charles Ipa, which is his name is CPI, and plus the guy went down for Tornado. He's from Shugudum. He's a Didinga. So I was listening to his speech, and those people, since we went to Equatorial with our cow, those people that are cancer to us. We are the Dinga people live there in Eastern Equatorial.
Okay,
Especially,
brother Jog,
yeah.
I'm sorry to let you go on mentioning other people's name because
Let
I
him
don't
talk,
want
moderator.
any.
It's okay. Let him talk.
Okay.
Because because
can you stay in topic, Ustaz Jock? Hold on. Can you please just make your points around the topic only and do not mention other people's name, because احنا ما دايرين نشكل خلافات هنا وكده. فأنا كمان بديك 3 دقائق باقي. So please go on. Thanks.
Charles Gibel does me to kill my Charles Gibel. We can Charles when he's talking, you listen to his take, okay? But anyway, by the way, if that thing happened to the Boro, to the Juba Road, to the Bor, we consider like the switch was coming a couple of days ago is not a good switch. Maybe we have a problem with those people who live in that area in Bari community. So I myself, I was thinking it was not the soldiers of the government who is doing this. I was saying that it was a governor, Adel, who was doing this because he's saying that I would like to give the Dinga board for 8 hours to live. So you see the way they attack the cattle camp in the 4 in the morning, and people were sleeping, and the people was coming inside by the river with the boat, and it is the same the way they went back and across to the other side. So as a citizen of that community, I would like to say that that is a body, and we have to think about it. And while Moranyar was saying that you Dinga board, what you guys can do about this? Because the way you see that the wild Moranya, that picture is not a good. It's a cow which is but look at Tadinga, or here and yet the Winikene. Kutu ubal ta bugare for the gapto. Ujamade darabo. It means that we have to go for war. We have to rebind to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
أستاذ جو معلش إحنا فتحنا الغرفة ده عشان نجيب سلام بين المجتمعتين. أوكي، إحنا ما هنا عشان نجي نقول يا ناس فلان ضربوكم امشي اضربوا. ده اللغة إحنا ما دايرينه في الغرفة دي.
It's been going on, Mama Sweet. It's been going on.
Yeah, and we don't want to be part of it, and we do not want to be part of that. Okay, my brother, we have enough people died. We have too much violence going on in South Sudan. We don't want to hear any of that language. أنت لو جاي فوق هنا عشان تيجي تقول تيجي تحرض الناس ضد الآخرين، فأنا بقول لا. لو بقيت الغرف في كلاب هاوس هنا بيعملوا زي ده، we are against those people. ده اللغات اللي احنا ما دايرينه. فانا بشكرك انك جيت فوق هنا، لكن انا بنزلك وبالتالي اتمنى انه ما يكون في زول من المتحدثين يكون جاي فوق هنا عشان يقول انه يا ناس فلان what are you gonna do about this. هنا احنا جايين عشان نقول لاهلنا من community بتاع بور انه please leave the area. And also we also ask our brothers to be patient from Equatorial. ليه؟ لأنه إحنا في نهاية الأمر إحنا أخوان. يعني اللانجوج اللي إحنا بنيوزها الليلة I'm sure زي ما أنا بقول أنا واثق إنه 10 years from now, 20 years from now, all of us will regret all those languages that we're using today. Let's not fuel the fire. Let's just stop it from there.
Please allow me.
I think it is my time.
استنى I think دكتور أكي داير يقول حاجة لأنه
I was going to clear. في حاجة كده ما سبق غلط.
Okay, then we'll تفضل.
Yes, network even that is not going to cooperate. What I was saying is that
we'll give you 2 minutes, Will, because في ناس صابرة من قبل هنا and I'm feeling bad for them يعني.
When I said what is it the Dinka Boer community going to do that, I am convinced beyond any doubt that the people, the soldiers push out those cows, they're from the government side. And I'm sure the SSPDF who worked at Junub Sudan, fear of Nabor. So I want the Boer community also, yes, now, نزل جدربوا هنا ده يعني unit الجفي أفراد الجاكت الأبار ما فيها أولاد بور. And if so, how did that happen?
Well, I second that.
Yes, that's the council. Maybe the network did not allow me to be cleared up. But I was not asking for people to rise up and do something. Like I know that,
our army, I think there are 4 sons in every unit.
I
So I don't know
agree.
if
I agree.
yeah.
I agree. I think other people misunderstood what you said, and that's why I was surprised. Where did Jog came up with this question? So شكرا لكم. أنا بصراحة خليني أمشي الخط لأنه في ناس يعني من قبل منتظرة. أستاذ I think tell the truth. I don't know لو يتكلم.
Until they tell the truth and then I call.
عندنا كول يلا بعد ذاك هنمشي لللاين لأنه أشوف أظن يتكلم already.
Okay, thank you. So, but what I want to say is that, so brothers in South Sudan, we are suffer. We are suffer from that topic. Because, see, now we're going to kill ourselves because of the land. Some people are saying that we are fight for our area. But it's not all about South Sudan. Because when people are going to liberate our country, we liberate it to be free, not to be against ourselves. If we need this against, we're supposed to leave to stay in Arab with Arab people in Sudan in order to stay in our area. Look now, we South Sudanese, the one color. Why we against ourselves? Why we forget where we came from? I don't get that. For example, now, you see people are fight in South Sudan now. They're fight about tribe. Someone saying that I'm from Bari, I'm from Acholi, I'm from Dinga, I'm from Shiluk, I'm from all the tribe of South Sudan. But when we move out in South Sudan, we love ourselves. For example, now I will tell you that where I'm existing now. I'm now in Libya, but now I'm staying with the Nuer people and Mundari, followed by Bari. But we love each other. Why we don't drop all this idea? They cannot work. They cannot work at all. You see, now we leave our country because of what? Because of these races. Races are not good. Why we talk about the land and the cow who are eating their grass? They didn't talk about that. Why don't see this? Okay, when we kill ourselves, what the cows say about that? They are quiet, and they are eat together. The lover is silent, and they are animal, and we kill ourselves about the land. Why we doing that? Let we forget about that. Let we give a chance to humanity, peace and stability in order to grow our country. I will give this message to my brother, CPI, for what is saying that let people leave the country. It's not what we want. When we liberate our country, we need to be free. But the free is not all about your tribe to be stay in your area alone. I didn't see that. We liberate our country to be free to move wherever we want in our country. Whether are you from where if you are from Afranal or Equatorial or Baragazal, we are all South Sudanese. We can live a place where we love. Let us stay with the peace. Don't support that one. And I think that we're not in South Sudan. And I see you now. You are in Canada, maybe in USA. We are now in Africa, and we suffer. We suffer we suffer from that races. We leave our country, but we don't like that to leave our country. But you know why? What forced us to leave the country? Do you know now how we feel in Libya? I need to give this message to my CFI to know that how we feel in Libya, from Sudan to Europe to Egypt, other from Morocco, other from Tunis. They see us like slavery. Why we don't give peace and humanity to our country, make our country better. Why we still support the racists? Ajama, nina ala wale jama, nina ala wale. Ite kan murlei wala mundare jama. Ansa mabduwa jama, amsa jama. Shaja baladna ya akhwan. Nina المشاكل كان راسل بين جنوبين والعرب ده جيت كليته
Okay, 1 minute to
وخشيته في
conclude.
النهاية.
Tell the truth. 1 minute to conclude. You have 1 minute to conclude. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. So I see that one is wrong. Don't support that. Don't support that. CFI, forget about that and let peace be around us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll move to Akola Call. Akola Call, I will give you 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Sister Sweet and Dr. Akec, and those who have already spoken, and your audience. My sister, what has happened, it had never happened in even the whole Sudan history. Even those on Maralim, the Janjaweed, that has been named in a different term in Sudan when we have a civil war, has never even killed an animals. They either take them or whatever they have to do to them. Now, what I have heard, or which we have no verification of what's really a national, which is a government of people, is the one that turned guns against, the animals that, innocent, that government cannot even provide health care or water or whatever, be the one to kill that animals. It is questionable, and this is what we have to ask ourselves as South Sudanese. What is taking place in our country has never happened even in a dark history of humankind, because there is no country that has been made in a history of silver blade. We all know, even the Western world, and I think 90% of those of you who are now in social media here are in the Western countries. And sometimes we even fail to understand even the country you are living in. Have you ever even looked in their history, what they undergone to reach what they are today? People of South Sudan never look on that. They just want to see whether there are social services that are available to them, or because you got maybe industry, there are a lot of industry, you can find a job that you want to equate it, that the government of South Sudan had to avail to the people of South Sudan. And this is what we call a stupidity beyond stupidity, because stupidity sometimes is foolish is better than stupid, because foolish you can learn, but stupidity is when you are told this is not the way you do. You say this is how to be done, and then you are told this several times, and you cannot. This is what we call stupidity in English, because stupidity is you are told this is not the way to go through, but you say no, this is the way I go through it, but there's no way out of it. There is no eternal that you can go underground and then get out of it, but you just say no. You see, that's what we call stupidity in English. Foolish is bad, but stupidity is something that you cannot accept somebody telling you this is not the right way, and you say this is the right way. Now, in South Sudan, we have reached now to the extent that domesticated animals have to be shot by the national security. Then people, we have to ask ourselves, what have we gone through? Now, I have seen,
You have
this
1
country.
minute to conclude, brother.
No, you give me 5 now, because the topic, what I'm talking about, is not interesting to you. You want to cut me. This is not 5 minutes, my sister.
All
Otherwise,
right,
I have to
sorry.
end it here, because it's not 5 minutes. Because there's no a human in South Sudan can shot a domesticated animal. Even in a Western world, you cannot shot a dog. You cannot shot a dog in the street, and you cannot go to jail. Even the wild animal in South Sudan now, they have a wild game that if you shoot a wild animal in the bush, you can be in prison. But now somebody going and shot the cows. This is unbecoming. And if it is that South Sudan is now undergoing now, this South Sudan has to go in the hell before we go to heaven. We have to go to hell. And I yield my mic back to you, because you are now cut me short because you don't like the way I'm talking. And I thank you for opportunity, but I yield my mic to you because you never give me 5 minutes. But I thank you anyway. Thank you, my sister.
Brother, it's not that I didn't like your point. I was just saying that we're moving the line, and I'm not disagreeing with you. The only point that I'm disagreeing right now is what you said at the end, that this country should go to hell before it goes anywhere. We don't want any
If
violence
the national
here.
national army, that is the national army for people, is killing the animal that those who the government cannot even provide services to them, is the one turning gun to against the animal. What can you tell me here, my sister? What can you tell me? Is that a country? And that why you don't like it? And that why you cut my minute? You give me 5 minutes, but you cut them short. So I give you, I respect you. I respect you. Go ahead, and I stop here.
Okay, I just want to say that when I try to remind you, it's not because I did not like the points you were saying. Okay, I was just reminding you of your time, because we have other people that are still waiting, and I want to get to them. Dr. Akec is still here. Ustaz Dengdit left because it's too late from his end, and he have to go to sleep. I'm sure he have work tomorrow, and that's why I'm trying to rush people. Not that I didn't like your point. If I did not like your point, I would have said it straight up. Ustaz Akol, stop saying this. However, let's just continue and move the line. I think Dr. Madudanyar Wilson, I'm going to give you 4 minutes because you kind of spoke before.
I probably need 10 minutes. But I'm not going to be an exception from others. Sorry about that.
All right, just go.
Anyway, I'm not going to talk here like a South Sudanese or someone who is going for unity or my unity, because unity doesn't seem to be prevailing. First of all, I would like to start by introducing myself to Uncle Dr. Akec Marar. Uncle Dr. Akec, yan madud Madina agoto.
Inja nyikir nyake. Welcome.
I don't know, dear. Yeah, inja muat. You know, guys, first of all, I would like to greet you all before I can start talking. And to jump to the topic, I think there's something fishy. And Ustaza Kola I've touched a bit of it here. There's something fishy happening in Junub Sudan. And winning Yanabor. I'll tell you in Tongmonjang and winning Yanabor, and I will talk as Monbor Zato. Because what is happening to the people of Bor, I don't know. We as Monjang are becoming very ignorant. Especially the people of Barghazal are becoming very ignorant of what is facing Bor. It has reached to the extent that some individual within Barghazal unites with the enemies of their brothers across the river in Bor and do something very shameful to them and commit atrocities toward them. Since the recent incident is linked to some apparatus in the national security, what do you expect? There have been claims that a few Kochiga Gornim, Garda and Rek, Achika Dom, Achika Nok, Kuyoka Goop, Tongwan Chibor, Chikeglo, Murle. And when they were forced back to retreat to their respective area, a few Midbargazal were there among those people of Murle background. That's questionable. Now that those who were caught, who committed the recent crime, there are some people of Barghazal background, and they are part of the national security. Check that. Also, what is happening in Bor area that forced Bor to drive their cattle to Equatorial? The weapons being used by Murle, because last time when they attacked Baidit, the weapons that were used by Murle were brand new weapons that were supplied to the soldiers of the National Army. That's another question. I heard the likes of General Jogriak, Buraswat, and Walatu. They went to Akolokor, and Akolokor refused to discuss with them recently due to the recent incident. That's another shameful act. Should we let Boer down because of enriching ourselves gold in Murle area? I believe some people will not digest it well here. They will say that Madud is bringing chaos. As well, including President Kirkia Winmalan, saying that that my cattle were taken to Bargazal and some died there, some this, that. If President Kir follow up the historical facts, that Luri where his cattle were in, Boer used to have cattle camp there. It used to be called Tonya Nyer Kanakun. Before 70s, before the signing of Addis Ababa peace agreement, Boer used to have their cattle there. Okay? Even Tungping as a Sarakam, wasn't it after that Mashakil when Chilwe initiated by Sultan Andriadit? Zaman Andriadit kan ga regula Bugarta jenge biga giuru Sambala fi Medina, aju kalero butu gufa fi Ginita Tomon. And a fight broke out in 70s. And then they decided to move aside to Tungping, and that's why they say Pinyatung. I believe President Kiir is ignorant of those historical facts. And by the way, I believe Boer were taken from Mangalak province in 1926 by Sultan Deng Malwal. And Mundari were also part of, Aliab were also part of Central Equatoria, Mangalak. They were taken after that incident when they killed the governor general, Moinkawaja, Zaman Inglizi, in 1919. These people, if you look at Mundari and Dingabor and those in Lake State, they participate in wrestling together. Their dancing style is the same. This Kubulo or Dergel is the same. They have lived together for quite some time. But right now, for Equatorian Tani, guide enough for Western Equatoria, or very far as Tafosa or Lotuko area, demanding Dinkabor to leave or demanding Dinka to leave Juba area because they think they are Equatorians. When they are ignorant of the fact that these people have coexisted for a long time. There are a few clans within Dinkabor who are originally Bari speakers. Some are from Lokoyo area, some are from Lokora or Pari. If you go to Kolnyang Payam, you find most people are of Mundari background or Bari background. Even Byungtung Dan in Uncle Dictorake, you can jong ku kebior, chigi Mundari, Kaki Angorga Chig Ladu Yuwani, Inyangbur. You know? And these are things that people ignore.
Abadu de wat chinga man nyana bor en chi so wedi pal daman kan ko ana lu cut short one wala ke
Because who got a good for history, and that's why I let him I want him to finish his point.
There's difference between beating the bush and saying this and this and that, but there are things that people need to learn here. Okay? How these people have lived together prior to this political turmoil that is pitting a certain community against community. And then there are some politicians who are trying to be stakeholders in it to enrich themselves because nowadays war means business. And that's a fact that we are always ignorant of. But then, Labna Equatoria, what I want to tell you is here, you CPI here, I believe maybe Tamasha for Juba Zato Gabelkida, if not because after the signing of CPA, then you came to see Juba. Now everyone can go to Juba. But we used to know who used to be people who goes to Juba. Dinkabor, Mundari Bari, were the most people who used to inhabit Juba. And now في Equatorial
Okay,
town
yalla bagi lek
bigger
dagiga
into
ba'da
Asnan.
ustaz. Now you
Okay,
have
the giga to wrap it up here. Finna amna Equatoria hina tet hina gari gulugal. Dinkas must leave Equatoria. Nikalo Equatoria kevlo Equatoria biga hilu leku masi. Leintu mamatu ashani Equatoria zaman harb.
La la la
Ha?
la la la. We don't want
Ana
to go there,
no
my
dagiga
brother.
dagiga sara zaman harb. Ana mutaki amna denka almatu fi Equatoria. Kutar actor min amna Equatoria combine. Gabail bita Equatoria dem kullam combine. Mamna denka almatu fi Equatoria. I believe Dinka sacrifice more.
Okay.
And if Equatoria is sweet to them, they, you know, Zolma yagder yadbuk lega kil yala taji tuguleu galita tabakta kalas shukran. Kalas shetit. Yala ana anakul akil de shan tabako fi beti. De kalam fari.
All
Malaysia
right,
nkola
all
kej.
right,
Ya
all right,
salib
all right.
bitaida ulakina ana zalan. Shukran.
خلاص نجيب هنا أستاذ
Thank you. Thank
دكتور
you.
ويلسون. Anyway أنا بشكرك عشان أنت جبت لنا history. I think that was nice to learn more about these areas. أظن ناس كتار أنا واحد منهم يعني ما عندي background كتير about our history as South Sudanese. وده طبعا is a common thing because ما في زول ذاته ساكن في جنوب السودان عشان ما يتعلم الهيستوري. not only history المناطق ذاته بتاع الجنوب الليلة لو ودوني في أي محل قفلوا عيني وخطوني هناك وقال لي ده وين I would never know that this is South Sudan. So that is unfortunate. Anyway, thank you for sharing all this information. I will go back to Ustaz Dengdit because I know that his time is almost over. عشان لو عنده أي كلمة أخيرة قبل ما هو يمشي فأنا بدي المايك لأستاذ دينجديد وبرضه هنرجع لدكتورة كيج to make sure that if they have anything to say. تفضل أستاذ دينجديد.
Yes, thank you. Chance. I have to make my final remarks before I exit the room because it is 10 minutes past 2 in my end here. What I want to say is that the relationship between the pastoralists and farmers in Equatoria is worsening. And it is worsening because the political class, they are the one giving arms, supplying arms to the citizens so that they can kill themselves. And this room has sent a message to the people of South Sudan about what happened yesterday. And the room held the government. This room hold the government of the Republic of South Sudan responsible for what happened to the cattle that were shot yesterday. I'm still wondering really why did the government soldiers do this? But according to the analysis, it is a dirty politics of the government sending soldiers in order to shoot those cows so that the communities can be angry against one another and fight among themselves. That is the final analysis on what happened yesterday, because it is crystal clear that those are the soldiers which belong to the government. And so the people of the two communities in Boer community and also in Greater Equatoria should understand that the government of the Republic of South Sudan is playing a negative roles. If it is not the whole government, then some elements. But I don't want to say some elements, because if there are elements within the government is involved. If there are 2 or 3, it means the government is involved. And so this is now a message for the people of South government that we have in the country is using the policy of problems between South Sudanese communities. That they hate themselves, so that they fight themselves. Nevertheless, what we said earlier is also in place. The historical the issue of hatred between the citizens as a result of these policies is also right, and it is in its place. And so the room is sending a clear message of peace and message of coexistence to our people. And the call we made that these people, the cattle headers from Boer community, should leave Equatoria and go back to their original land, or go to the other areas such as Lake State and other areas, is this call is made in order to achieve the purpose of peace in between the two communities. And so this is what I want to say. Lastly, I am delighted that I have been here sharing the forum together with Ambassador Dr. Akec Khoc and Brother Kush, and those brothers and sisters who came in to make their interjections. And I would like to say that let us be careful when we are talking. Let us not pour more oil into the fire. What we are doing is a call for peace, so that we see our people living in peace and no more bloodshed in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much أستاذ دينجديت. أنا بشكرك برضو لحضورك هنا ولكل الكونتريبيوشن اللي أنت قدمته لنا والهيستوري وبعدين solution. أشكرك شديد. إن شاء الله المرة الجاية نتواصل في رومات أكتر. وبرضو بشكر دكتورة كيج. But before I go to anyone else, ده أرجع للدكتورة كيج لو عنده أي مداخلة قبل ما أمشي للزول
نو ما بكون عندي مداخلة قبال قفل الروم later unless لو في حاجة جا then I can intervene. لكن I'm very grateful لأستاذ مدود لأستاذ Dengdit before he leaves for the contribution, preparation, and everything. He has been sitting up late الساعة 2 وحاجة هسي نحن كبرنا ما بنقدر على thank you very much for staying up and for the great contribution. Inshallah, we meet again in Clubhouse to make another presentation one day on this or another topic. Shukran.
شكرا شديد دكتورة كيج وشكرا أستاذ دينجديت. لابد هنرجع في الموضوع لأنه طبعا الحياة دي لسه ماشية متطورة. Also we would like to see what is the ending. لو جماعة ديل قدروا يطلعوا بسلامة من الأراضي دي ونشوف يعني لو في أي قيام من جهة بتاع ال community leaders عشان to settle even حتى لو ال community بتاع بور طلعت من المحل ده. I believe إنه the two communities leaders should continue to should establish a dialogue between them for the future sake. ليه؟ لأنه إحنا جنوبيين مهما كانت الظروف because we still need each other and this is not the end. يعني خروج مجتمع بور من الأراضي بتاع إكواتوريا is not the end of the story. ليه؟ لأنه إحنا أهل حتى لو ما رجعوا we still need a peaceful coexistence between the two communities. فأنا بشكركم شديد وإحنا طبعا هنواصل we will make a lot of communication on that to get more information and come here and bring it to our South Sudanese online. فأنا I will move the line because we don't want to wait too much. I think it should go to 111 Mangardit, I believe.
Is that me, Lion?
Oh, Lion,
Before
أنا
one.
قايل لك اتكلمت.
أنا ما كلمته. ما
أنت
كلمته
قلت
يا
بتسأل
سويد
بس. أوكي
ماما.
خلاص. alright معلش.
Yes.
خلاص أنا بديك 5 دقايق and because دكتورة كي قال هيقعد هنا لحد نهاية الغرفة عشان كده I will strictly go with 5 minutes عشان ما نأخر لدكتورة كي برضو. وشكرا لكم. فأنا I will set 5 minutes يا أستاذ لاين. And when I said you have this left, it would mean you really have that much time left. Thank you. Go ahead.
So you have a good name, my sister, sweet mama. Why you come and start the rule with me? You know, the biji mishila le junubinde kalamde. Hopefully you continue with that 5 minutes. There's no problem. In my
مشكلة
end,
معك بيجيب
for your
مشكلة الجنوبيين.
information, yeah, for
معلش
your
معلش.
information, yeah, for your information, this is 3:19 a.m. in the morning. I left my room because
Alright.
of this room. So it's
Alright.
not,
تفضل.
it's
ما
very
في
important.
مشكلة. ما في مشكلة.
Yeah,
تفضل.
thank you. I think it's a very good topic, and I saw the pastoralists and peasants in Eastern Equatoria. I think this is not the Eastern Equatoria, but it has already been corrected according to the report that I just heard from the speakers. It's Central Equatoria. So, and the most complex thing here, there is a trick that I have seen in this. Lo de la sakar bata lukuma are the one who attack. And this issue of the cattle has not only been cattle. I have 2 of my cousins that have been killed in Tori. One was a trader closing down the generator, and he was killed in August of this year. The same August, the other cousin was killed on both sides of my mom and my dad. So sometimes when people are talking here, I know this is more than the issue of cattle. And we have CPI there. CPI is not fighting for the issue of cattle. For your information, Dr. Akec. There are people in Equatoria that are separatists. They have different agenda. It's not the issue of cattle. And this is something geared to what happening in South Sudan. There is other group too. These are not for separation, but they don't need cattle too. So I hope our people back home there, especially the cattle headers and the communities and our communities, they get this message. This is my problem since I have been here. We talk to people who don't have authorities. But people who have authorities, they can find a way to resolve this. Another problem here in the clubhouse, the community that talk about issue of the cattle are not the real community that are affected. For example, people from Eastern down there, they can only talk about probably people living in their areas, but they don't have cattle. Someone very far from the west, they can never talk about the issue of cattle. There are tribes here, the Bari community, that can talk about the issue of cattle, especially the communities that have cows. Other communities were Madi, and I don't think there is cow now in Madi, especially in Numali area. Because I know if there were cows, they were taken either to Uganda or taken to Tijabat al-Bor. So that problem was solved. So therefore, there was a room that we talked last time. There were communities, actually the people whom the cattle headers are in their areas are the right people that we talk. And there were ways that we had devised. We devised mechanism on how to resolve the dispute. laying out rule between the peasant and the pastoralists temporarily until the pedanat or flooding is removed. It's the land dry up for flooding. And the issue of flooding, who is responsible about it? I say it is the government, the central government in Juba. And I never see a senior government in Juba talking about the flooding. That is the responsibility of government. So what I want to say here, also this issue of between the communities in Jonglei and Morley, I have mentioned those people who are, I never mentioned the name, but there are people digging the gold here in these government officials. They are known to the central government. And we will start speaking about their name now. We'll reveal them. They are the one who armed Morley last time. They are the one who take the wounded Morley and allow our Galwing to die. And they were taking Morley to be treated in different locations where our son and daughters are nurses. We were aware of that. And people were quiet. Some people have been caught in their government. Even some people saying that we didn't know. But our people are keeping quiet with this information. We will start speaking out in the media so that the government will pay attention in Juba. Because this is coming to the government right now. The trick that has been laid now, what if our people get angry? This will be a problem between the government and the people where the cattle headers or the people who have been killed, the communities whom their people are being killed in the Bor Road, Bor Juba Road or Bilnyang, around that Bilnyang. Look at the cows. This is not the first time it happened in Mugali. 50 cows were actually mowing. They were shot. And you know cultures, even Americans fight for their culture. Cow actually is a center of Dinka culture and some Nilotic in South Sudan. When you hear or see a cow like that mowing, then you will actually feel, even though the value of life of cow is less than a human being, that person attack your center of life, want to erase you on the face of planet. How in the world the attacker does not take the cow and eat it instead of killing them and leave them like that? That is a different case. It drives people wild, and it will be difficult for you to control that situation. So the people who did this trick to allow government soldiers, people in uniform, to attack people on the way there, they know what they are doing because they know the community are going to be angry and they can take action. And that action will be more than what we are talking now. This is why I will pull. But what I would want to caution is the government. If they cannot control their soldiers, we will go and control their soldiers. So that this message should go to Juba. If this continues, that it can be handled by communities too. And that should be heard from Juba. J1. They should hear this. We will go and organize Juba and fix it and see where things will go. I don't know why our communities are not standing up. There's so many people right there.
So I'm gonna give 1 more minute. 5 minutes ended like 2 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago,
Thank
and
you.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you, my sister. So actually, the government, the people in Juba, they listen to us. Last time we told them that our water should not be sell out, and they listen. Even Salva Kiir had stood with us. This time round, we are going to call upon this exploitation of Buma. And then Murale has to be brought back to Jonglei. Jonglei has to be one. We will fix our own issue there in Jonglei. No one should take advantage of the blood of our people. The government must look into how they can solve the
Conclude,
flooding
brother. We need to
in
move the line.
Jonglei.
Bulilwel Buma Budom Toga. Doi Kupar Koj Buka Jam.
I yield back, ya Jamana. I left the rest
خلاص
for
خلاص
you.
طيب شكرا. أستاذ 11 أنا بعرف لو أنت اتكلمت. Was it you that spoke? I remember. Oh yeah, you didn't speak. 11. It's your turn. If you're not here, then we'll move to Alfonso.
Yeah.
اتفضل.
Okay. Thank you, sweet mama, and Dr. Akec, and all those who have spoken. I'm gonna try to speak as calm as much as I can, but sometimes certain situations make you just your blood boil. Anyhow, first, I would also like to greet the audience and those who are on the panel as well. First is first. These cows, it is inhumane the way they die. And these animals, as they lay there, some are dead and some are wounded. I believe they are wondering in their mind why they are feeling this pain and why they are bleeding. No one can explain to them why they're being shot, why they're being wounded. And it's very sad. Uh, this kind of act sends a strong message to our community that we are vulnerable against the government at any time, that these people can do such thing to the people of the community, whether it's from government, whether it's from people who are paid to do that, whether it's people who on their own. This kind of act uh, sets a community against one another. What I want to say here, number one, to these young politicians, people like Deng Ayok and all these are coming to the political arena, all of this called intellectuals, those of other different political parties like Edward Akec and all of them. What I want to say is they need to show true leadership here when the time of crisis like this strikes. And you speak with conviction. You speak to your people with the sound of righteousness and hope, and how you can unite and bring about peace, not pointing fingers and a blame with anger. And you don't have nothing to offer to people, no solution you're offering. We have seen what happened in the past few days. And those who are supposed to show or take a leadership role immediately, they are the one invited, those with tribal mindset, to dance in their clubhouse floor and speak all kind of things in their mind, as if this leader was not our leader. Though this is not the topic I'm talking about, but I'm showing the point here. Where this leadership going to come from? If we really call ourselves intellectuals.
Ustaz Alphonse, look, I don't think you're on the topic because you're talking
I know, I
about.
already said it. If you paid attention to what I was saying, I said that though this is not the topic, but I know I'm bringing it back to it. I'm just marking that
Okay,
because
but
what happened requires a leadership in our
yes,
country.
one second, I'll let you go on. But I just want to tell you, I don't know if you were here the whole time, but what you're saying, I haven't heard Ustaz Dengdit saying things that you were saying. Okay, we came here to speak to our people and to make sure that this problem will be resolved. Like we're not, it's not us resolving it, but we're just encouraging people to have patience and to have understanding and to move out from those areas. I don't know what you're talking about, but what you're saying, it doesn't reflect anybody in this room. Continue.
Well, If you paid attention, you will understand what I'm saying here. I'm pointing a leadership role that the leaders have failed. Right now, if I say why these armed forces who are part of government coming there and shooting down the cows, doesn't they have anybody who is higher ranking than them that knows what these people are doing and what they're up to and what their task supposed to be? Because there's no leadership. People do what comes in their mind. That's exactly what you just refrained me from talking about. It is start from this position right now to see things that are important, the things that does not bring community into clashes like this, cow issues. I'm a person, I like to look ahead of time. If we let this cow issue thing goes, it would be exactly what Akol have said, that we will go through hell before we go through heaven. And if we were people of pride, as we call ourselves Jing, we should be puffed up with pride right now and try to find out who did what just happened. And guess what? The whole country can go to hell because you just disgrace our leader. But no, we put our pride behind.
Which leader are
We
you
have a
talking
country.
about? Are you talking about Salva Kiir?
Yes, but we're not a people of pride. We don't put pride before us. We put our country before us. We put our unity.
Okay,
We put the
brother.
peace before us.
I'm not gonna answer you in that point
No,
because
I'm just speaking.
if
You
I
don't have to
want to answer
respond.
you,
You don't have to respond. If what I'm saying is bothering you, then you shouldn't be open because this is what you're gonna be hearing more often. People speaking their mind and not to offend anybody. I did not say pick a gun and go shoot non-Dinka people. No, I did not say that. Earlier in another room, I was frustrated, but now I'm speaking in control way and I'm trying to let the people see the broad picture what a leadership should play a role in.
Brother Alfonso, this is what I had said earlier. We have to go hell before we see the heaven. You know, they will not even going to recognize what you're saying yet. I thank you, my brother.
it's true. Nobody's going to recognize it because Salva Kiir that you want us to, look up to, he's not helping. You see the cow down there. Who shot the cow? Okay, those are the government soldiers.
No, and then what is your alternative? What are you telling South Sudanese that you can do so that a cow cannot die? Are you telling us?
Hasera, who are we blaming? Should we blame the people or should we blame the government? And you want us to blame the people?
You all South Sudanese, you are bullshit. We have to butcher ourselves until whatever they come, and then we have to go to hell, and then we will see the heaven.
Okay, look, I am going
let me
to,
finish my.
I'm gonna remove you, my brother Akon.
I don't even fucking care about your room, whether move me or whatever. Take me out.
All right, thank you.
Take
Move
me out.
yourself. Move
Yeah.
yourself. Move yourself.
Okay.
Thanks.
Can I talk to Akon? Can I respond to Akon?
Yeah. Who's that?
Let me finish the CPI, but let me finish.
Let Alphonse. Alphonse, I'll give you 2 more minutes.
This is Jamus, not Alphonse. His name is Jamus.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call me.
Shut up,
Call me whatever you
CPI.
want.
Shut up, CPI.
Okay, Jamus. Okay. أنا بديك دقيقتين. حاول
You guys has disrupt my time, so I should have 3 minutes.
معليش بس احنا ما دايرين نجيب سلفا كير كأنه هو أساس الموضوع هنا.
Okay. What I want to say here is,
أنا عارف
really quick.
Please, Jamus.
I don't know if you guys, yes, listen to me. I don't like the violence that is going on. I don't want to see any violence in my country, whether regarding the cows, whether regarding Dinka had to leave Equatorial, whether this and that. I don't want to see that. But people like CPI should not be in your room here. Okay? To be honest with you, if you want to unite people of South Sudan, you want a good thing to come, remove somebody who have a separatist mindset out of the room, because this is not going to work here. Okay?
Look. Jamus or Alfonso, look, CPI been sitting here all day and he's so respectful, and I will say this is my first time seeing that.
That's just
and
my.
Can you answer a question? Is this South
Please.
Sudanese?
Okay, look, أنا كده هوقفك هنا. أنت عارف أنا هوقفك هنا. And then أنا خلي, if you have anything to say, I will give you 2 minutes or so to calm down, because انا ما داير زول يجي فوق هنا ويخط لنا سلفكير فوق راس الناس ويهاجم البقيه في الغرفه. انا الليله بفضل CPI اكثر من ما افضل سلفكير. Okay, CPI is just a civilian just like me who struggle just like everybody else. But Salva Kiir, I don't think he's struggling in any ways. So let's just move the line.
Be
And
careful what you wish for.
Okay, anyway. Anyway.
Do you know what you're saying really? Did you really send the message you're sending out?
Alfonso.
You guys, to be honest, I need to leave.
Whether Jagalan Jalachata, Mama Helena, let
It's
the
okay.
line
It's
move,
okay.
please.
You
This
can
is
take
very
your
chaotic.
mic. Take your mic. It's okay. I'll stop here. You.
Okay. Might be الفرصة لك. أنا بعرف كيف عديناك وجينا ل أيوة might be. اتفضل.
I'm giving my time to Alfonso. Give my time to Alfonso. Take
Okay,
my 3
and then
minutes.
I don't want Alfonso to talk now because he's attacking on people and he wants to put Salva
Then
Kiir
take me
above
down, my
everybody.
sister. If you
Even
don't
though we
Wait,
have
this is
respect,
not
we have
democracy.
respect
happy.
for Salva
This is
Kiir
not
as he is
democracy.
right
You're
there.
talking about
ما داير
democracy.
نجي نخطيه
You
فوق
take
راسنا
me down.
هنا.
That's okay.
استنوا يا جماعة استنوا. Hold on 1 second please.
Me
Close
down.
your mic everybody. Close your mic everybody please. Close your mic everybody. and احنا أصلا ما عندنا زمن هنا. Okay, لو في زول جاي هنا عشان يجي يعرقلنا ويجيب لنا سلفا كير the base thing to talk about. Okay, we're talking about our own issues as the communities. Okay, Salva Kiir, we respect him, we put him up there, and we have nothing to do with him in this room. Nobody disrespected him or anything. We're blaming the government forces who came and shot the cow that you have in the picture. And now you're saying that we're blaming the wrong people. Okay, so انا بعرف انت هنا ده جاي تقول داير تجي تهاجمنا احنا المواطنين ولا المفروض تتكلم عن الجفرمنت
هاجمتك
اللي
كيف
بيعمل
يعني؟
الحاجات ده.
ما
فانا
هاجمتك.
بصراحه
Allow me to say what I want to say.
hold on.
No.
You should
1
not do
second,
that.
let me
Give my
finish.
2
I
minutes
will
to
push
Jamus.
everybody
That's it.
down at this
Sweet
point.
mama, sweet
This is
mama.
not
Even you don't
democracy,
even need
right?
to move me
You
down.
have to
I will
donate
leave the
time to
forum.
people,
I
right?
don't have to be here.
Can you
That's
Leave
my
the
right
room.
to do that, right?
Sorry.
This is
Okay,
democracy.
hold on,
It's not
hold on, hold
democracy.
on. Might be hold on.
You're asking
Jamus,
for
hold on.
democracy.
Team Chuk, hold on. I will give everybody 3 minutes, okay? Because we respectfully have an elder in this room, Dr. Akec لسه قاعد وانا بتأسف له انه الغرفة ده يعني مشت في الجوطة. Okay, أنا بتأسف. Please let's be respectful, and I will give everybody 3 minutes, and I will set it. If the 3 minutes is done, I will just remove you down. Thank you. ما قال ما داير يمشي، داير ادي فرصة لألفونزو ما
yeah.
حيمشي، لكن أنا هدي فرصة لتيم تشوك. تيم تشوك
كيف يعني؟
واصل.
كيف يعني الفاظ ما يمشي؟ I'll give him my time. This is not democracy.
مدبي لو ما دار تتكلم انزل تاني.
Sweet
Yeah,
mama.
Dr. Wilson, you don't even know what's going on.
You don't like it.
No. You go down.
You
أنت
told.
رمت التليفون وين تكتب
South Sudan.
ده كان قاعد نسكن من قبل يا أخي كده أنت يعني جام كتا إيران جال sweet mama أنزل مدبي down. Alfonso Zato must go down too.
أنا
لو ما دار يتكلم.
نزلتهم.
I
أنت نزلت
thank
بيه
you.
في
Go
الغرفة،
ahead.
إحنا ما جايين هنا للفوضى. And we have
They
a
lack
very important
respect.
issues to talk about.
Yeah, now you can just give the chance to one or Team Dot. Thank you.
Thank you. Team Chuk ولا Team Dot؟ اتفضل.
Thank you. Rawun jamken rinke akan kangi jadik. Lakin errol intangit. Kwache wacha mun aliap cepat kwachu kon. Apat buka jamit. Tap god nalten achuk ting. Enguchiro loy lang bor ko jola ke duar kwam ke tak ok. Adayok. Kuna ich pani junub engamen la irwela ken ke kedia pani junub ke daben lian jam ko wek ko bar pani twitch ane moy twitch ko bar tin baba ma joktin wala ba ko nyutin kay yegin ko rertin o ga junubin ben e ngo kay ro liya ngo kay nim liya be jama buar ke kila kwa chila mach pane Eastern Equatoria unta pinkan engu ko pendu too much naneng behavior right ke cake kena pap bia le go kala ko chaka akoy right aben ka bia bun ke ra ja pai kwa ko ba lui kuna won ma jin wen akach wen ko le to wala bichwet
Ustaz Kimchuk, I'm sorry. Is it possible for you to speak Arabic or English?
I know both.
Please.
I know both. So you want me to
I'm
speak
sorry.
English,
Yes.
Arabic?
اتكلم بالعربي ولا
Okay, I will.
بالإنجليزي.
I
Thank
will.
you.
Oh, thank you. I will. Okay. If it is Equatoria, where more people who are actually become a pastoralist based on the topic, they've been there. If that become an issue, that can be addressed. But to address, we all South Sudanese. As a South Sudanese, there's no way here. If you come to my own community as myself talking, you are welcome. We all South Sudanese. We fought this war together. We all know what was happening to us. We all know how we achieved South Sudan. It became South Sudan how long ago? Was it 5 or 7 years ago? It just yesterday, South Sudan become like a country. If you have a country now, why can that country be supported? That country needs to be supported. And to be supported, this behavior of like, I don't like you, you don't like me, it won't help us. The only thing will help us is just let like each other. Let's work together. What is happening in Western Equatoria and whatever Eastern Equatoria? Yes, I know it is happening. They won't like it. I understand. Maybe they just getting a damage. I understand. But in the real life, be human being like me, like anybody else. Why are we too much criticizing each other and hating each other? To be honest, I am getting so upset on this. I won't lie to you. Because we are all South Sudanese. Any Equatorial who go to Twitch, I'm from Twitch, Barkazal, all the way to Northern. You come there. There are Equatorians that I know, they are there. Nobody will touch them. As long as I'm alive, even those who are there, leave me alone. Nobody will touch them. They will secure the land and they will be there. The land of South Sudan is belong to South Sudanese. There's no land belong to you or to anybody. No. Land is all about South Sudanese. Believe me, there are so many places in South Sudan. No even body touch it. There is too much places roar in our tongue as Dinka. In anywhere, it's like a forest. So many. Why don't you go there? If you feel like you don't want to live with people, just go to that. Why are you here trying to target individual based on living? Let me say this, to be honest.
Okay, 1 minute to conclude.
Thank you. Anybody want to live anywhere in South Sudan have a right to live. There's no way here. You can be just like, oh, and this and that. Boer community, if they occupy that place wrong way, good thing that I heard was Michael McQuilworth. He said it very clearly. He said, Boer, we need to move. He raised his voice very clearly. Information Minister of South Sudan, McQuilworth. He said, you need to move. But as me, I said, no, don't move. Why? We are South Sudanese. Wherever you lived, you lived. Michael McQuay raised his voice. But what is happening here is very stupid. I am not going to that stupidity, and I'm not going to support it. And I will say, whoever live anywhere in South Sudan should live. You live anywhere. God bless you. I will stop there. Thank you. I know you will criticize me, whoever go. I don't care. Do I really care? I don't. But thank you.
Anyway, shukran
Sweet,
lek.
moderator, can I interject a bit because it's becoming too much? I'm
Okay.
forgetting.
Okay, 1 second, CPI. Thank you, Team Dot. I'm gonna remove you down. I have nothing against what you said. I think
You don't even have to. I will remove myself down and I will just go. That's okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyway, it's not because anything, but because we're winding down and Dr. Akec is still here and we want him to say his last word after everybody, and that's why we have to wind down the room. But anyway, thank you for being up here and thank you for contribution. CPI, I'll give you 2 minutes before I go to Shirwan.
Thank you very much, Sweet Mama. You are able to handle the room despite the heat that we are giving you. Let me start with the Team Jock and Jurton. About living anywhere, or those who have that mentality of saying Constitution say, oh, you have a right to live or anywhere. But if you are acquitted yourself with constitutional laws, there is also limitations. There are also limitations. You are given right and there's also obligations. But you are not Equatorians. Ajede, Tim Dot came from, he said he is from Twitch, Mayardit from Warap State. It is not really very shameful that he talk about this because Twitch just kick out Abie and walk from an 8. They kick them out. And these are Dinkas. They are not Equatorians. Dinkas, they are also South Sudanese, Al-Mustamirindel. Why they don't say that, oh, Abie have a right to live anywhere because we fought together with those of Abie. Imagine ana kija fi betaki ana bija kasur betaki katu leal taki dugu umataki amu sunu silu betaki katu lita nkulu. Who is gonna take you to court? Ita katu lumon kalas munu bodita fi mahakama. Ita bisil munu ma albija bodita fi mahakama de munu. And why ana gasar kulu all the time? Itum beasur galu why we will liberate this area. Everyone has a right to. Do you want us to liberate you from Equatoria? Do you want us to take arms to fight you, the Dinka in Equatoria? Yes, Jurtong say, wala Josu Quest, yes, Josu Quest. Itum silu nuswanta wata the Equatoria, silu town. Tana ta Dinka kaman na biju fi Equatoria. That's how intermarriage. If you are honest in again momonini, Jurtong again man if is my neighbor here. Why one day see even a Dinka street here for Malde? There are thousands of Dinka live in this city. No single Dinka street. No even cattle roaming here. Nobody even have a cattle. Like some people claim, oh, Dinka love cattle. They even have in America. They have in Canada. I did not see any Dinka having a cattle here. And here they behave. If you ask Ajede Jurtong, do we have any problem here as people?
I have 150 cattle in Texas.
Charles Ipo, this is me, Aramtai.
I know Aramtai. I know you.
Charles Ipo, haja na kunta ganet kalam fogo. Gala mutu muradin. Mafishin fi katul bita dabgar umanas gal mafishin fogo. Gal the government ya endu mishkela de. Ya katal nas. Government da national security wala or the mayor of the city. Ya darab abgardel shan abgardel kan shailinu rajin wara lebor. Umasha ajomon fitori ukotolom. Inta beja inta guta tuzatu tuma Sudanese tu dairin tukunu dola belamfuskum tukunu inda kumahal bitakum tuma part bitat Southern Sudan da haja talat fi lisanak
وانا قالت لي انا South Sudanese. I'm Equatorial, yes. انا ما South Sudanese.
لما قلت موضوع بتاع ناس يزوجوا ده، انا قلت لازم نقعدوا مع بعض بطريقه كويس، ما ممكن يقتلوا ابقار ولا يقتلوا ناس. لو موضوع بتاع الابقار اللي قاعدين يمشي ياكلوا فامين، لازم يعملوا برا زي الوانجان. يوم داك بجي لنا في الريك، بجيب ابقار بتاعنا بتومن، وتلينا كمان قاعد نمشي للوانجان ولا لوناري نودو ابقار بتاعنا، ما بجيب شكل كل يعملوا بالسوتين برا عشان ما يقتل يارو ما يقتل نسوان. يا حاجه انا كلمت فوقه. إلا كان عندك hidden agenda انت دسيته يا شالي زيبو. I'm neighbor to you. I agree. Very close to you. Even now, if I want to drive, I will drive and meet with you and discuss this face to face. Because people are getting killed back home. Both sides, both people are getting killed, Equatorian are getting killed. And this one coming out from Ipo here, from you, Charles Ipo in Calgary here. And you are a citizen of Canada, and I'm citizen of Canada. And we don't have to fuel this again, like case of Riek Machar before. We need to solve this so that we know if the government is doing this, we have to ask the government why this mayor of Juba is killing people, why a Kolkor is killing people. We have to raise our question to ask the government if it is the government. But if it is local people, like before I had it here, that there is people that map from Barkizal, they're involved. A call has to look for these people to bring them to the justice to get punished.
Thank you, Mama.
Let me just finish.
Ustaz CPI Shield been waiting here for a while. I will come back to you actually. So
Okay.
everybody will have 2 minutes to wind down, and then we'll have the last word to Uncle Dr. Cage. So
And
Shield, I'll give you 5
anyway,
minutes.
the guy scaled down to 2 minutes, so I'm good 5 minutes plus 2 minutes 7 minus Luthers. So please, yeah, and Boga Yangadia.
Huh?
Yeah, and Bo.
Yes, it's you. Okay, take your time, and then
Okay, thank you.
and then we will move you
CPI.
down after that. Thank you. And stay in
CPI.
topic and do not attack no one.
Yeah, it's okay. CPI is stop your rhetoric, brother. Your propaganda has exceeded most limit. Second to it, I want to greet the panel, Mama Swede and Brother Charles, the rest. I want to greet all of you, Dr. Madut. You leverage real well, and I believe some of what you have said are true. People don't like them. People like CPI because it touched their political propaganda rhetoric label. Dr. Akec, I think you might remember me from Chicago. We brought you a couple times here. I think in Ngejen and Garandau, Dan Manyong Dembul, when we sat down in Chukbaitan a couple times. And we also met during the time Chief President Kirben, Iowa, and some other location, Chiti realized PLM Prom 1. So I think you remember me. One thing I want to say is the audacity of people that are stopping the movement in the back, using the pastoralists as the agenda. And the pastoralists are the indigenous residents and civilians, or you will call them locals in another term. This, I would not say it is anything to do with President Kiir and his office, because President Kiir is not in charge in every other local government. Some of these are local government issues. And what I don't like the most is when people who are objecting to the government, people that has previously worked with the government, people like CPI also, who had rallied up behind the political warlords, goons, and the corrupt elites of Juba. They don't see anything they are doing in terms of disrupting the livelihood of the indigenous people in the area. And 99.9 out of time when we came out to disagree, we disagreed their political tones and their rhetoric because they had exceeded beyond the reasonable doubt that they should be persecuted jurisdictionally, because each and every time these people call for war in South Sudan, it end up actually people being killed by number. And for this reason, I personally would call the rest of the community that these people need to be persecuted by law. They need to be. We need to start opening court cases against them, file court cases against them, and persecute them. Show it to the Canadian immigration system that these people are disrupting people livelihood back home, and they are attached to the killing of the people, and yet also it can be proven by financial transactions. Some of their financial transactions are leading to civilian arms, with people actually buying ammunitions with their donations, and these are actually recordable, provable. So people like CPI, they are just working here thinking that they are just angels, but CPI, we know you are warlords. You connect with them, and we know you will be held accountable in history till the time of accountability come. We are not sleeping. Okay, thank you. In the other term of the pastoralist, Dr. Akec, you carry a large volume in your presence, and as a former ambassador and also government officials, I think you are, yeah, you are interacting with most of these politicians over the phone, sometime in some of various reasons. And for this, you would take all these voices of the people and compile them to a reasonable doubt of what your merit and and drive what you believe in it, and the things about what will save the livelihood of our people in every corner of your wisdom. Otherwise, I would not say more or elaborate more about this. You have seen uh, in terms of issues that people of Jonglei have to encounter. Some of it have environmental factors which can be addressed by actually recognizing young engineer and capable people. I would say it like myself and the rest that are here and not here as well, who are academically qualified in various fields to address the environmental related factors, so that the people will live in peace and harmony without interruption from environmental factors. Those can be addressed through engineering factors, and as well as also when it comes to things like control of the animals, which are also the resources. I don't know why people be mad with me when I ask the question. Most of the time, my brothers from Equatoria usually say that they don't need dinka and their cattle. And I never see, when you like milk and you like meat and you don't like the cow and the person that take care of it, where will you get that demand, supply and demand in terms of coherence? I think there will be a loophole. So yes, it is necessary that our people, when challenges like insecurity are addressed, which we from the Jonglei people, they want never like to resolve insecurity matters through also military response. But if this would be the way, I think we youth from Jonglei state, we are tired of being called cowards and so on. I know 100% we are number greater than Murle people. If we want to wipe them out in faith of South Sudan, we could do so. But this is not a capacity of a citizenship. It is not a merit of a good citizenship. We would never call for some action like that. And that is why we always rely on the government to bring the solution, because we know By number, we can outnumber Murle easily. If we mobilize, and this is the issue we need to address, we can overtake Bibor and we can overtake even Buma itself. And Murle, we can move out from there by any means necessary, militarily or just
What are you
civilianism
talking
way.
about?
And
Still?
I'm talking about responding to insecurity factors. But at the end of the day, nobody is mobilizing for all such kind of atrocities. That's why we always call for voice of unity and let the government address the insecurity related instead of mobilizing the people. So for this reason, I would yield back the microphone to everybody, and now all options are on table. Nobody is refraining from anything here. At the end of the day, we will live. If we choose to live in Equatoria, we will live in Equatoria. Whether they like it or not, we will live there. We've been
La,
there,
la, la, la.
we are there, and we will always be there if we want to.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Anyway, your time is up. But what you just said actually, أنا بصراحة كنت متابع باقي حاجات. I just heard few of stuff that you said. I don't think you're speaking in a peace language. You're trying to talk with revenge and doing the stuff that we really don't want to hear. People, community, Jingbor community will move out from Equatoria, that and they even already agreed to move out. So who are you to say that you're staying there? If you as Shil or Garang want to go and stay in Equatoria, then you yourself please go there and stay there. But those people with their cattle will move out. اي واحد هنا في لاين اونلاين هير قال بيقول يا اخي احنا ما طالعين من المناطق دي واحنا هنفضل, please you yourself pick up your stuff and go and stay there. But those people with their cattle and then their children and women will move out from those areas and then they will go back to their origins. So ده ما في زول يتكلم بلسان زول تاني. You speak for yourself. If you want to go stay there, you go yourself. ما تتكلم بلسان كأنك community, because you're not a community leader. وما عندك authority عشان تقول لأي زول يفضل في المناطق بتاع الناس التانيين. So please let's not نكبر نفوسنا ساي في حاجة أنت أصلك ما عندك few ولا مسك. I will start winding down the room. Chill one, I mean Chill. I think you're gonna be down. Thank you for coming up. And then أنا هبدأ من تشارلز. أستاذ تشارلز أنا بديك دقيقتين عشان تعمل تلخيص في كلامك, وبعد ذاك هنمشي وهننزل أي زول بعد ذاك. شكرا, اتفضل.
أنا المهم let me talk a little bit more عشان في حاجة أنا أتكلم about Dr. Akec. You know, طبعا this case is about us. المفروض we the people of the area we should talk more than that. You know, because the issue بتاعنا it is about us. But
خلاص اتفضل, لكن
yeah, okay.
حاول تختصر
Okay,
عليه.
thank you, Ayun, thank you. Yep, أنا بيعمل بسيط. Okay, Dr. Akec, thank you a lot. For those of you who don't know Dr. Akec, Dr. Akec is the guy has a very good credential. They are our doctor في حركة, the first doctor, and he's the first doctor who went to the war. يعني أول doctor خش في معركة بتاع الحرب. It's a well-known man, professional في السودان قديم. Also become represent SPLM in every places, in French, in so many places, until he become ambassador in United States. Now he's reside in America. He's one of respected man in community of Bor. For the zone mami kede social media, just we can talk bad thing of him, and he's very accurate. Uma bakalam sakit. Even Selfa know him very well. Selfa is the one who gave him job before to be ambassador here. For it's good for him when he come out. We should attach to him. The mami kede kalam sakit. He always come up with knowledge. You know, mind to tafraga. He don't divide people. You know, behave unity. So these little bit things I'm telling about you guys, those who are down there. Let's come to the topic. You know, guys, there are two things here. The main thing now people are focusing, it is the cattle to move, not the people, because there are displaced people. Displaced is different than the cattle camps. So mostly people are talking about the cattle camps. People are not talking about the displaced, because if you talk about the displaced, there are all these South Sudan that have been displaced everywhere. Everywhere they have been displaced. There are some displaced Barkazal in Equatoria, there are some displaced abroad in Barkazal, there are some displaced just all over. So we are talking about the cattle. And those cattle, they were moving. But what happened? The security, national security guard, they're the one who doing this. This is obvious. Them are Tiger, them are J1, they are national, but Kolokora is the one who doing this. For what reason? In my feeling. Okay, وده حاجه زي الناس بيصغر ما في الناس بتاع الناس هناك we are not they are not they don't have hand on it. Central Equatorial mind, governor of Central Equatorial mind to hand on it, you know, because now these are the people came out from national security, including Denka. They are part of that. But we have to be honest. وده حاجه بيستغربنا. When our people cattle came go to the board, then they're going to send other Murle also. You know, I've got them if you board now, but Buka them Russell Murle. Murle forces to go attack them. When they come back to Equatoria, national security will create a problem. So we don't know exactly what's wrong with with the leadership of our community. You know, and there is nobody there who could raise in Sudan in board. Wala Kwalmanyang, wala Makwenelwell, wala Rebecca, wala Majangagot, nobody. Mafiso there raise Tijata board. All of them, they put their head down. You know? Because then you know them she kept. Thanks God, we already have people Abalalieri before Hakam, Dr. Jonja. That's enough. You know? But people are targeting. You know, both community might why they've been living together. We were part before Zaman and before 1920. Both we were part of Equatoria. Until 1954, we have been moving back. Awata Butana can't be Equatoria. This is the truth. Awata Butana Yuru can't be Equatoria. Now the it is the truth. You know? Coexistence is there, but politics is too much. It is good politics. It could be Hakuma of Siasa, Lucky Male Moated. You know? Yeah, until we shoot the way Catalab Garada Batal Khalis. Very shameful. Ashan Arabia Egypt and national security, and then you just shoot. You know? And then tomorrow the goal is the rebel who killed them. Or to go Bukarina Bari Okatana. No. But they lack that. You know? For we have to be fair here. Nene Junubina Shan Junubitana danger. Let them be faithful to each other. We don't want to protect a Kazib. Zolamal mistake, Gulamal mistake, Lorebalamal mistake, Warlo mistake, but Lofizol fi Hakuma amal mistake, lazim Warlo. You know? Without Tariqa making them Shigida. Other like this, and more than that, Bukhaf. Imshi le rebel or Imshi le Hakuma. You know? And more than Bukhaf. It's going to depend on who now. If your own government cannot protect you, you'll be select. But that's very shameful. You know? But I hope we'll see. Min dari bara South Sudan. Lekin nena bor ma dari na is all there hukuma. Yeah. If you see our rank now in the board, mind in the power.
Charles,
Yeah.
I don't like interrupting people, but just add this one. You know, about a month and a half ago, I overheard that there has been insecurity in that area. You know, son of Panchul Jongkuch, his son called Chul. He's a businessman. He take fish from Bor to Juba. And yeah, they were driving along that road, and then they were shot at, but by a very huge force of Murle background. He said that he heard them. They were speaking in Murle. They shot at them. Luckily, thank God, they survived it. No one got killed, but some got injured in that vehicle. So there has
Victor,
been
I left
insecurity
the
in that
phone a little
area,
bit.
and I
Can you
think the government
clarify
is aware
that?
of it. There has been insecurity in that area, and the government is aware of it. I just don't know why they have been very ignorant of it. And then now they are playing some dirty game in it too. Go ahead.
Wilson, this is not this Murle, the Murle who did it. I know about it. Look here. They brought 5,000 Murle and they put them in Bilinyang. Okay, 5,000. And these are Kolokot brought them. 5,000 Murle, they are now in Bilinyang. To doing what? To create insecurity between Bor and Keke. You see this? And it is dangerous. Yeah, they obviously they are there. And some people, government supported here, will jump and say, no, these are the truth. Later, give come Sali militia but Murle, you know, and then you bring them here. And then you cut our resources. Shiltu Buma, Shiltu Bara, min Jungle, we've been quiet. Ude yao income with our wilaya. People are born, nobody complain. Good now, it's okay. Lode yao Khali Murle kun Farhan, let it go with it. But what happened there? Murle even, they're not even getting even money on it. People are just taking those goals and they sell them somewhere else. Murle, Gulam Shibor, Am Shishila Kilbitak, Am Shishil Bagarinak, Am Shak to Legzol, Am Shishil Sela. They don't care. Kuda Hagai, Akalo Mwanjang ke, you know? Kabu Jala Lewo
Okay,
Mwanja,
1 minute to
Mwanjang, the
conclude,
Nachamran
Ustaz.
Tarpin, Achage, yeah, buy it.
English, or Arabic, Ustaz. Bagilek dagiga tamil conclusion. عشان
Thank you. You know, this is very painful, Besara. Very painful indeed. People don't know. We people of Kamina Board, we are suffering more than anybody.
Awian?
Yes?
Anang Wilcock. Anang Wilcock. Yaga Lulu to Monjang Shanti, Koi
Ana will ko ke le man pinya chan bi ke jolo ping
I'm a
ki ko ko
UN check what you did, and check what you did. A problem.
انتوا
Yeah.
انت يا استاذ
Tama
تشارلز انت
jam.
دايما بتحكم علي وانا عمري ما قلت حاجه لكن it's okay.
No, I check what you will. I check a daddy. I think I get yay way. Randu, cover jam, tongue again in bay, yay way, mat. I must say,
Alright.
Randu. The tongue Monjang.
Alright, ما في
But
مشكله.
yeah, I say you are good. I think must say, cover year round, do not why a letter tongue. Kulabdu.
كويس.
But anyway, I'll name
Mana
and
curfew. Ayen, this case is clear now to me as your tone. If the case is a call killing people, killing cows, killing grass,
one second ماما. استاذ تشارلز انا هنزلك تحت عشان بعد كده جاي نقفل.
yeah, I'm that. I mean, I will call him. Your uncle. I will call you.
خلاص
Imba your
كويس.
telephone.
If a call is killing people, people
ماما جرتم.
President
ماما جرتم واصلي.
people are not going to be good all the time, and civilians are dying between. So this, if it is government, people should write their application to Bankir Mayadi to bring a call court to court, because people are finishing everywhere corners of call court. If it is not rebel and is not a mayor of Central Equatorial killing people, is a call court killing people, a call court has to be questioned. You know, it's not a god of Southern Sudan. Is a security, and the job of security is what? To protect civilian, not to kill the civilian, not to kill civilian. This case must be taken to President Kir Mayar, because nobody above call court in Juba is President Kir to call a call. Why people going to kill Boer people and they're moving back to Boer, in that water? Why again people blocking them to go back to Equatorial and getting killed again? So a call need to be brought to the justice. Thank you so much, and move my ass down here.
Mana tian yang ngucin ko ban kide.
Because kajato jimbor bijala de kwapi ka cheng nyali panden ba ka chol nak.
خلاص معلش جرتم امين جرتون.
Ako ba ka chol nak all na bari ra to ko ben kanda ka cheng ran ma char chunok ku che dang juro kang lo ka marap ka monjang. Ben
خلاص
kala kini te ga de buteli ka che ben. Guys,
خلاص كويس. شكرا لك ماما. I'm gonna move you down. شكرا لوجودك معنا هنا. Um, I will go to brother Deng Khamis. أنا بعرف لو أنت لسه قاعد. I didn't see you there, but أنت لو قاعد, I will give you 3 minutes.
I know, guy, but I'm driving. Just let the next person come and I'll caught up with you.
All right. Lion, you can go. 3 minutes, please.
Okay. One moment. Give me a second. Okay, I am ready now. Thank you. I told you it's a very close to people's heart, anything that actually colliding communities, and later on it escalate. We need to come with a solution and raise our voices. They can be heard in Juba because it is close to Juba. So sorry. So it is close to Juba, and I think Mortanin Katir now for Juba can Juba become a safe haven to many people. We have talked about the flooding that took the cattle headers to central Equatoria or to Equatoria, and that need attention from the government. Since these soldiers who are killing people now become government soldiers. And this is why we have been talking about the issue of unknown gunmen in Juba. There are so many actors in that, and they are trying to, these people are bringing down the government in Juba or the collapse of South Sudan. So the 5,000 soldiers that are mainly morally well armed to teeth around Vilnius. Last time I was seeing, okay, this time around, the killing that will happen in Juba is not going to be related with any previous people that are being blamed, but it's going to be these 5,000 soldiers that are going to kill civilians, either in Juba or around Juba. And that is being watched by the government, and they're not paying attention to it. For me, I cannot convict a Kolkor individually as someone behind this. But these government soldiers, if they are from Jahaz or Amini, Bita Junub, and they are purely government soldiers, and they are not civilians that have put on their military attire in the pretext of being seen as a government so that the community whom the people have been killed. And it is not only cows. I heard about the Nuer people who were traders have been killed there. And there is a violence right now happening there. I don't know. I have not heard more information about it. But I need to learn later on. So with that,
So
we
you
would
have 30
recommend.
seconds.
Yes, we would recommend.
30 seconds to conclude.
Okay. No. Yeah, sorry. Let me finish my statement. So I would recommend that the issue that take the cattle headers to Equatoria be resolved. I also want to recommend to Uncle Akec to reach out to the leaders of the community, talk to both communities, the communities that are around there, so that the cattle, if they cannot go back to Jonglei completely, then they can come out with a rule and regulation like what happened in Lagos State. It's a temporary arrangement between two two neighboring communities that have lived for long. That one, this is the importance of Dr. Akec here. So that's what I would say. But so far, I'm not going to convict, but we can convict the government, but not in particular one person like the way a call code is being mentioned here. So that's where a call will provide a solution, because if this government soldiers
Okay,
are from
okay.
the
Lion, you're going on and on now. You were supposed to close up and
okay. So wedien karbalwen kike wara kera nyan kai kene krili japai, because kiben kama jiten tile ko lui respond chan wono asakar kwanto jeji ke mis kwan ke jongle na le lui respond ka kuma inga big moy kene yede japet kena chi ko politic are ko chi politic chi be solve e be kuma be lui respond very quick, especially General Kirma Yadi have to respond kegana ko kolakur kuja government official kadia wo one of weak leaders chugo kwan in the government in Banyake and Bula Gwendi Jam, the former chapter leader of the SPLM in Utah. Koi kwan chugo kwan jong lay luwo represent Jupai abuka vote out Banyake during election, because these people are quite Japan. Kwacha koi kwacha Louis Sapar yung chi koi jam kara bore ngo ler koi Equatorial because jan nani Equatorial. Because of the water yang achiro kong jorke government official to ya kuma yi kujang
okay,
yen yung
brother. I think your time is up. For really, يعني zaman ماشي دكتور
achir
كيج.
mikila kudin ka balwenki
خلاص.
room de ngakor ku bugu ya moderating achan bula to kor pios ko wera kor ku self akir ma yadi der ko kor ku banya kor kor bedir ko jam tong jeng zadu ko ga pinge tong dan mo. Thank you so much and keep the record.
طبعا. خلاص, move yourself down. أنا همشي
Chan watching pio kuma bugu ka kuma lakin yung ku loy lagbada lorat kana betogdi. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Amijola penyo che yin bala arvin.
Yes, ما في
When
مشكلة.
Medina Johnny Kwarcho can Johnny Warwick. Thank you.
All right, bye. شكرا.
Hey, Rafiat uncle.
دين خميس لو موجود ممكن تتفضل. لو ما في أنا ممكن أدي مايك
what do with this guy is called CPI? Let him speak before I go.
All right, CPI. If you're around, I'll give you 3 minutes to conclude, and then after that, I will remove you down because we're going to close the room. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ajede, sweet mama. You know, it will be good for me to answer those 3 people, and then at least Akec, maybe you Tabinezi Luana, and then you conclude with Dr. Akec.
They should know that.
قول كلامك تاني أستاذ CPI. I didn't hear it.
Ana gulu suno? What I said, I want to respond to all the questions that has been raised by this or the comment made by them so that I can conclude all. And then you conclude with the Dr. Akec. But the 3 here, I have to wait for them.
Charles, let me tell you, I myself and Dr. Akec, we are the members of this community that we are talking about, cattle here. But we do not have a question for you. What we are doing here is put in your last remark, and that is all. Nobody is going to question you. Make your remark.
It doesn't about questioning. You are talking about Eastern Equatoria. I'm from Eastern Equatoria. So please, just talk your message, and then I will respond to you.
Hey, يا جماعة إحنا دايرين نخلص الغرفة. ف I don't know.
Hey, Charles Ifao. Pingo patwero loko kombedi. ها
اوكي
جال
دكتور ويلسون انت ممكن تتفضل.
Jamadelum kaifin you want to
أي
gebeli.
زول داير يكون عنده
Okay.
كلمة أخيرة.
I'm not afraid. I know Charles, yeah, Jamana. We have to respect ourselves here. Charles is going to abuse Dr. Akec after everyone spoke here, and nobody will respond to him.
لا
I'm
لا
not
لا
new
لا
here
لا
in
هو ما
Clubhouse.
هيعمل
I
abuse
know
No,
this
no.
guy very well. He don't go with the topic. It's always go personal. That's not what I know. What I'm doing here. If you don't want to talk, you can get out.
Okay, استنى يا جماعة.
Okay,
CPI
class.
is not
Sweet
going
mama,
to. Uh-huh.
sweet mama, let me go.
Yes,
Fiaja
اتفضل
why didn't
اتفضل.
there go enough? Maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes wouldn't be enough. Because I'm going to tell people here, I'm going to let people know who Dr. Cage is really.
أنت عارف دكتورة كيك ده أنا سكنت معهم في هنا ده في Minneapolis for years. يعني this person I know him very well. يعني إنسان مسالم ما في زول زيه وزول متواضع شديد
Dr.
عشان
Cage.
كده he's here. So I will give you 5
Okay,
minutes if you want to, and
okay,
then after that we will go maybe mini mo to see who
all
will
right.
go. All
Okay,
right.
shukran. Dr. Cage, actually to tell you, I wouldn't have conflict of interest here, given the fact he's my uncle by blood. Dr. Cage was he's actually one of those people who negotiated the dowry price for my mother. He will confirm it to you one day since you know each other there in the United States. I've known Dr. Cage almost all my life since when I was a toddler. I wouldn't talk about when I was an infant, but I've known him since when I was a toddler. Dr. Akec, he went to the bush. He joined SPLA when he was already a practicing doctor. That's one thing you should understand, my Junubin people, and that was back in 1983 or 84. Now, to tell you another thing, I didn't like the way some of people, including those who are younger than me, were acting in a disruptive manner. People such as Medb. Uncle Akec here that you see, he would be about the same age as President Kiir, but he look after himself. He doesn't consume these bad
Who's
things
all
that we
Dictor as well?
consume now.
Who's all Dictor?
Oh, Dictor, Adil. You know, like
Yes,
he doesn't consume
intelligent.
the stuff we consume now as lifestyle. And that's why you see him like this in good shape. He's not in his 50s or early 60s. He would be at least 70 or in late 60s if he's young. That's one thing. Can be Rugba, Fijesh. I don't think there are so many people who are alive at the moment, like the SPLM, SPLA cadres, who are active in Dr. Cage. You will not count them. They will not reach 10. Maybe the likes of Salva Kiir, Awenakut, Kwal Manyang, Waniga, but the rest, maybe including Uncle Bonabang Adil. But the rest, including Malungawan, are right behind Uncle Akech in terms of hierarchy. Okay? He was one of the first batch of SPLA commanders, like the commanders following the high command. Okay? The group of Bolmadut Kuala Amum, he was one of them. So, where was Malungawan that time? He was only right. You need to understand this. So, someone like Akola Akol, imagine if Malungawan, General Malungawan was right up here. Would you act in that manner by stating the word such as F word? I believe that is wrong. But because Dr. Akech is unsung hero, his name haven't been sung that much, and he has not been the type of person who speak out and be this and that. He reserved to himself. And that's wisdom right there and self-respect, a respect for others. The other thing I would like to state here is this. Uncle Akech, let me remind you back in 1989 when I was 7. Do you remember Zaman one big Kasharaloy? Koja rare pandu, including work rare by that one day. Bukasha Ben, and it was ordered by Alfred Akec. And then in Jibena Twanko, like this is so Kushababaga, which we got young called Mabilium, Marum Mabilium, Yichol Mayan. And in a jalwo in return, whether be young Jalel Gal, okay, young bin quite parrot, Queen bed. And then afterward, when you ask Asakir that who is your boss, and they said Alfred Akec. And then you say, I'm Shigula Alfred Akec to come and take me. And then they started giving you tie and they left. Do you remember that, uncle? Just to confirm, that was 89.
Yes,
Wala
I
yin ben yin tarmalwa.
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Shaba jalgi jan is Zeki. Uh, it is
Thank
nice. It is nice
thank
to
you
meet
very much
you.
for reminding me.
Including one tamanya wa tamanin bi wa Khartoum kulag ben yin tarmalwal. And then yin kujala uncle Marum dola achil. Pichi George Chidom, Kwachi dola achil dom and all that. With dola achil kan naib rais during High Executive Council, Zaman James Tumbra. Queen ki ye dictor. Goma magole la SPL biga SPL a deal kida. Lakad da kato rachi join kaya dom. Anyway, these are old school, 34 years back, 33 years back. Now, guys, I'm going to go to the topic. That's just to let you know who Dr. Akec is. He's a very high-profile individual, but remains as an unsung hero. And some of you should understand, especially the like of King Paul Malunga one, Dr. Akec is Agdam Minam. Those of James Hudmai, those of Maruma Jonga Maut, Alena Yang, and all. Dr. Akec is Agdam Minam. You need to get that fact. So the next time you see him appearing here in Clubhouse, even the likes of Pagana Amum, okay, Uncle Akec is Agdam Minam. But next time you see them appearing here, just show them some respect that they deserve, rather than acting in a chaotic manner in a room that they are present and they are guests of speakers or guests of honors. Thank you for that. And then now to go with the topic, this modu bita abogar unas kide ukide kida. CPI, ana bugulega aja white. I've been through your land maybe more than you. I've walked through all those Jubal Stadmin, Jebel Lebra, Isoki, Equatos, Lokoprok, Imorok, Ifoto, Iliu, Kinyeti, Imatong, Magui, until we end in Madiland. Okay, I believe these areas you haven't been through them, but you just think, Lotuko, Ma Lotuko. It is because of the liberation or the movement. Okay, now when we went through those places, we used to be shut at, and it wasn't because we had cattle with us. We didn't have cattle. We were only commuting. There was a huge exodus, of which people like myself were coming all the way from Ethiopia, walking on foot. But we were being shot at. Some of us didn't survive what you guys did as Equatorian tribe to us. Okay? And nor were we occupying your lands. But because we were Dinka, you were even ignorant of the fact there would have been some Equatorians among us or non-Dinka tribes among us. But you were doing it because we were Dinka. So you need to note that Mushkila al-Gadia Silasafi Istuaya is not because of Abugar. Abugar is just being used as an excuse, but there's something behind it. Even Kokora wasn't because of Abugar, okay? It's because of the president of Dinka and Sulta. Lo Dinka Reis will bagi Kanat Kubardel Fogu Dinka, and people know people were appointed as ministers or whatever according to Wajib al-Umamalu, Zaman Harka. And as well as those who came from Khartoum, the profile has also been put into consideration. And you can even understand, Ata le Umar Hassan al-Bashir Inak, you know, Aldo Ajo was deputy prime minister to Sadiq al-Mahdi. You also know Georgie Kongor was deputy vice president to Ajere, was second vice president to Umar. You know, another person like Moses Machar was also a vice president. There was no Equatorian there, nor Nuer there. So according to profile as well, when they came from Khartoum, those of NCP, they also get positions in that manner. Okay. Al-Mushal al-Gharian Selassie is just Sulta. And you know the power struggle between Riek Machar and Kir Mayar in December 2013 resulted into the mass killing of Dinkabor in Jonglei. No one can deny this simple fact, but it is true. People get victimized because of the leadership. When Garang was the leader of SPLA or SPLM, the same Dinkabor people became victims in 1991. And now what is happening right now, you have not rectified the problem. And I can see the likes of John Ochang opening rooms, Edward Achek opening rooms, Bugulu Denka Kida, Ubijibo Abnanuer, they will moderate in those rooms and have the privilege. Meanwhile, it is the Nuer that forced the Boer people out of the original place of habitat or the habitat to a certain area where they are being called foreigners. When they consider it a safe haven from their brothers next door. Okay. Now, if you're talking about flooding, you don't see Shulu coming to Equatoria because they don't have border with Equatoria. You don't see Barghazal coming to Equatoria, most people, especially in Warab, because they don't have border with Warab, with Equatoria. Only Tony has border with Western Equatoria, that side of Yambio and Tumbra. The rest of Northern Barghazal or Warab state, they don't have border with Equatoria. Okay? Let's say they have border with Equatoria, but they are not affected by the wars compared to Bor. That's another thing you should put into consideration. Okay. Now, it is so sad seeing Murle surfacing up in places like Mogali when they are part of the people who displaced Bor, who cause insecurity in Panbor. It is also very shameful to see Murle surfacing in areas such as Mangalak and other areas, Mundari area, when they are part of the reason why this Bor, they have their cattle somewhere there. And people think they are right. They cause destruction in the original place, and then they still follow them to the place they seek refuge. And the government is not doing anything about it. Instead, the government is actually part of the people who are arming the Murle. And these are issues that we need to look at without some thought of ignorance. Okay? Anyway, what will happen? I will let the floor go. It is too late now. Uncle Akec is an old man, but he's still in good shape. I'm glad to see you still in good shape, Uncle. Sweet Mama,
Yes,
I will
thank you
let
so
you
much.
continue with the room. I don't have to speak a lot because I'm consuming Uncle time. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for being considerate. Maybe we should open a room one day so you can tell us more about South Sudan, because I believe that you know so many areas and you have so much history too. Thank you for being here.
Madam Sweet Mama, you know the problem is nowadays, Junubin, considering we the Dinka, many people, they love talking or coming up to the podium for the sake of talking when they don't have substance in their statement. I'm not going to be discriminating others, but Kasitan Dinga Khartoum, you will see Dinga Khartoum talking here, Kanda Kalama and Equatorial Madenka. They will talk, and none of them have been to Jubal, but Equatoria to be very specific and to talk and give lectures or let people know or educate people regarding what has happened in this area, what year, and what, and committed by
Kalas,
who and which tribe.
Kalas,
Thank
Dictor,
you.
we will have a room one day so you can tell us more about those areas.
Well,
Ustaz,
Ana Nenzil, Uncle, bye bye. Number Duaba Jalumtin Shabab. Baden. Injalej.
all right, okay, bye bye. Thanks. CPI, do you want to go?
I will go after Deng and Jok.
Yeah, to jog mo fi jog tan hena.
Jok is there. Refresh your thing.
There is only what happened here? Okay, I think then Khamis Masha for bagi inte ya Ustaz CPI. So just oh then Khamis is back. Then Khamis أنا بعرف لو أنت ممكن تمشي لو ما في.
Yeah.
If
It's okay. I'll take the floor.
All right.
I exit myself to the